for fabrication. There was a quote, is this the evidence of a sable and army captain with a long exemplary? No, not think so. And I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms, and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed. However, this is in the late 1930s. It's in the lead up to World War II, and the military superior court of discipline had already taken action against Carlos Castro, and although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him, what formal rehabilitation of Captain Carlos Castro was only the 32nd. In this regard, Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential back to the traditional Jerusalem in the 20th century. Rabbis brought books of art to Judaism. We can add that the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, endorsed conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there. All books and rabbis servants in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have quite often these were forced under torture, but they are beautifully recorded and they describe, the kind of minds that these crypto Jews were practicing in the sense that they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed the Judaism, what they would do in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued. Obviously, they should have published these things there, but some Jews would emigrate and publish things in particular. I think finally we have the great work of the 20th century. So let's try to understand a few elements of what most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call Orthodoxy today, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayers was one of the first things to go, and with a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So, what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learn Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in the spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation. Language on penalty of arrest.
That doesn't change the game.
So you can imagine amplifying
Started
that loss of
warfare tactics into the trial. They started doing all the torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from that.
It's amazing that anything. So
They realize that part of a guerrilla warfare campaign is propaganda,
physical
and how
actions.
big propaganda shooting factories.
Because those are things that you can easily demonstrate. Like
So they changed
body.
that.
So, for example,
They started
washing
realizing
hands
that,
or
it's
prayer.
one thing having a kid with like sneakers on the back of a truck with an AK.
Sometimes were 3
Evolutions of ideas.
characteristic of understanding prayer.
And all that,
which is centered prayer.
members of the new generation cartel that are now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as the cartels and instead of kind of operate up both sides of the border. You saw drone dropping bombs and shit like that in Mexico before
Friday night.
but they got away with that. That means Ukrainians have like a dig in.
Another thing
You
which
just
is
start
preserved
seeing
besides
this
physical actions
sudden sophistication that used to be probably from these commercial drones and the explosives of the
times of
drop.
prayer per day.
Finally, start seeing these bombs made. They're more remedy. They're explosives. Before they drone attacks on military forces in Mexico, I think they got it you know, so, we start seeing these
So what are the
drones
characteristics
being off, drones not being off, as scouts. So they can't get close to them. These drones are scouted. Drone cartels fighting against other cartel drones. And I've seen cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns in the sea. So much so, they look like some hands of a cartel guy wearing like sand, which is what's called augmentation of people. And this single cartel has all this history behind all these guys, all this training, all this technology, and it is poised to make much of a miraculous territory go up north to the United States. There are no segments of the world that are actually controlled or a city that is controlled by the Jewish cartel. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to look like they call that. You start seeing the last remaining sons of Mother Free, the strongest one, and his faction. Jumping to what they call themselves points in the lines with the cartels, the Jewish cartel. So it's no easy force, and he had historical ties, and of course the border from that. So the nightmares are there. Now having a clear doorway into the United States. The border is still wide open. Because we cut down on illegal immigrants by so high 90%. Yeah, it's way down. There's some process going on. It's really expensive. It's really expensive. You gotta get that guy out of the there's a bunch of ways they do it. I saw one where they were like, hey, copies of ID. And like, oh, you look. And then they get here, so like, just get in the truck before you cross.
Another aspect of your
that's how they cross. That's very expensive. That's how they cross. Fast boats. That's a bunch of videos online. Just boats just arriving on the beach and just dudes jumping out. It's classic running and running. There's like a sure in there. This is Georgia. Wave runners. There's Georgia. Because they just find well, and then you do now see on the coast. The bridge of our now on the coast there, which is a cause for a lot of places that when I said I think I stepped away. I think we're already a designation that allows a lot of safety against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexico, I guess, you don't negotiate with terrorists like they
strongest of all the
but all of a sudden one of these factions just get they're negotiating with them. And all these people are crossing that border. The family members are crossing that border now with the safety of the United States. That the United States may deal with is responsible for the or part of the rest. Whatever. I don't know if that loss. Why they died, around after the rest. So there's this trust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because it's a deal with the president. What's her deal? Shame on. left.
Lots of
A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she was one of the resistance fighters with them.
That's like one of the rare.
That's kind of odd. It is very odd for Mexico. Very loved
There's another one, which is
large sections of the population. What is their vote? What's our policy? Is there which representative love that you have for Apple? That's the best way to describe him. The populist guy, train the swamp, rhetoric, like all these other guys, all there, the conservatives can go gone. We're gonna win this. He won by a landslide. But he keeps talking. He kept talking about conservative and previous parties and that, but all the random parties get above all these other politicians to switch on his party. Shame on it, shame on hands. As far as security, she immediately reversed the whole Balazos. I mean, there's Balazos on the table now, I recognize that. She brought into office with her. When you say Balazos, what's Balazos? Like constant, a lot more. There's a lot of Balazos with more bullets in Albuquerque. The security official named Omar Garcia Harfuch, who has a sordid history in Mexico. He comes from there's in circles of people that have and there's nothing on that we know. And it's good to see a sort of he's very well known by his men. He talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all the pressure from the United States. Like, we need results from you guys. Like, what are you doing? So he has been heading up operations against some of these organizations, specifically the Sinaloa. And we've seen record-breaking fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, interesting part of the operations he's conducting. Some of the local governments are basically he realizes that where's the cartel? Oh, the cartel Mercado. If you go to Chipotle and order extra water, you're putting money in the pockets of this generation cartel or the familia Michoacana. How great. Mexico. Drugs in a lot of people in the United States that involve Mexico. Buy something. Yeah, they branch out. They diversify here. So they're not just because even if you shut off the drugs totally, they're still making Mexico as that's not funny. The essential liberty. Migrants that can't afford to live in China. We were in Colombia war, but there was some of the first ones to do some communities, but like communities that Mexico come. Yeah, the Mormons were pretty big. I think the last time we were here was when the massacre happened. Yes. So they're Mormon compounds in Mexico. Yeah, Mormon. Yeah. There's 1800s. Yeah, Mitt Romney's dad was Mexican. Yeah. Mitt Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president in the United States. It's wild. Yeah, and Mitt Romney's dad was part of one of those massive encampments of armed people protecting Joseph. I think so. Yeah, about it. Is it possible at this point in time? Is it so soaked into the culture? I think it is.
I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical piece of wood. No doubt, while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel pata under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. What's very
Population is pretty cool. They're letting it slide. It seems that they're kind of like ready to keep up shit. It became an issue in America, right? But there was a piano singer that they weren't allowed back in the country. He sold out arena shows. Yeah, I mean, they talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations, you have to attack all of these, or like just like you attack Al Qaeda, you would. And a lot of these organizations were basically utilizing some of these popular singers to launder money to gain the U.S. sing about their exploits. They would pay them to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that some of these guys were on the chopping block. This designation came down, the singers are going to be on the chopping block. Wow. The phenomenon is that the U.S. is like the guy. There's a news killer in Park where you say, oh wow, musician Silver Drug Cartel exploits the song shot dead in parking lot in Mexico. Oh yeah, this is yesterday. Or just today. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. The singer. Yeah. He used to hang out with Lázaro and El Chapo about it openly on podcast in Mexico. You know, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers don't normalize in Mexico. Just a bunch of YouTubers started talking about, like, I'm a YouTuber, I'm going to talk about cartel with you. When the Chapitos and the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos started dispersing pamphlets with pictures of all the YouTube influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction, or they were working with it. And they've been going down that list. They recently killed one in his house. He was talking about cartels. So, GMC for cartels, yeah. The hackers have that. Apparently, cartel hired a hacker to figure out to send a link to his wife that she opened they track the
Primarily
order.
as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Jerusalem region. But there's also, active synagogues and courses now on their time to serve the many students who come to study at the universities there. The old Jewish community, that's no longer filled with Jews and an active synagogue, but this
These are all the signs that populous Mexico, independently of cartels, just the general mass of Mexico. This is the tipping point to the time. They don't want this anymore. Which, how many people are we talking about? We're talking about all the cartels. How many people are there now? How many thousands? So if it was in the market, how big?
Archaeological studies unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in
Just like
is
approximations, maybe 4 generation or so.
Communities outside of the wall are on the other side of the,
You see these organizations like there's the people fighting out there, the people in charge, the people that have the shop, the people in finance, the people that are running the shell companies, the people that are running the actual company, because these cartels are all like company,
well,
So like, how could we
geologists in charge of it.
early estimates from 2001 and 2017 range from 45,000 to 60,000.
Invited me to
How crazy is that? So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out in the mountains. And then we left, and we left behind Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, and a lot of those pirates are showing up in Mexico. Of course, they're for sale. My God's highly sophisticated expense. I know about my I've been learning about all this stuff in the U.S. From my guys are going to look like one of those thousands, like guys like cool shit. How the fuck they get from there's rounds. That dude's got on a plane the moment he just left. Now look at all this shit. We got money. Let's make a deal with these guys. Reagan is coming in from that side. Obviously, the U.S. is responsible for most of the stuff to Mexico. Let's talk about Operation Fast and Furious, which was
characteristic of the time.
White
Text in highly poetic language.
It's Bush era.
Basically,
What happened? So Bush. This was I was in Mexico and a bunch of my friends had killed those guys. We started singing. Just imagine I'm in my 20s back there and getting chewed out. No Rico rifles from China, just weird firearm. And all of a sudden you start finding people with 50 caliber Barrett rifles with scopes on them. Zeroed in.
Major supporter, not
Ammunition.
across the border.
Spain starts seeing a massive amount of firearms being delivered specifically to
Or their
groups in the
safety,
area.
ultimately the king suggested they should back into the city
Where
bar.
all these things have
That 14th century community migrated across the U.S. and was placed
during the Bush
city wall.
administration, they started an operation that was meant to track firearms. Draw purchase in places like area.
And there will be Another round
Minor
of
people gathered by cartel members put into cars and Detroit
Spanish to read
supplied cartel.
tragedy
ETF was involved in all this. Their
standing factors of
their plan or they we don't know. They got really trying to bring high level arrest because of the guns that they were just because that sounds like a bullshit cover. We're just trying to these guys. What do you do when you want to destabilize if you're another country? Guns and shit. So why they want to destabilize? It's such an immoral way that they this to happen. So finally they're willing to give them weapons to kill each other. Back then, it was a single cartel trying to fight control over some people are coming, like I said, to another organization. I don't know why would you send guns to a specific thing that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel to? But that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the only thing. And this is the purpose of it. And this is what we saw. Because, a lot of the things that they were required, because it looked like a lot of some of the stuff that they were
Welcome.
now 50 cal rifles, 50 cal
What up, Nolan?
were so hot. It's still
Hey.
because people started doing armor. They need a way to get terrorists and especially secret military. These were always making fun of the fact that they're these big guys. They do have sights on, but they can still have a cop. They can put them in the picture. I heard that makes sense. That is expensive. We rent out on that. We can have sights on the guns. They can shoot far. They can shoot well. So not all of them. They got experience. Donations, of course. He started showing up in Mexico. How much people started dying. And the two donations have protection detail down there. Cartel shootout. I'm not too sure of the details of this, but in Mexico, they were doing the protection detail down there. One of them was a border patrol agent assigned to this. Ryan Terry. They set up a foundation in his memory to get raised. $15,000 for this foundation. And I did that. Point to like I raised this shops were like, hey, wants to be sure like that. This is true. But if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would we make where you would guarantee a shit of course, but interpretation kind of like Los Angeles and very fodder. With showing how drugs and things in the countries was a man who was a counter police officer along the campaign. Many Jews totally like across the Rapper, That's not his name. He named himself
living
for
under the
Rothschild's
shadow of
freeway working was a legend. He was a legend in Los Angeles. He was the number one cocaine lord for the CIA. And he was helping funding the country's versus ascended as Nicaragua. And he had no idea because he
not only of science, but also scholarship. And was friends with celebrated the murder of the famous poet, no picture that were published.
When he went down to Colorado, he was tortured
That
and
the
killed and
end of the
tortured.
period of
That's what some of the people had to say. And I've never seen a video of like a person who was friends with him passed away.
double all of
Um,
that has
He's former Los Angeles
obviously
having hearings and during hearing said, I personally witnessed the CIA crazy. He has a wild the end wasn't good, but there was some Jewish people.
Recall,
Into the mic, sir. This mic's
Yes, it never happened, but there you go. It has the guy's got a human skin suit on.
Specifically, we're talking about an
What's his name?
that happened in that city.
Listen to what he talks when Rupert talks. Right? That's that guy.
Aerial event where actually neighbors of protesters who lived on the highest street where many of them actually lived. And it was an absurd series of charges against the Christian.
That he talks to Pegasus and I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally expected here. Will you tell the American agencies from here?
Even most famous poet of
That
both his
guy in the
close
back
friends.
with his fingers
And
tight.
several
He's there
liberating
to pull out something.
Information about the CIA, illegal activity.
I don't know what those hands. That guy's doing Bill Gates' hands.
contributed lightly to Rothschild's decision to
Real one, let me suggest, Mark. Others want to hear this answer. I am sorry, others want to hear
Check out the thing from the leopard hat, the leopard scarf.
Also,
Amazing.
then exactly the calumnies that were cast at the beautiful body told about the person. Let's see here the beautiful page.
Jamie, find the trailer for that movie. They were interviewing him. I forget what the entire premise of this thing was. They were interviewing him for some tests. They decided to do an entire movie of sitting in a chair in like a warehouse and talking about the collapse of the global economic collapse. Play the trailer for this. Because it's so nuts. You can find the trailer for the collapsed.
Oh, I think the experience of Isaac Newton's
This is my day.
regular viewers of this channel know this.
We are all collectively responsible for what may be the greatest preventable Holocaust in the history of planet Earth.
Trying to provide some
I'm
sort
30 years
of
of experience investigating journalists and broke scandals, going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told. That's proving deadly accurate with economic predictions and so right.
one of the areas that I
2006,
find
you
especially
cannot identify right now. Check your mortgage carefully. We issued a whole series of warnings for since January 2005. What happened is taking place right now. Oil prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, the stock market. It's not that Bernie Madoff is a pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme. But I don't deal in conspiracy theory. Conspiracy fact. Industrialized civilization have had oil prices spike. Nobody can afford to buy that oil, and everything will just shut down. Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have infinite resources. Nothing grows forever. There is a cycle: birth, growth, maturation, decline, and death. Cars don't run. Mail stops getting delivered. Planes don't fly. Stops working. This is all part of the collapse. If you're in a cave and a bear attacks, you don't have faster than the bear. You only have to be faster than the slowest camper. Challenge. Various now either all the parachute or other. Writer, 767. Good job. There's recently, for the past 10 years, a bunch of CIA documents have come out of net payroll. I've seen from like all the Cold War era presidents were like CIA agents. So, it was shocking to me when we come in at that house where he was kept. The people around it that lived there when they were called that the CIA support. So that was a weird thing to see. They kind of like polluted by all the bones that they've been looking at and seeing after that.
There's
let's say that's true. We're getting wrong. They're worried about things going wrong like that.
in order to
Trust the Mexican government to keep that border safe.
and
Or you talk cartel.
the actual
What are you talking?
there is a highly intelligent
So I think there's only backdoor channel communication. They're going on direct communication.
that even affected his own mentor, who wrote
Yeah,
early
and also makes I wonder how much of an influence it has. The sensible drug laws treat all drugs the same way we treat. Yeah, sensible because alcohol's a drug, and we know that when we had a prohibition last years, like 13 years in this country,
It seems like the whole
did
world's
nothing
on
but
one
prop
side
up
of
over
this issue.
Yeah, and
Here, the Jews are
last time I came here,
is it
I
possible
was on my
that the
way
whole
to
world is wrong?
becoming out.
They're right.
So alcohol is a very dangerous. You can kill yourself with it.
Very easy to
Buy a problem.
we see that in this case.
And fuck myself up.
At least with some level of
Just look at how long
say
it
that, you know, saying that legalizing the body is somehow a solution
I can think
to
about
this
it.
long-standing and very complex.
But I still remember about 4
The
years
example of
I think it's awesome.
is especially
But it's hard.
for young Jewish people today, all
Yeah, I don't have
not the least of which
the
include
physical
campus
addiction.
where
I don't
you're
know why.
showing
Like, even I can talk and when on vacation, there is no nicotine. Let's see what happens. It's fine. Nothing. Coffee is not my quick coffee. I quit coffee 5 days. Like, no weirdness. Yeah, I think for me it was medication. When I got out of work, I had loads of PTSD the first time I was on the podcast. We talked a little bit about it, and then afterwards he like gave me some names of some people I should talk to, and I did. I went out and looked out for help. Eventually I got sober, but it's insane to me how different was that if you get off it, I start feeling heart shit. Oh, did you think, well, I'll just have a little drinking puddle and get back on track? It does. You're still in LA. My marriage and all that same
live
time.
from New York. Although it's not Saturday night.
I had a few things going on.
We are really
PTSD and trying to feel like going through a sleepless, through a dreamless night.
I
Wasn't sustainable. So my life was one work, and then I had to like do something. I had to find a big mansion in cabin that I could stay in. He said, hey, you can stay here. How long did it take to? I got there and I didn't want to feel like a freeloader, so I got there and I came to. They had a little small school there for the kids, so I just bought DVDs and gave all the stuff. So I could stay here. And Stan, he stood in front of everybody and said, this guy's alcohol. Shakes and sweats to wild dreams.
Anyways,
I think I passed myself.
centuries up
This way.
and including our own time.
now died from complications of alcoholism. Trying to get sober. And also your brain is waiting for something that it can't get. I had alcohol poisoning. Everybody's drinking following a period of abstinence. Oh, it works. Eventually I started speaking about it, publishing on my account. Just like my experience with it.
Setting the stage.
I got a lot of help from a lot of people. Generally do have
Shifts that happen.
opened up a few
Next week,
more fascinating.
looking at the demography, the geography of redneck,
I had the one thing for PTSD, people that do suffer from addiction.
very, very
Yeah, that means the one.
a great competition, and
It's like a weird conversation. It's like a weird, that's like you've avoided these very specific things for decades, and now they're there, and it's like,
and then the third and final week
I don't
was
think
to
I
add in the Jewish
and
enlightenment.
then let me on that. And it specifically opened up a bunch of doors for me, the cartel guy. I used to do this, and that's what I do when I train people on that. And so we got a guy called Rothschild, public. I had Randy Blythe, the lead singer of Lamb of God, reach out of nowhere. This random guy that I used to listen to when we were working, with the phones. He's like, hey, if you speak about it, if you have one day, I fucking work myself in the room. Doing that. But even got multi-specialty, so so how fucking cool is that? I'm 40 days.
But in many ways, the concepts are
I guess that's why I call it
modernized upgrades. Major.
But yes, because think about the fact that a bottle of liquor you can buy this only have to show your ID. But it's the problem of addiction. This is the actual fuel that runs the cartel. There's a giant problem in the United States. People have this appetite for illegal narcotics. This pretend that people are doing drugs, like making them illegal, and stuff. All you're doing is propping up the cartel. That's all you're doing is funding the cartel. And then also helping all lobbyists in this country. Yeah, that the perfect storm was the outbreak of racial epidemic in this country. That's like this initiation of air traffic to like, oh, well, this is off the table now because we passed all the laws and didn't put some people in the hell that should matter and some families. I don't know how they're free. Yeah. But then what takes its place? Somewhere in Mexico, people were growing poppy, and they said, well, let's add a little bit of fentanyl into these very weak poppy yields of heroin. See what it does. Oh, so that was the sort of was weak. These hillsides have been aged for years from growing. So Tom sort of was battling with we're doing monograph drugs. So they would look at industrial monograph drugs let fentanyl be introduced into a 24 pump. Wow. And then also we legalization. Or it's like California. Some of these fields were no longer profitable. Mexico has giant drug markets that are fought over. And people have try this. Oh boy, it's like trial samples that they hand out in the supermarket. Oh no. So at some point in the past, somebody down in the school probably tried the first load of Mexican fentanyl and loaded heroin. somebody somewhere out there probably did the first hit, but they kind of went here or died immediately, or died in a soldier boat. It's the amount of fentanyl kills patients. Yeah, but it was in here, though. It was in China, here in the U.S. And then you'll see this bigger problem in Mexico is it's in the United States. The reason is we got reasons why. It's not because Mexico cracks down on fentanyl. There's no fentanyl on the streets. It's because the cartels out there will kill you. They catch you selling that shit locally. Wow. If the cartels catch you selling anything that isn't from them or fentanyl in certain areas,
It's a little bit experimental.
so that's the best. That's the Mexican Dare program. So what if they know it's bad? Yeah, they know. And I mean, you see some of these cartels publicly claim like, we don't deal with this fentanyl thing. This is not us. Fentanyl as a whole, I think in the U.S. is kind of down. Yeah, but I know that not all of it or not most of it is now coming from Mexico. I mean, you'll still get the shipments of fentanyl. You also get fentanyl from the man. There's a loophole that they finally been closed about exporting cities. So they're below $800 or something like that. Full scan. So I know for a fact that things in the United States that have fentanyl in them and they start loading them, selling fentanyl substances into U.S. without any sort of going for a bit longer. So you had cases of people, cartel members getting caught with fentanyl smuggling into Mexico. They get their regular supply in China. And that's what they were utilizing to infuse the drugs that they wanted to send over to the U.S. But the one that didn't have any of those issues was the generation cartel. Because they have both sides of the country. And also they always had, I don't want to say the Republic of China purposely isn't sending fentanyl or turning blind eye to us. It's probably the case, though. Yeah, it's probably the case. Well, it seems like that would be a good move. I wish you had thousands of people hooked on this terrible drug. And, I mean, they're all in the U.S. as well right now. And single file. I was watching some video that some guy made about Maine. About there's this town in Maine, but there's all these Chinese nationals in there, and they've taken over weed operations. It's wild. I think Mexico is so weird. Vietnam, in a lot of ways, because you see influences in Mexico in ways. The current administration is very pro Venezuela, Cuba, Rabbis, and the United States. They're pretty friendly. So that's all of these precursors and supplies and all of these Chinese chemists, industrialists, individuals, a lot of the cartels were basically hiding their money through Chinese banking institutions. That's the way you hide money in the U.S. Yeah, take it to a Chinese money. Mexico. You have a shell company down there or a real company down there. things have changed, the dynamics have changed, but you can clearly see that some way they
could have been called easily
people in China, when I say I've heard people say that the largest intelligence organization is Chinese, the Chinese government, because I mean, to believe that all these industrialists and all these candidates come to go and show these cartel members how to manufacture, or actually fabricate. They've been fabricating fentanyl in Mexico. And if you look at what's found in Mexico, but they're actually making it in Mexico. This is very common now. But they learn to trade records go back from people from China. How can the Chinese government have these people moving in and out of the country and showing these things and back and forth and actually, oh, they're drawing people up. They're probably doing
such change.
They're operating in central Mexico. They have so they're which is like old school Maduro, president being placed on. And then they and he's based on the Chinese cartel. Which is an interesting narrative. What is this putting out there? I don't know. You see a lot of these Venezuelan people have clear like knowledge and skills, and training, and they're operating in Mexico. Clearly with some sort of command or directive structure that isn't clearly known. Why who's sending them who's sending control of them, who's organizing what? It's like destabilizing. I think it's interesting that when we hear this mention of authorized military actions in South America, they don't say Mexico, it's just South America. It comes up as Venezuela and Mexico. Drugs. This is about regional stability. Security. Industrial plant is the most resource on the planet right now.
It's not going to have the
ways to feed the next generation. The U.S. sees this. And what does the U.S. is living right now? An industrial plant. Right. To get on Mexico. And Maduro, it's just the first time where there's been a gigantic bounty on a president of a South American country in our lifetime. I don't remember anybody else that was a but it's wild. It's wild. It's the president of a country that offered $50 million for his capture. And he's TV screaming, he says daily, how does he keep getting kidnapped? I have no idea. And then they try to blow him up with a drone. They try to imagine for 50 mil, like some bigger high-level guy might snatch him up. Yeah, I don't know how that works as far as the down. He's mobilized militia forces all over the country. That was 3 years ago, 5 years ago. A bunch of Americans were apparently hired to go and try and liberate Venezuela. And they all got caught by fishermen on the coast. They got caught by fishing. There was some fishermen on the coast that were like, hey, what are these guys doing here? Fucking 50 gallon top of a pickup truck, and I think they were grabbed and put on media. These guys are all being there. I think one of them did security for Trump event, so they put it all on Trump. Trump organized this. I don't know all the details. This is like a little bit out of my wheelhouse, but what I've heard is that a lot of that money actually came from Cuban intelligence people who were just trying to orchestrate an embarrassing moment for the U.S. by paying these mercenaries for to try and liberate Venezuela. I just can't. That's something like that. There's a lot of gold coming out of that country. It has a lot of gold. There's a lot of shady things coming out of that country. Any country that is outside of this country. The United States as a country. You don't have any evidence of that, but there's a bunch of them that have some sort of free movement between Venezuela and Mexico. What's going on? What is going on? But so hard to pass, even more than the past. What would happen if he didn't win? And all these migrant camps, he had all these migrant camps being set up. Oh shit. It is a real business. What part of the world do you think is the largest market? It's the United States. They not go on. Whenever they catch some new guy, phenomenon that's going on that I don't see a lot of people talk about is that the fact move to Mexico. Mexico is harder to find some of these people, so a lot of these some of these expat community places there are people hiding out. And they don't no longer have to figure out stuff in the U.S. So they move down there. Some of that down there. Trafficking of children, the sales of children, child theft, kidnappings are common. Very common. And it's not something that you hear a lot. Children. have had some sort of organized effort with to like help that out. You're an art member and you're on board and all of a sudden you see sort of organized as an immigrant myself, I know that this administration, specifically in this part, is fear. I see the effects of it in different industries, from agricultural to culture to this general anxiety that is felt across the group of people my color skin that walk in Mexico are. But I also am not blind to or not stupid to see and compare it to the past administration and some of the shit that went on there. That's the problem, is it's an overcorrection. The problem is that you know the cartel numbers are just free going across and you human trafficking and you want to stop it. Then you want to get everybody out that came in during the last 20 million people you have to go for. Yeah. And the problem is some of them are good people. Some of them are not gang members. Most of them are just people that want to bet. They have mandates. The mandates are creepy because the people become numbers. We say we got to get rid of them out every day. And they just show up a hard-working guy with a family who just wants to like do some roofing job, do some flowers, lady selling rice. And then there's this pushback on amnesty. Pushback. Like, someone's been here for 20 years, they've worked on a farm, they're good people, they've established a family here. Let's figure out a pathway to amnesty. And then there's a hard right pushback. They're like, fuck you. You got here illegally, get the fuck out. It's like, those are jobs Americans can do. It's like, well, first of all, my take on that is if you're using illegal labor, at the bottom line, what we're doing is not paying people what they should be paying. Illegal immigration is illegal people who wanted to remain right because they need that cheap labor. That's another thing. Someone explained that to me, that he was having a conversation with this extremely wealthy guy who was upset at the crackdown on the border because illegal workers, it's part of their business model because you don't have to pay them any benefits. Yeah, exactly. And they can't complain. If they do, yeah, which is, that's not good. You shouldn't have that. So they should find out, first of all, forget about whether or not someone's illegal or not. Like, when you pay, you should have like a detailed record of how much everybody who works for you gets paid. And if there's a bunch of people that are working for you that are on record, what's going on? Why you have this enormous corporation that relies on illegal labor? They're illegally coming up to the U.S. and migrating as a worker, but it's hard. And that's the problem. If you're poor, it's almost impossible. I have good friends that have immigrated to the United States, and they have to prove that their job is something that can't be done by an American, or that they're exceptional at their job. When I went through my immigration process, I had no wife who I've known since I was 16, next to me, and my daughter. And they didn't believe that our marriage was real. So I definitely, and I had all of the things that I didn't need to have that immigration go through, and it was the most difficult process that I've ever gone through. And I can imagine other people that have, I don't know, how about they don't speak English, right? How about they have no money? But there are quotas for other countries. I remember when I got mine, there was like a Nigerian that couldn't speak English, and he got it, and I got like more information. And that's another aspect. Somebody brown in this country that's he was the foundation of most cities. I would think that's crazy. I'll just never see that documentary. David on Mexico. Yeah. Got another work sites. Also, that's what you're doing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. it's been wild seeing that and the effect it has had on just general on the Mexican side is fear and anger and more anti-American feelings. And then also with this warline of these Americans because they think about and I have a friend that I sometimes talk about in a place like Tijuana where we see deportees show up in Tijuana and there's a lot of them like that. Imagine you live in the U.S. from when you're 2 years old all the way to your 30s and then they tell you right and then you're now you're in a shanty town in Tijuana. Great. So you have to tell how they pay taxes for all this period, pay taxes. And some of them have careers, some of them have family. They're not getting taxes. That's insane. Like, they should be grandfathered. They could figure out a way. Like, if somebody came over here when they're 2, stop. Yeah, stop. The amount of people getting kind of separated and also I mean, they're not. We have a situation now where there's American homeless people in Tijuana asking for money. Like, that's one thing. And people that you think are Mexicans were recently some of them can't speak Spanish or what since he was 2 and he found out that he didn't have any that's fucking insane. I think you're responsible to say this is overcorrection. I think that is a very true statement. It's also treating people in numbers, and not having the resources to look at each individual case, not having good people, and also everybody loses their compassion. You just deal with it over and over and over again. You're like, enough. Like, they lose their humanity. Yeah, I understand that aspect of it. It's horrible, but this is we're gonna live with the consequences of this. Every kid's already gonna live with the consequences of this in the future. And people with national karma back at the United States leaving Afghanistan as it did. Guaranteed that it's gonna be very hard for America to find friends. However, deals with Mexico in the next few years is going to divide this nation. This is whatever's happening right now, whatever the election is pointing at is going to divide us. I mean, my kids, they're going to have to live with results of this. But there's some mass deportations going on during the Obama. A lot of people are aware of. They used to call the deporter in chief. This is one thing that just makes me nuts because whenever I hear people over here, they want to vilify just one side. Right? Yeah, you can't do that. It's a trap. Yeah, that's a trap. Obama was deported. A lot of people. I think it was 3 million people. It was like this. How many people does the Obama administration deport over the entire? I think it was like 50 people. And why was he deported so many people? Pressure. They probably had some sort of political pressure, I'm not sure. The thing I point at is that within my Democratic Party, he's going to help, whatever government whatever state. Yeah. But no, he was a part of the same party that supported Obama, and Obama was doing all this. 3,307,000. So what is that total on the left? Just read the border, U.S. Mexico border apprehensions. So total deportations. 5 million. Not just Mexico. Right. 5 million. Bush administration. 10 million. Bush administration. Wow. How many has Trump deported? Let's find that out. Yeah, the perception of the villain, like in the community, it's about 22. Those are the enemy. These are our friends. Those are the enemies. What they're doing exactly right here. You know, people get so caught up in. You know. The whole thing has nothing to do. You're just a little pawn. And they use TikTok too. They went to the snake handler place. Beautiful experience. Mexico, America's going to Mexico. There was like, I'm doing this. They should sell the skin to the cleaners and something like that. So how did you get in contact with snake handlers? I do a lot of training across the country for
and this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe after the intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially Europe, and the uprising of the Magnitsky rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. One last detail of Sparta, the hunt for heresy really engaged in the 17th century. Primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, was well regarded as a Jew. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual. He used to like to go off on his own. He was a sought after ruler, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later on. Went through a series of rather strange, including marriage to a Torah scroll. You know, the older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of a villain, but historiography in the later 20th century suggests that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again, it fits roughly with the age of onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illumination, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him, and specifically when he connected with one individual named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to lay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi, which all over the continent, in particular incidentally in Amsterdam, where we were working a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan Messiah, now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Miss Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of that, Shabtai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife, and many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabtai Tzvi is Mashiach and the Messiah is converted to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to bring about the final era of redemption. And these Jews, by the way, were well known right after realized that Shabtai Tzvi, they were devastated and penniless back to their homes in sour taste in the collection of European Jewry, they kind of this Kabbalistic. One famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of Tzvi, and as his he adduced it for various mystical purposes, possible pilgrimage. It even affected some of the great Protestant thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Santo, known as the Rothschild. His book, the Mesilas Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. And the Haskalah all loved the works that were called. He was mercilessly pursued. You assume that he was, in fact, a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. Many of his writings, in one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they and they were found again. So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere in his writings on one day, that's kind of like the environment in the 17th century is like over their shoulder for possible heresy, the lingering shadow of Shabtai Tzvi, and there's the demographic of evil. There's like challenges to really fundamental basic things. Questions like who wrote the Bible? Like, wow, is that the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza? All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period of discussion. Let's have a look at this map and just try to understand where Jews lived during this period and where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth in the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period when we're discussing. But the reason I like this map as opposed to another one created by the wonderful Institute by International Institute of Genealogy, is that it shows some growth, the larger orange circles on top of the green with some growth. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire. You've got the Austrian German Empire here, sort of a lighter beige. And in these three areas, first we have the area that is associated with the growth of Hasidim. Typically, southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength, although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area within the Hasidic. There are even Hasidim in the Lithuanian for the expansion of class franchise felt disconnected from the principles of learning. They felt like no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being, and so they felt shunned. And the third group, definitely put it in. These are the masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless, huge regions that are dominated by Mizrahi by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas, and in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway, and that's where I hope we will turn. God willing, we'll meet again at 7:30 on Monday night. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and if you want to get some of your questions. Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact on the way Jews thought in the 18th century. And I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now. To that tumultuous century in terms of history. Today, I'd like more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born, how the Masnagdim movement to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Masnagdim, they are, kind of defending the status quo, vision of the status quo with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claim to be defending was in the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish and religion, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Mishnah really resulted in tremendous upheavals in their Yiddish gas, the Jewish streets. Okay, so let us start by beginning with a fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What stands for? What is so revolutionary about it? If we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly about to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis this Nazism, the background that it came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what did Misnagdim believe, and then finally what Hasidim believe, left. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular, to the traditional count of referred to in the Talmudic passage without necessarily 613. do the Mishnah feel about it? Well, identical. Leave this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses in the form of the written Torah. But Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological group. And if we break up the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we'll get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. So they may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but for the detail, they certainly agree that Shabbat is actually sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for private family life. Both of us talking about the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachos as well, as they are with all 610 other comment, be able to distinguish, well, that's a pasuk, that is a misnaged, much like what we recognize as an So I would like to tender that in many ways it's really a matter of style, that the Hasidim have a distinct vector that they follow with their style that expresses itself in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they're looking tradition, particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and to bring it to the fore, presenting things that are full. They're discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but nevertheless, it is not ab initio creation. The rebellion of tradition is what the Mishnah will be exemplifying, in that they are going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand, a historical reality that in itself represents some change in rebellion. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim is that they are Jewish, but even more so. It's like Jewish kindness, but the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous.
went to a medical class out in Tennessee, and someone here was like, hey, you're going to show around with one go see China distilleries like is it is that the church around here where they yeah, why would you want to go there? Because it's exotic to me. Yeah. I want to go there too. I want to see. Yeah. I can't tell you too much about it. Some people keep it low key, but like I'm Catholic. Catholic is Christian. According to that, why is that okay? That is the true words. Yeah. I want to see. Right. Baskets. Start getting pulled out and around saying, so we know what basket was saying. It might have kind of there's something in there in my life.
Like everybody else. Rothschild, who said that it has listed meaning to allow it to
I always think about this. I see more of the United States than most of them. Why Iowa and Alaska, but I've been every other place. I was in a room in Tennessee watching a bunch of dudes. Oh boy, you went to a snake handler place? Beautiful experience. Mexico, Americans went to Mexico and watched bullfights. And when I was there, I was like, doing exactly the same shit you gotta do with the shit. Yeah, I grew up around snakes. I used to hunt them and sell the skin to the bootmakers and all that. So how did you get contact with snake handlers? I do a lot of training across the country for police, government institutions, privately, and got a medical class out in Tennessee. And somebody there like, hey, you're like, show around with one who's seen China distilleries. Like, is it these types of churches around here where they, why would you want to go there? Because it's exotic. Yeah, but I want to go there too. I want to see. When I went there, they asked me, are you Christian? I'm Catholic. So you're not Christian. Catholic is Christian. According to them, it's a satanic institution. Oh, but it's like, okay, are you ready? Except for the true words, yeah. I was baskets start kind of getting pulled out. And adaptation. I grew up around snakes, so we don't want to basket with a snake. There's something in there. I thought they were defanged in my mind. I was like, definitely we have poisonous snakes. I don't know if they get something done, so they're like chill. They die all the time, those guys. Yeah. One got whacked recently. Yeah, but they were still like handling them. Just proving their faith. If you're handling snakes all the time, you get accustomed to your handling them. That's always your feet. I was pictures around. There's actually So you can find an article about a guy recently, snake handler, who got killed. Wow. Not the same as mine. This is 1.4 miles. And what is he at now? I mean, they're only 6, letting in 20. Like, what do you think you're doing? Was that a part of destabilization? I know there was also efforts to move people to specific states so that you can get a large number for the census, so you get more congressional seats. This is a dark thing that people don't want to admit because they're dying the whole Democrat, but listen, it is. It's a remember who to vote for. A conversation with my parents. No, it's about congressional seats. It's like the census counts illegals, and not only that, they're trying to make it so that those people can vote. And if you can make it so that those people can vote, then all of a sudden you ship these people to a place. You give them EBT cards, you get them on food stamps, you give them Medicaid money, they have money. And now you're gonna vote for people got your money. You got people who gave you the food stamps. It's like, who are you gonna vote for? Yes. All these congressional seats is one swing states. And I think there's a little of that too. I think there's population collapse. There's a population. Nobody's in. There's no places in China. Right, and I think they're on the collapse. If they go through this, the U.S. is some points in that history they could kind of close it out. Japan's in the middle of it. South Korea is experiencing it. And I ask exactly. I'm trying to find logic of maybe deporting the Biden administration doing that and then open the door in that way. For me, it's always been interesting how a lot of these migrant caravans have a story or a narrative in their head away from where they're coming from up into the U.S. So, like, the show line was here, and I think you mentioned that we actually went and took a to one of these migrant caravans that was right on the border. And I told him, hey, Sean, you want to talk to somebody? Sure. And he got a kick out of the fact that in the middle of this camp, there was a giant bike flag flying. But that wasn't the funniest thing. I'll tell you if I can take the picture. All of the guys that were interviewing this is still cool with gas era. Some of them had Make America Great Again mask on. I have no idea. People listen to people interviewing them have Make America Great Again mask on. But they were told by the organizers that they had a clear path to the U.S. And then all they needed to do was make a lot of noise on the border. You know, make a lot of newsworthy events on the border. Talk to all the press they could. And somebody there was keeping tabs and go, wow, that was their mindset that was that, which is weird. And then some of them would talk to us about the fact that they would get aid from Americans would come down and give them cabs and tents, USA. And there was a lot of dollars being handed out to pay for things. So it was all this now, like I actually talked to three I think that was October. They just got to the border. Now their idea is to go to Europe. They have this weird sense somewhere down there that Europe is taking it. So they're trying to make their way to go from Mexico. They want to go to Europe. I don't like the US anymore, which is yeah, that's really crazy. Yeah. What is it about? Like, why? Why would someone organize this? Why would someone fund this? Maybe they want the U.S. wants to avoid depopulation that could put a thin line, so that this is one way to get back to work. There's probably many factors, right? The destabilization is one, but just politically to get more congressional seats because of the way that they use the census, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that? They said they weren't going to count illegals in the census anymore. Is that? I mean, what kind of laws are like? Could you do that with an executive order? Like, I don't know how you would do that. So you have that, and then you have the true need for Buenos Dias. And 80% of the time, like, Buenos Dias. What's our next great one? We had this conversation. Kitchens. I got drug people they told me about that. So I was I was in Vegas and this sushi restaurant. I love sushi restaurant. Trump calls for the U.S. Census that excludes undocumented immigrant census has historically counted all residents regardless of citizenship status as required by the 14th Amendment. So you can't really do that. Unresidents power for the census. I mean, that's changing. So Congress would have to agree with you on something like that. Which I think politically there might be motivation to do that because you could game the system by an administration allowing not just mass immigration, but then the moving of win-win. Whenever I travel, I always look at people in the service industry. Like I try to see where they're from. It's always Mexican. But individually in that, the amount of like cultures I'm experiencing across the country is like, wow, this is like the UN country. Like, everywhere I go, I meet people all over the world. Well, that's part of the beauty of America, really. The beauty of America is that it's a melting pot. That's supposed to be what's cool about it, but when it's sort of weaponized in this way, when people are using it for their political gain and bringing people in for political gain, and then making a person like you go through crazy hoops and ladders and all this shit to try to get in here legally. You're discouraging immigration in favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy. And I understand the part of the American populace that parts like we want to keep America American. Guess what? I want to keep America American. That's why I came up here. Going to Kentucky and experiencing that America. Cool. Listen, there's no more American people than you. America. Those folks are hardcore America. What communism looks like. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach you in college. There's laws that prohibit you from being violent verbally against the public, apologizing for insults, and public humiliation basically is being legalized. And Mexico is going towards that side of things. But I'm up here and I'm seeing some of the things up here as well. So like I have this vision of the U.S. where it's like, cool. This is a place where I'm safe to pursue whatever happiness I think exists. I didn't find where I came from this or that. Why do I want to bring some of that here? I guess would be one of the ways I think about it. I don't want this Texas is kind of boring. Let's bring in fucking militarized cartel members and roll around the city and pick up kids and shit like that. Train them in the camps. What is the big fear about Texas having California? Don't California or Texas. Yeah. Because they're like, man, California is just bullshit. We gotta get out of here. This place, the laws are dumb. What made this place? Those fucking laws, dumbass. Yeah. Like a constitutional carry. Yeah. Cool thing. Keeps everybody super polite. Yeah. Everybody's polite. Also like, hey, call the cops after. Whatever brutality that is. In Mexico, airsoft guns are like this thing. You can't buy a site for a gun. If you want to buy a gun, you have to fly to Mexico City, which basically makes it prohibited to anybody who doesn't have any means or money to get guns or train. So it's basically, you don't get the privilege to defend yourself. You can't trust the cops. 90% of all murders are never solved. And look at all these fucking movie gangs moving around with fucking capabilities of taking them helicopters. They're cool. You can't have a 22 caliber pistol. That's the mindset. When I came up here, I'm like, oh, cool. This is a place where some of that is not the case. Like that's what you kind of lost past in California while I was going through my process. And people started showing up to the gun range and I would go train with like weird California white guns that you had to like well-built magazine to a certain place and stuff like that. And I was like, oh man, it's changing up here too. Just California. Yeah, so it's not worth it. Just California's rough. Like, some of the things they did, like they made pistol companies make magazines with lower capacity. If you can't kill me with anything, like what? How many lives does that say? Zero? Some of those laws are retarded. But like it's just an illusion that they're doing something called drug violence or gang violence or gun violence. It's all an illusion. Yeah, it's all in optics. It is. I mean, it's American experience. You know, I've been profiled. I've been racist shit has been sent to the hills where you live. Texas, Houston, beautiful Houston. It's right about. Yeah, I love Houston. I love it. It's a little bit of Mexico. There's Houston is a big ass melting pot. It's one of the best cities. Yeah, it really is. When I got there, I lived in Kentucky for a bit, California, I've experienced great profiling and racism in California, which is pretty funny to say, but that's where I experienced most of it. I've experienced people opening their houses to be like just being the best people in Texas and Kentucky people. That's like cool as well. I've experienced the best and worst in the country has to offer, I think. And I can see in it, like, I get what America is. Like, I finished high school and had to work for a paramilitary institution somewhere in Mexico. And then I came up here and I've spoken to members of Congress. I've trained federal forces and people that I've read about books about how to do things. And I learned in this horrible country warfare that I had to go through. There's no other place on the planet where I'm providing these opportunities for myself and for my daughter. There's no other place in the world. So like I tell you, I'm fucking the skin of the game when it comes to this kind of thing. It's hard. I think with the way things are now, like we're like brown Mexican immigrants of any sort of my favorite that might want to like see like so that's it's again it's I've talked to my community across the country. It's a general lens. I'm not awful, but or in Mexico, but California used to get in LA and it just doesn't have any more. And all of a sudden you see that is fucking dark. That's crazy. And that makes everybody else feel like, well, that's not a good thing to do. That's a bad thing. That's an immoral thing to do. You do when you don't care. And this is supposed to be the shining light of the world. Yeah. Like I talk to everybody. Like I'm an open conversation, open up with anybody. I don't see anybody that I don't see anybody that I told me I've been through shit. I've been through hell and back. So I think I'm in a situation where I've had to talk to immigration officials and, what's it like? Like, what's it look like? being the villain, like kind of the amount of a lot of these guys are getting doxxed. They're utilizing AI technology to take a picture of them and then moving fast and give a guesstimation of what their faces are like. There's people that are documenting their tattoos and then doxing them online. They're like, why do you ask that? Because that's how they got to us. That's into the end. There was a lot of interest out there. I could see that high levels just separate us and keep us. Like at a cultural level, I think the whole agenda is to create even more conflict. Somebody has a plan. Like, hopefully someone knows they're doing somewhere, or maybe not. If they don't, that's a dark wonder. I wonder if it really is a big plan, or if it really is just fucking human chaos. If I found myself in a room with non-people, and there's like, then I'm like, oh, these guys are smart. Like, whatever this is, you're gonna be kind of, at least somebody that knows their shit is gonna be in charge. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. I see this. I see the U.S. in people see the U.S. decline. Not to experience the U.S. Crossing the border, going to San Diego and going to SeaWorld with my parents and shopping and seeing the proportions of everything bigger at the supermarket. And then as an immigrant in the U.S. now, everything's smaller. And the infrastructure is very dilapidated in certain parts of the country. And it's not the U.S. of the 80s. It's not the U.S. of the 90s. It's different. So yeah, I can see why people back then, something has to be done by the as a country. But I think you hit it on the head. We went through Biden was all about who's in charge. Is no question I have. Like, I don't really, was that in charge? No. Somebody was. Not only that, I think it was one of them. There's like fake Bidens. Yeah. And his son going online and doing an interview, he's giving us like an intimate view of his family conversation. His son sounds fun. He's part of that guy. Well, not anymore. Back then, maybe. I don't think he's part of it anymore. But it's wild to think those. And people question why things are the way they are and why people are struggling in different parts of this country, different parts of society in this country. I came here to work and to make a better life for myself and for my kids. And I somehow managed to be in a place where I have like an employee, I have a company, I'm working, doing work. Like the American dream. It is the American dream. It still exists. And I'm proof of it still being. But it's under attack from all sides. From all sides. About 3 times. People need to realize that it's not just right. There's definitely an interest to keep us all fighting. But social media is a big part of that. That's literally how most people are getting their information to the narratives. And the same fight that is playing on social media statewide, stateside, is kind of like the same fight that is being invested. We're not enemies. We should be enemies. We should be the best of friends. There are thousands of Americans living in Mexico. There's protests going on for gentrification in Mexico City, from people being pushed off, from the rules written on walls. Meanwhile, there's ice raids in LA, and people are getting locked up and being deported. And that's happening all the while where people are just like, Mexicans are like sick of all these Americans living in political parts of Mexico and gentrifying, which is wild. I mean, are we into a mass American deportations from Mexico? Is that going to happen? In the past, you could just cross the border with an American and they wouldn't ask you. Now they have to write. Real, yes. Now, a lot of Americans that live in places like Tijuana and then San Diego have encountered this. Things are where's your ID? They look Mexican. Man, well, where's your federal voter ID? Here go back. I think we're yeah, this is you have to pay for like the visa extension thing. Possible regularly, you can be used for long periods. But things have changed. Again, these lines are being drawn on the ground. I don't think are good for anybody. Free commerce at that border. San Diego and Tijuana are one and the same. For blood, family, commerce, they're one and the same. Why draw a line there? Yeah, when I used to work in San Diego, after the shows, I meet a bunch of people that came to the show from and it's like we're at our house. We have everything we need to just plug into the United States on the giant walls and guards on the walls and the walls and that wall. They just gotta make it so that cartel members can't just come across or terrorists from other countries don't have an easy pathway going down to Mexico. Oh yeah, is one issue. Floating trucks coming up from Mexico is another issue. The organized crime elements in Mexico do horrific things to local populace and to each other when they fight each other is another issue. But also the United States historical foreign policy in Mexico and its responsibility for a lot of these things happening in Mexico is also key. What should the United States do about its responsibility in the past and some of its foreign policies in Mexico that have led Mexico to be where it is right now as far as violence? I don't know. I don't think a full-on military attack like Afghanistan or Iraq would be the answer because we see where that goes. It's not as easy as sending just drones down there and exploring the fields because we also see what that happens when they had one snake. Just the fact that they haven't seen a lot of cartels brought up to Texas and all that they did well cartel violence in Mexico and the Sinaloa cartel and it's Sinaloa and it might probably be one of the United States national security more influential. That's what that did. Wow. And path forward. This is like both countries are linked through blood, genetics, culture. The dude online saying that Mexican food is better than the US and Mexico is nonsense. He's an idiot. Not nonsense. He's a stupid dude. But both countries are again, I've been across this country. I traveled across it, and it is a love. I love Mexico as well. It's my home country, and I travel when I can there as well. I don't see the future without both our countries just like figuring things out together. I don't think the future like that. Most are weird and each other more than we think in the coming years. And will be warfare between both countries. It's not fucking insane. It's not going to be to anything. The United States doesn't have an end on this stuff. The wave of migration that will come out of that country if you start funding bombing targeted strikes in certain parts of that country. There's no way. So if you want to talk about that, like migration, you're going the wrong way. And also, at one point, to some of the China organizations, as I said, become freedom fighters. Right? And once they become freedom fighters, at one point, they start targeting Americans. Right? I've spoken to members of Congress, and I've spoken to members. I've been in Washington a few times. I've spoken to people that are in charge of things, and they have notions. Some of them don't, but some of them clearly, they took that, get that world. They're not like fully invested in finding out, really diving deep and getting an understanding of it. How did they know? That there's they're doing the right way. I've been in rooms with this conflict, and they're asking the right people. But some of them are verifying, like, oh, we were just in Mexico, we spoke to the local officials there, they told us that they're doing this, that, and look at all the drugs they just have got. I used to work for them, and it's no really problem. I used to like produce them. Also, that seizure, they're on payroll for this, the governor of this place where this seizure happened, he just took her visa away because the husband involved fuel smuggling. So, like, is this a win? Wow. But yes, you're freaking me out. I'm sorry, but sorry. There are people that are trying to figure it out in the government. There are people that are asking the right questions. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they have with the information, but a few things are clear. Everything is on the table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond in South America right now. There is an interest by the United States in some of that going through it. That's clear. And what that's going to look like is it already happening with the abduction and subsequent arrest of somebody. On a plane and some pretty kind of weird circumstances to the United States. It's the United States team that is moving over Mexico in some way, shape, or form. I don't know. There's a bunch of political exposés going on all over Mexico right now. A bunch of like documents and members of their very austere political party having lavish lifestyles outside of the country. They get photographed, and then that goes on the news, and then the president of Mexico says the CIA probably is taking all those pictures as a counter operation to what they're doing. Oh boy! So I think whatever's happening is it's already in motion. Consideration the outcome of the fallout. I don't think they're ready to go to somewhere and have a bunch of police officers, the military, and then now you're involved in a fight. Because they're all involved. Some of them are hearing stories of these people supplying showing them how to use those rocket launchers that they're getting from Ukraine. You hear these stories and you're like, just like that dude saying I'm the CIA, all the time, you're like, yeah, you're just talking out of your ass. It's conspiracy theory shit. 5 years ago, I said terrorist designation and direct, but here we are. On that side of the conspiracy, but the first one I've been following the work over the last 5 years, so it's great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online. Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account over 500,000. After the podcast, I posted well to their homes for COVID, someone has announced his Manifesto Radio podcast. It's at Manifesto Radio Pod on Instagram and on YouTube. If you want to check me out, I have a small podcast I talk to just people and I post pictures daily and a bunch of weird memes and stuff like that. It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people that are involved in this, and just putting the word out there. I'm not in politics. I am not a reporter. I'm not a cartel reporter. I am a dude going through some shit. I'm still going through some shit. I'm trying to figure things out as a young American, and I want the best for both countries. That's why I am.
So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out. Really can't study it.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Podcast my name all day.
Virtually.
Some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when there was a dude that claimed to work in Area 51 and then got at that? Yeah, you should put out. Yeah, that was a good one. I was the man. Yeah, that's why we put that photo up there. Because he was, a lot of those subjects that we covered, he was the original guy talking all these things on the radio. Yeah, they didn't know the fact that he just had the open lines. If you're a time traveler, just call it and tell us what's going to happen in the future. People that were kidnapped by Bigfoot, like, no matter what, Art was like, interesting, tell me more. Yeah, like he was open to talking to that's what I ever called bullshit. So then the last time I saw it, he gave me that, and Brian Callen blew it. It caused the pandemic. He was very good. I don't know where I just like grab it. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about this viral popular thing. Like, if you think about it, sound is creepy. Yeah, definitely weird. Yeah. Like, when did they start using them? Because people keep finding them, but I think they were around before them. A lot of them. So, with the but they've been like just a fuck with people. Yeah, and making honestly, during these flower wars, where they would have with I think classical thing, even where they would go and capture people to bring back to the pyramid to sacrifice. That's what you're yeah. You know, back when they yeah. From Mexico, like everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec. You're probably some other tribe that didn't fight against the Mexican. Jesus. The history of Mexico is so strange. It's so long. Story. There's so many chapters of it. Called, but it's basically the city of the gods. Is what the Aztecs called them because when they went through, which is nuts. Yeah. The Aztecs, in essence, violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting for it was a bad. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it's the language they assumed was they were conquered. Yeah, there's a bunch of lost language. Something interesting happened with them, and they're not Cortez history. I guess people, it's perfect. They can kind of look at it from the outside perspective, colonial invasion. But when you look at it, I mean, they were just getting off their own conquest. They were conquested by the Moors, so they weren't getting free from that. So they were already mixed in there. They're brown people. Right? It's not blonde hair white people coming on that boat. There's already brown people on that boat coming. Hernan Cortez is very much made as a villain in this story. But when you way other parts of the world, there was a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides because the Aztecs also did a lot of but in the end, I think Mexico went around the decided to take a month and a half, but it's essential. Like we say, like sending the chaos letters to apologize for that. When you're asking that to me, you're probably an ancestor of those very people. So it's kind of you more than us. Yeah, we didn't even go when they were still here. Yes. And people ask where the fire went. You go down there, yeah. Exactly like paintings. If you've ever been to the anthropological museum, it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detail oriented, and the whole feeling of them just being gone or disappearing as a mystery. I mean, I know of Egypt dwarf even that, but when for Europeans ever settled into America, like way before there was anything like this anywhere else. A lot of strong backs, a lot of wood kind of thinking. So yeah, there was a lot of that, but there was also you guys so good. And like when you look at the unfortunately, but when I was yeah, I guess from 2000, and you were allowed to walk up that. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then yeah, the levels don't get lynched. The top and a bunch of dog was on. That's a weird thing about old pyramid. I don't know why it looks like it's like the images. When you see these things, some of these there's some problems. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing. It is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals, and he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insane complex structures. And that's a weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and seeing some of the artifacts. A lot of the psychedelics they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, blood type thing. Trying to invoke in them, I don't know, visions. So just being in such extreme pain and such state of mind that you transcend, yeah, which matches up perfectly with some of the Catholic when they arrive. When you look at a lot of the cultures, specifically in Mexico, you see that they meant kind of like the perfect culture, like they match in a lot of ways. When the Catholics arrived, yeah, the Mexicans were venerating the mother goddess at a grotto was big. A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there, but I don't see a lot of this probably back in the day. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice. Yes, which a lot of people in Mexico are involved with. A big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, skull piles commemorating whatever war and depictions of them in crises that they themselves made of just sacrifice people on top of pyramids and pulling out their hearts. Well, there was that one statue that's on top of the pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's why they would sacrifice for you. I mean, it makes sense. Even the way that in the art it's depicted, you can't fake that. Most people think you go through the webpage to get the heart. No, they go through the diaphragm right down here. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like you got Piccoli, which is the lord of the underworld of the Aztecs. Sometimes it's depicted with a skeletal form with its hands spread out like this, and you can see a split diaphragm on the bottom coming out underneath the webpage as a signifier, and that's when they go up to grab the heart. That's where they go. Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees with his, torso faced upward. That one, yeah, that was on there explained to me. And again, I imagine that a lot of these things, I mean, you have to interpret because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential. It was like an essential thing for these cultures. It was one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. They were also talking about a god that those skulls in the corner right next to yours are jammed in the middle there. Where the capital of Mexico is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's a temple Mayor, the major temple of the Aztec Empire, and there's a lot of those types of symbolic throughout the skulls, because that's where they would have the Zipate, I think it's called. Sorry if I butchered the word. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramids, on top of their central pyramid. This way, all the people that had gone off. And what was the story? Was it the completion of Tenochtitlan or one of the Aztec pyramids where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had? I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how people kind of figure out those numbers, right? But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had, which if you're into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, it has this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny. There's something about human talent that I've also smelled and blood that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And they describe the smell on some of these pyramids when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, peasants coming off that building were awestruck when they saw the city. Yeah, it had water coming into it. This super sisters complex of just this structure and culture that was uncontested there. So when they got there, completely different than anything here. But yeah, so they came over here and they're like, what is going on? This movie, what are you guys doing? How do you get so much gold? Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold there. But they found the other things. That wasn't their main central thing. So it was kind of puzzle about why they were so interested in some of the gold that we daily had. But when conquest finally kind of subsided and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that happened. Lords within the same culture became allies of the invading forces. And when they won, they were like, you're now title owner, leader of this area, and here's the royal 60,000 human sacrifice. Oh my God, you can see where they was channel put down. I think this. I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and he would fight several people. Sure, it's like a, I don't know, like a sacrifice, like a fighting sacrifice. It's a different type of sacrifice than human intelligence applied to cruelty. It's very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see torture. Torture, just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual or to I mean, because everyone's afraid to die, so you just show death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody, cutting people's hearts out. They're still alive. It just keeps everybody on the spectacle. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I've partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AGD3K2, an AG1 welcome kit, and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps, there they go, sacrificing people, throwing their bodies off the side. People keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S., where all Native Americans were like peaceful, and it was like a utopia before they came in. And, but that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. The white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were. And they came over here and this is good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Not really. In fact, they were killing each other. And not only that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches, all those motherfuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made TVs, they made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved your people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, from right in this spot. And they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, you gotta be. That's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, that makes it keep one guy alive to watch him, let him go. You didn't know, tell him. Psychological. Yeah, operations. So everybody else gets butchered, one guy let go. You go tell everybody, we're out here. No. Some of the horrors are still happening. Down south, Saturday of things. 6 or 7. Also, Jamie, because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. It was the beginning down in Mexico, and it was it's a safe or not a historically safe part of Mexico. And where this stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are sort of genetic memory. I bet perhaps sense. Well, I need to get a place. Puebla. Visit Puebla. This is don't be there at the wrong time. I just don't work for the cartels, I guess. Yeah, so this is one of the first jobs I did was color guys that was with me. Well, I was like horrified by this kid, 16, 17-year-old kid. Told me, oh, they're being kind. I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked? His family's gonna get something very at least. So it dawned on me that that was an act of kindness. So having someone beheaded is so normal. It's even crueler. Yeah. Because now no body, they have no body there. Yeah. And there's a lot of coffins just ahead, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground, which to where hanging someone with the evolution of what is considered normal in Mexico. And people will get dozens of people get displayed in this horrific and people just go back to work. That's every day. That's the scary part of it, I think, for most of the people that live down there. Is that it never came up. It was the first time people started getting like, wanted there. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Santeria, and he would do rituals for people, like cartels. And he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful at social engineering and folk magic, basically, is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to look up to American because he had been employed cult where he would do some of his rituals. Got like a small underground brutality monster that just occultism and just torture and murder that has been going on for many years. So this has always been going on. In a lot of ways, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while. But when did the cartels really start gaining power? I think the 80s is when they start seeing the first large organizations and federations are looking to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States. But originally cocaine, marijuana. I think originally heroin was the initiation of a lot of stuff. And where were they getting heroin? They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed a place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, oh, they can grow this here. And we were still getting ideas in Vietnam. Yeah, around the this is something that in Vietnam, World War II era, that's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain things in the 60s, 50s, that's it. Yeah. Wow. So it's connected there. Yeah. That's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area. That was the trafficking area. Yeah. And coincidentally, a lot of people got we have to get over there to stop commenting. Interesting. When you bring up Vietnam, because there are elements of it, mind you, in Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled by a single party for 80 years, and that. And then it went to its period, and now we have other parties. Now we have a party all over Mexico called Morena, who is, this is the party of the balazos. That's how they say, hugs, not bullets, against the cartel's policy, which allows them to grow, and also super effective hugs, not bullets. This is coming off Mexico's liberal still, I guess. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke, the capital of Mexico. That's Mexico City. That's where all the gender pronouns get issued. Violence against women. Feminicide is now using catalog of their body. You can use life. That's feminicide. So Mexico was that I was part of for 12 of those years. They saw they called their own bring the military into this fight. The cartel. Just keep So Mexico has been going through that for a while, plan on looking alone, and they'll stop the administration. In his administration was the mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel. Mexico, all the political killings that happen because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. And this cartel's not that candidate, so I don't want your candidate to win. So there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you find out how many murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations that politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues, right? Let's make the mayor our guy, right? Let's elect the governor. Understand kind of laws to push through. What kind of mandate? In terms of mandate ultimate wireless act. No confusing plans with surprise fees. No taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless is so transparent, so visible. Well, now you know. Switch today at visitors and network management details. And it is a clear sign that whatever people have in their heads about this organization here, they're not involved in any of this political stuff. And all that. Something happened. The arrest of one of the biggest cartel heads from Mexico, the Lions somehow. Feel under pretty interesting, and he handed himself over to he was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why would fly in? So there's different stories around. Stories actually talked about this many times. This drivers and stuff like that are driving around. Thinks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is Elmina Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that he was a Chapo Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel was a federation, and a lot of the bigger reports of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, Elmina Zambada. 50 years, he's never grabbed, never caught. You would hear about them being in certain circles, but I knew that guy's the head of the Sinaloa, or he's the bigger guy organization, which is a federation. Last time I was here, it was after the incident where they rescued one of the Chapos 2 years ago. Finally got up to the army at this operation. Same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city. So died in his arrest. Conversation. El Chapo Guzman is out, and he's not getting out of that. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hole too, they probably need to cut a deal. And the theory is that that deal probably included handing over the head of the Sinaloa cartel. So by U.S. law enforcement for more than 2 decades, he was taken into custody after arriving on a private plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zambada said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those claims. So this is the shady stuff that happened. El Mayo gets brought into a meeting in Sinaloa by Joaquin. He is not one of the drug. He's not more powerful brothers of the Chapo Guzman brothers that are in the drug. He's kind of like one out, basically. So at some point he cuts a deal, and in this deal he said, "I'm going to get this guy on a plane, and fly him over, and make a deal." That's the story. He has a Maya coming to a meeting between the governor of Sinaloa. Just no other people know the governor of Sinaloa. Was going to be in the meeting. line of the Sinaloa cartel. It was a university there. They had some sort of political dispute. They know why it was being brought in to, I don't know, negotiate or influence that, which tells you a lot about how the cartels and politics and the university they're talking about. At that meeting, Nemesio Gwen, who is a friend of the Mayo, the guy who was the director of the university, gets killed. They shoot him. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man, who was the director of the university, gets killed. But it's fucking made up by the state prosecutor. You know, they're trying to make that shit go away. Meanwhile, all this stuff was all being abducted on Mayo at that meeting, and that's how we don't know, or at least I don't know if there's any specific confirmation the governor of Sinaloa was there. He wasn't there, but there's no travel laws of him being in the U.S. It's a shit show. They somehow overtake his bodyguards, Mayo's bodyguards. They're gone. Nobody knows where they went. Dead somewhere. Got El Mayo on a plane and flew and detected. Homeland Security was barely involved. The FBI says that they could have been involved. I was talking, last time I was here, I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military secretly. They rescued their family members and they took them out of the country, so they're in the U.S. somewhere. Under some kind of protective custody. Yeah, before. And if you want to talk about the lives of others, and the people, diabetic, he's not going to spend straight grab from he learned a straight grab in LA. Here it is, it's August 25th, so soon. A Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled August 25th change of plea hearing for Zapata. Long time later, Mexico Sinaloa cartel development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal there. And I don't think it's going to the same prison as going to declare these organizations. And there was an expectation that meant was off and you're going to see military action soon. They took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel on fire ever since. And it's open warfare between those sons of Rabbbi and the sons of Mayo, who are now, I've seen it. It's bananas. Zone on the streets. It's fines. So that's in a little video jamming because it is. When that war kicked off between these two factions, schools closed. You know, people didn't want to go out because the cars were going to get jacked to get parked and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All the luxury environment around these criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores. People in Polygon, you know, and an exotic car, the exotic cars being sold in these dealerships, and all the bands in different places and all the exotic seafood places. All these places. How are they going to sustain themselves now? When they start crashing, it's government comes out. The current president, Sheinbaum, comes out and she blames this state on fire. The U.S. came in here and abducted La Zambada, a Mexican national, and they charge Joaquin Guzman, who was involved in the operation to pick up El Mayo. They charge him with high treason in Mexico for abducting La Zambada and putting him in the U.S. with high treason. He's charged with high treason, so for abducting a drug lord, yes. Whoa, which is like, I don't know, like I'm doing the math on all that. Wow. But you have the situation now where she's blaming the U.S. for Chicago's. Give me some volume on this. So this is the members of Ohio's family shooting up all the luxury houses of those Chapitos. These guys are using ear protection. No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit. There's like 4-2 is his and he interviews like cartel members, people from that life, and asks is correct. I think should be against those tags. If you get your truck stolen up here, you probably get straight. And his job would be in the back of one of these with a decal rifle. What they do, they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned, and you have to drive with the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction early in the head. Is what they do basically. 50 caliber rifles. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they'll go now, and they'll just somebody's on radio inside the cabin trying to call out what's going on, and they'll pop out and start. How come no one's figured out ear protection? Like they put bullets in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic things in their ears, but realistically, they don't get shit and they're expendable. That's why there's no ear protection. You get like a pair of Walker's King ears on Amazon. It's not that expensive. this kid walked us through how he was all the way from this recruitment training through this gang warfare thing that they sent him on, and now into his life where he's like, why I laughed about your itis was, and when he was because he kept like, what did you say? I was like, hey dude, do you have a drinking problem? Guys going out there and they're so close to each other. It's caliber and like 10-foot distance, and the drones around and all that. We were looking at this kid, if you found him somewhere, just ignore him. He's 23 right now, I think, but looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody in an accident, doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, well, I did, married. He was married. It was on TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok. Would he come work with us? The cartel advertisement. The cartel uses Facebook, TikTok. Specifically, TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like, hey, like, you pay agent, no, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters? Is that the way to call themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. So he called this number, and he was like, I want to meet somebody at a bus station. At the bus station, they put him in a car. They like, give me your phones, on the track, and then they drive them to a place where they're going to be trained. And then cops stop them and over there, torture people. What are you doing? Where are you going? Don't tell them anything. And then after they got the beating of their life, they good, you passed the test. And now you're going to go, so that was smaller, but the cops were all cartel. And the places, these are places where everybody's, so it's just to see if you'll crack. Driven to one of these ranches, he's training here. And it's not like, I remember seeing the alligators and stuff like that, the military clothing that are in the Sierra. They thought they found these man camps. There were 10 people there, but they found all these shoes in Mexico. They were going to Mexican Auschwitz. Like, you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoe trafficking. So it's one of those places. So they go in and you end up in some of the training camps. He describes active military personnel training in the hills. Mexican military personnel training in the hills. Former special operators from Colombia. Some former special operators from Mexico, some from America as well. Right? There's rumors, and again, I would talk directly to anybody that knows of that's a bad eye on them, but there are rumors of at least 2 American specialists of some sort. They've heard Delta Force and SEALs, and I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq. And the only way that you come over here is not from an Afghanistan or Iraqi coming over and showing us how to do IEDs. It's probably a DoD tech of some sort from the U.S. that has some experience and doesn't know how to make the light. That's one place where they were learning their trade craft. Other operators have been showing up in weird parts of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now learning about drone technology. Some of the operators from Mexico that went to fight in the Ukrainian front are now back in Mexico. What they learned about drone warfare in the Ukrainian war. People marching around, people in uniform. before people are getting trained, and you don't get people brought into this training camp and like, hey, let's see if you're more than kill some random person. Yeah. And this kid describes how that's the first thing they killed. It's an unarmed dude that was dragged to that camp. So they just dragged him just to see if he came along. I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's I mean, it's like it's amazing. It's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fuck up or they'll beat you flop. It is a job. It is like a structured job. You get out there, you get money paid to you every 18 cents, every 15 days, and bonus at the end of the month you get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. You get selected for tank duty. They send them on this fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some of the drugstores. Some people get managed to just be lookouts. But it's a giant network that they managed to create for themselves in this region. Generation Cartel. It's one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico. And their recruiting is through TikTok is it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. Let's look up people's numbers. Advertise on TikTok constantly as well. They need some people here in Texas that went to the border recently and with a newspaper like, hey, I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper. Like they were in Mexico like we are there. Before with the newspaper and like this is Saul is the best smuggler out there. People don't realize how it's being utilized in Mexico as a tool. It's propaganda as well. So they'll talk shit to each other to them. How did this kid get out? I think he managed to. Shit. Like most of what he went through was PTSD, hearing loss. And again, all these things are unknown. He's a Mexican kid without health insurance. How is he going to do this? Right. I talked to him for a bit. He's like, oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Do you drink a lot? Yeah. I don't know why. I used to drink a shit. Rage moments. Sounds like you have so thousands of kids like that out there. Or some of these things. The police side also cartels that traumatize individuals. But there's nothing for them out there. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, we're out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life. He lost his family so much to get back, which is, it's one small story and tragedy. And you go to Jalisco, and they have a roundabout there. Go to somebody's with a missing arm. Power posters of missing people. And they all are. It's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these like that. People posters on them. The zombie outbreak happening. It's like that, except it's wasn't according to the official numbers in Mexico as far as missing. Just gone. And that's another aspect of this war that people don't kind of like realize. The numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed person for a number of the amount of people murdered. And Mexico has become very good getting rid of bodies. The cultures of working with the tactical group out there, they show me I'm overlording a few people. Different regions have different ways of getting rid of bodies. Some just throw a few on in this part of the country where we live, which is on the east side of the country. They will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside. Diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's where they put the bodies inside. They pour them down to their essential vessels. And there's nothing to like, is what they tell you. That process. You go to like, Tijuana, that's where we had a consult to dispose bodies. And then we go to Tijuana, where I'm from, we had the phenomenon of the Pozolero, where we get rid of people with caustic soda. Just a mixture of chemical they could buy and then find at a hardware store. They would make people into big slurry, and then just dump the big slurry in a hole, just cover it up. So the numbers that we see as far as dead, there's you can see like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say the word? He said, a high concentration of ash suggests the presence of class. Casings from this murder. Oh, thank you. So it's the operation against him. It's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest. It's going to be an invasion. Are we going to see like a call of U.S. Marine on their own without permission of the local authorities? What's this going to look like? Mexico. Mexico. Recent almost arrest of MSCOs against Atlantis on that show. Cut the stamp up to this country is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this decimal nation. And then who do you trust out there? I posted I'm friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all telling me one of the first ones posted online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately after the head of public safety in Mexico, Rothschild. This is not a military drone, but gas or between away. There's a drone flying over a very specific part of Mexico. I didn't see what he did. Or I didn't want to reveal this. Basically a drone just flying up so they can cross to Mexico, clearly drawing a map, and it tells you that up to Mexico. So something is coming, I think. What is it going to look like, though, is the question that people are asking. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Agave down in Mexico, he was one of the special operations. And I asked him, like, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says, like, we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting approval of the Mexican government, criminal organizations and freedom fighters, and they're already integrated into the military in certain ways. Because some of them are working for them as us, so you will make political peace and war against you. Oh boy. Which is an interesting theory. It seems like it does. Yeah, because there's like anti-US sentiment already. It is, and also the charge some of the trees. That's why you charge some of the trees. There you go. So like, where are you going to trust in that realm? So Mexico is the president. Which is something that 5 years ago, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going. Because they're more the same in a lot of places. And that was back then more clear as how tied they are. The United States doesn't do anything. How much bigger? What is going to happen? This entire country. A lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards cartel operated very old-fashioned way. Gas and gold. It wasn't aspect and how this shit changed in Mexico. Members of Lozada failing cartel, the Tijuana cartel, or in the direct conflict with elements of Chapo, Guzman's organization. Assassin. They had an assassin basically infiltrated one of the Chapo's main guys, and he seduced his wife and abducted his kids and threw them over and sent that video to a window bomb. Shit that happened after that, before that, but I think that set off this. At some point, that happened. Guys, basically, we can start looking at which a lot of them were trained individuals. Course, and then you go back to Mexico. All this training. So, at some point, all this started literally the conflict in Mexico. It went from gang against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that kind of happened up here during the gang era, or something like Al Capone era, shootouts between people. The Zetas changed. They started bringing guerrilla warfare tactics into the trial. They started doing all those torture videos and cartel execution videos. That comes from them. They realized that part of the guerrilla campaign is wrong. And how can you end this big problem again? Shooting the guy. But nevertheless, sneakers in the back of the truck, the AK that was dad, but probably better if you have militarized or paramilitary. So they started getting emotions of ideas like more graphic organizations. And all that, the members of the new generation cartel that are now kind of like dominating Mexico started off as a Zeta hunting force. That's the cartel in all these codes. And they said, like, well, we can do this for ourselves now too as well. So that's how they did in a lot of ways. So this organization has taken the textbook learning process of all these other cartels and is now this cartel with all this foundation, educational foundation, as far as how to set up an organization, how to set up all these transnational groups outside of the border, how to augment their capabilities constantly through technology. Drone warfare was first seen, I think, in Mexico. You saw drones dropping bombs in Mexico before going to go. But they got really good at that. It's great. So they're taking that shit to an art form. There were Mexican nationals fighting for their foreign services, their foreign brigades in the area. And some of them have gone into that route, going back. And you started seeing this sudden sophistication that used to be bombless from these commercial drones and the explosives that were mind-blowing explosives. You start seeing these bomblets made reminiscent of explosives. Some homes, they killed back, and almost killed. We started seeing these drones being as scouts, so you can't get close to them because the drones are in the sky. So now you see drone cartels fighting against other cartels, so now we're seeing cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns. Interesting those things, yeah. They look like space guns, but the hand of a cartel guy wearing like Sammy, which is what the fuck is going on with these people? So you start seeing all this augmentation of capabilities. This single cartel now has all of this history behind it, all of these lessons behind it, all this training behind it, all this technology, and it is punch a hole right through its territory, go up north into the United States. Right? There are no segments of the border wall currently that are actually controlling, or a city that is controlled by the new generation cartel that's on the border. That's not the case now. But there are places that are starting to be looked at that way. Tijuana, where I'm from, you start seeing the last remaining sons of El Chapo Guzman that are free. Archibald was the strongest one, and his faction was Chapitos, as they call themselves. This past year, that they had reaching the lines with this new cartel, the generation cartel. So it's how it's a cohesive force. They had historical ties and a part of that they inherited from their dad. So that now there's a narrative of having this cartel now having a clear doorway into the United States. Pretty close to the time there already. And now we're all going to be at the border with still been open. Because I've cut down on illegal immigrants by some high 90%. Yeah, it's way down. They're still crossing some of them. It's really expensive. It's really expensive. You gotta get that guy off TikTok. Yeah. There's a bunch of ways that you I saw one where they were like, hey, they'll grab a portfolio full of copies of IDs. And like, oh, you look like this dude. And then they'll give you all this stuff, like, just get in the trunk before you cross. And they'll pretend you're asleep. And they'll give you paperwork that looks like the dude. It looks like you. And that's how they cross some people. And it's very expensive. That's how they cross you. Fast boats. There's a bunch of videos online, just boats just arriving on the beach. Just dudes jumping out. It's classic. It's like, oh, sure, they're in. This is George. Those wave runners. This is George. Because they just find wisdom. Well, short trip. You think you get on one in Tijuana and you hop over to San Diego. Yeah, it's not that far. And they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And then if you're a DJ, you can see off the coast. There's a bunch of Navy ships now off the coast there. So, like, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of Mexicans. When I said Mexicans feel any sort of intervention by the United States would feel. Although they are also fearful of what happens if this is allowed to continue in Mexico and they don't see any solutions from the government. So it seems like the opposite. It's going more and more towards the cartel. So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack, if something didn't happen, I think it's stepped away. I think we're already involved. This arrest of Amanda Zambada, this designation that allows a lot of things, safety's off, that type of thing against Mexico, against some of these cartels. What's worrying in the eyes of Mexico and in the eyes of Mexicans, I guess, the fact that there was a promise of no negotiating terrorists, or at least it's something that is, you don't negotiate with terrorists. But all of a sudden, one of these factions just made a deal. Now they negotiate with them, and now all these people are crossing that border. Their family members are crossing that border now in the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few special operators that were a part of the terrorists. What are they going to tell them of that loss and why they died? And also the
chief rabbi actually
piles of bodies that were around after both of the restrooms. So there's distrust on both sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because what's the deal with your president? Sergio Chima. Very to the left. Took America come out and said that she was one of the resistance fighters with them. Jewish. Herod's kind of it is very odd in Mexico. Very loved by large segments of the population. what is her about it? She's one of what's about her policies or what she represents. She's feeding off a lot of the love that they had for Apple. Apple was our Trump. That's the best way to describe it. The populist guy, train the swamp, rhetoric, like all these other guys, all the conservatives, they go, God, we're going to win this, he won by a landslide. But he kept talking about conservative and the previous parties and then all the minor parties and above all these other politicians switching sides and joining his parties. Sheinbaum came in, had a big job on her hands as far as security. She immediately refers to all of us on the last time. There's a lot on the table now. I recognize that. She brought into office with her man, which saved the lawsuit. Was like Cox, she got rid of that. Now there's a lot of losses and normal. It's that booker. There's a man in power right now, the security official, in the sword industry in Mexico. He comes from people, he's been in circles of people that have been involved in some shit. But he himself has not been. There's nothing on him. We know of it. And once he has the super cop, as we call him, he's very well known by his man. Because he talked to a few people that work directly with him. He seems to be like a guy who's willing to go up to task. And he's receiving all this pressure from the United States. He results from that. So he has accusations against some of these organizations, specifically, and we've seen record fentanyl seizures and high-level politicians being caught up in some of these things. And specifically, the interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over Mexico is he's actually going after municipalities. So he's going after like municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all corrupt. And he realizes that there's cartel here. All the cartels come up. Local governments cartel all the things. So he leads an ass swarm operations on some of these places where they arrest the police chief, they arrest the mayor, and he realizes that this is the front that he has to now fight because the cartel is just these organizations out of the hill and they're really inside politics and people think about drugs only. But drugs only, these cartels are fighting for Huachicol as well, people trafficking. And there was a avocado. If you go to Chipotle or Chihuahua, you're putting money in the pockets of this information or the familia Michoacana. It's wild. And it's a fuel path. And the fuel path line in Huachicol is what we call it in Mexico. It's interesting that catches that puts in a lot of people in the United States and involved in he only siphoned people from Mexico by some organizations putting in our ship for them doing all the magic with the paperwork and then ended up in the U.S. and he exchanged warehouse. So that's another side of it that people don't kind of realize. The Mexican authorities seized nearly 4 billion gallons of stolen fuel APUs. This has been going on for years, and I guess another part of the way they finance themselves, these criminal organizations, they grow without branch out. They diversify. Statue of Liberty, all the economic migrants that came from where we were in Jalisco were surprised to find like this plane was living in cartel territory where the So they're Mormon compounds, Mexican Mormon. Yeah, I've been there since 1800s. Yeah, I've been Romney's dad was Mexican. Yeah, because Romney's dad was born in Mexico. That's why he couldn't be president of the United States. It's wild. Yeah, and Romney's dad was born in one of those massive encampments of foreign people protecting Joseph Smith's ideas. Also, Mormons, the U.S. corrected me and said that those guys were Muslims that are recently. I think Mexico is on its Mexico's probably, if you can invest in any country in the world right now, I think Mexico is in Syria. Sure. I think we're at a point where Mexico is like sick of it. Like it doesn't want this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in Mexico in a way because some of these popular singers that sing cartel songs are now banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech. But population is pretty cool. They're living inside, so they're kind of like ready to give up shit. It became an issue in America that they would allow back to the country, and it's huge sold out arena shows. Yeah, I talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations, you have to attack just like you attack Al Qaeda, you attack finances and a lot of these basically popular singers that want to gain influence in the U.S. or sing about their exploits. They would pay them to sing about their exploits. So when this designation came down, it was clear that the Rothschild designation came down. It was pretty clear. Another phenomenon is that people travel. You can steal an apartment yesterday? Oh, wow. Cartel exploits and so shot at Mexico. Oh, yeah. This was yesterday. Just today. Wow. Yeah. This is the singer. Yeah, he used to hang out with Omar Zamora and El Chapo Guzman and talk about it openly on his podcast in Mexico. And, that's another phenomenon that's currently happening. YouTubers. Since it was so normalized, just a bunch of YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber. And the Mayos started fighting over Sinaloa. Those Mayos put a plane up and started the spur pamphlets with pictures of influencers that they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction or they were working for them. And they've been going down that list. And they recently killed one dude. Talking about cartels. GMC for cartels. Yeah. They the hackers and that's and apparently the cartel hired a hacker to send a link to his wife that she opened and they tracked the more than hiding for like he was all over social media in Mexico and regularly in Mexico talking about the cartels. As of Sunday, no arrest had been reported. Somebody's walked into his house and the scene has been shot through the bathroom door and trying to open the shot. And this is these are the signs that the populace of Mexico, independently of cartels, is the general mass of Mexicans. This is the tip of what they've done with this. They don't want this anymore. What do you do with that energy, that momentum? What people are we talking about? What are you talking about? All cartels. How many people are in that? If it was an army, how big would the army be? I don't know, 400,000 people. Whoa. Just like doing really quick math and like approximations of how many generation cartel members are apparently out there, which there's no way, but there are. Charge the people who set shop, the people in finance, the people that are running shell companies, the people that are running the companies, the cartels own that company. Okay, look at this. Early estimates in 2017 range from 45,000 to 60,000. And then 20 how crazy is that? So we spent trillions of dollars. We were there for 20 years in Afghanistan for 60,000 dudes that were hiding out in the mountains. And then we left, and we left behind helicopters, tanks, and a lot of other those firearms are showing up in Mexico. Of course, they're for sale. Night vision equipment. Night vision, like high sophisticated expense, and I know night vision. I've been learning about all this stuff in the U.S. My friends were all cut nuts. And I'm looking at like, oh God, look at these. Where are those? They're housing. Also, there's rats. Dudes got on a plane the moment they slept. They were like, oh shit, we got money. Let's make a deal with these guys. Yeah. Weaponry's coming in from that side. Obviously, the U.S. is responsible for most of the war down to Mexico. Well, let's talk about Operation Fast and Furious, which was a wide receiver. It started off as a wide receiver. I think that was like the original name. It's a Bush plane. What happened? So Bush administration, it was wide receiver, and then Obama administration was Fast and Furious. And I'm not going to speak of this. My participation we're getting shootouts around something like that. It's mostly like AR-15, AK-47 Barrett rifles with scopes on them. Zeroed in. Fabricated in Cold War to fight Russians and their body armor with small. So we start seeing those. Just a massive amount of firearms being delivered specifically to see what cartel groups in the area are working. And we know anything about it, but where these things have apparently in the U.S. during the Bush administration, they started an operation that was meant to track firearms. Strong purchase like Arizona and all the parts of the U.S. Buying members two cars and then driving out to Mexico to supply very cheap fuels. Their plan or theory was we're going to track these guys when they come to Mexico. Nothing got tracked, or at least we don't know anything that we tried already high-level arrest made because of the guns that they were just allowed to what things were going on. Because that sounds like a bullshit cover. We're just trying these guns. I mean, what do you do when
actually a secret title of
It's a back then it was a single little cartel trying to control over the area. Or some people were coming like other organizations. I don't know why would you send guns to a specific region. I'm not saying that he was purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's the whole thing. This is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw. Because a lot of the things that they were recording because they look like a lot of some of the stuff that they were bringing down 50 count waves because people started doing armor. They need a way to get into armor. So, and Americans, especially my American military, police were making fun of the fact that none of these gas rifles have any sights on them. They do have sights on them, but they get stolen by the cops. They won't even put in the picture for the news. That makes sense. That is expensive. Red dot on that. You can have sights on the guns. They can shoot far, and they can shoot well. So not all of them. Yeah, they're kind of expensive. Of course, they get sights. Everything that's stripped on, donations, of course. These started showing up in Mexico. A bunch of people started dying, and then 2 federal agents that were doing protection detail died during the cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they're involved in a shootout in Mexico. They were doing the protection detail down there. One of them was a border patrol agent assigned to this. Ryan Terry. They set up a foundation. They set up a foundation. His memory that they get raped. Or had for this foundation. And I did that only as a point to like being like, hey, yeah, I raised this money for this foundation to honor this small police officer that was in Mexico that was killed by American guns that we gave it to the cartels to bring attention to the fact that we know who Ryan Terry is and we know who my friends are who were killed by these guns from a lot of the people who have been killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk through that border by officials, even though the people who got shot. Are you sure? Like there's 1.4 AKs. Like, are you sure? Yeah, let them on. They're under surveillance. We're trying to get them. And they just got to go down. No one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a debate where you guarantee a shipment of weapons from the United States into Mexico, but federal government, for what purpose? Stabilize, important, specific, was an influence, working on something, there's a lot of, we're in the realm of theory, of course, but the last amount of history craft in Los Angeles in 50 years ago, and one of the people that was actually showing you how to run drugs and things in countries was a man who was a Castro era police officer who was involved in Indian paint things. That man married his wife's sister, and that's who taught the Miles everything about figure out some of us at CIA. Oh my God! Well, I've had freeway Ricky Ross on the podcast multiple times. People haven't seen those episodes talking about Ricky. Ricky is the Rick Ross. But Rick Ross, the rapper, that's not his name. He named himself Rick Ross because Ricky was a legend. He was a legend in Los Angeles. It was that he was getting it all from the CIA. And he was helping fund the Contras versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. He had no idea because he couldn't even read that same Contra situation that pops up again with the death of King Camarena, the DEA. There was 2 major prisoner extraditions of cartel members from Mexico to the U.S. The first one that came through, I think a year ago, was This plantation had killed. And we actually went down to Jalisco where he was tortured and killed and talked to the locals there. And they were
Reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon. I know we're all missing out on going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the government will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, the entire time. But, Germany. So there's a lot that goes in. Who's deciding where, when, what, and how. And we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we will let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now later, everybody signs up for things if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's, we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So, yeah, the cruise might run for our Netherlands. Then the first cruise that we'll be having will be our Douro cruise. A whole bunch more time. Hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces. Hello. And so, just very quickly, Henry has the great idea of sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known just for the Jews with the nickname Mokum, which is Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is the place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, it is yours.
Well, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone, please. Beautiful picture of the canal in Amsterdam. The potential trip to and I am definitely putting in extra energy side as soon as possible. I'm not rambling, obviously, for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today. Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world, all of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. In this brief lecture, it's really what I'd like to do is just to give Amsterdam so incredibly important, a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond, because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introduction. The beautiful sites that Holland is only two of the multiple. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get although there are four official languages. One of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is very close to the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is a special maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The Dutch man named Stuyvesant actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact he wanted to block them. There were a handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled him and said, no, let those Jews in. And boy, there goes the Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather century. From the 11th century onward, we begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper. And Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is a great map, which shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are a tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi. Male, only men serve as male. It's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, this is 100% of, or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Levians have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number one, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that they migrated from North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was Italy, was far more significant. First century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there's significant expansion with the tens of thousands of that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in north of Italy sometime around the year 1000. I find it ironic there are 4 women. Probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. At any rate, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs that are both political and economic. A large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam more significant here Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I like to see. Sudan will be on the dual over in Portugal, which fascinating opportunity to see some aspects of these programs. It was accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptism. This was, technically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, baptized against their will, they were nevertheless, and so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observe and yet the status of being rights and privileges that go along with that, and none of the disabilities that have been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy, and a large mass of the Spanish population, because they were numerate, and they were first three things, meant that all of these Jews / Christians against had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of the years, and they advanced very far into society. Last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation. It motivates the Spanish to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were restricted into certain living areas and all their disabilities placed on their economic trade activity and so on. But they were strictly not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, we will talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeited. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbor. The neighbor was Judaism. It could be something, anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house. Or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were tortured horribly and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition took over society, and people at high levels of authority were forced to endure this terrible situation. The culmination of the Inquisition trial was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relax. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society's upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. Place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews, of course, shortly thereafter, particular, and North Africa, and there were two major areas, of course, Amsterdam, made their way to the north. It was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge, provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredibly negative incentives placed to force them to convert. The Portuguese deported, about separating them from their parents, to an island of the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they ended again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish typically applied to synagogues in the New World, Spanish and Portuguese synagogues in New York. Population from Spain in 1492, the Czech never had to pretend they were Christian, and fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christian, and then over a period of several years escaped Portugal, but they left with a tremendous in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and practice for. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal, and then sometimes with as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed. course of that century. We know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. We're going to visit on the Euro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say to themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to mercantile possibilities. We see in the Imperial da Costa, who is shown here in black with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It's unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did coincide in them for their brief period of time. Let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1780s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history in the 1600s, 1660s, that the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is over two. There's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in their place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially. They were the rabbi, the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. Oh, I forgot one small detail. Excuse me. They were accused. Actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was for the Dutch at this time quite a bit worse because they were warred with Catholics, and so they were brought before the king. The magistrate, and the magistrate asked to report to the sheriff, and in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted their official permission to exist. The Dutch simply turned to brandize them. Now, fascinatingly, key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police reports. And the police reports are two different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur, so it was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the terror. Magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this kind of white-collar crime, and doing this praying according to the rituals of Yom Kippur. That's why the magistrate said, you are allowed to reside, but only in certain smaller spots had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities like which they had to undergo a ritual humiliation until it would go through that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pig skin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, as they were intrinsically considered to be trustworthy. But anyway, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christianity to travel wherever they want, only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happened incidentally on Chife, which was actually an island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, "Hooray! We can be Jewish." And they revealed their identity. Discovered that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again. And now they're in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Gabriel da Costa, who I spoke about in a video a little while ago. Is this remark? His parents tell him as an actually Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children are not told about Jewish identity. Fear they would reveal their identities, because children talk and not understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he would leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. It was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he quite a gathering Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Gabriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to me. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years junior of Costa, was a lens blind, in fact died from lung inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbi. The rabbis wish to control this kind of heretical Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I can't help, I gotta tell you this quick joke. Two Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they place them to a wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him like a Costa under a harem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Scholl Hirschenberg. One of them is locking the door to the synagogue, and others looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw it. Obviously, this is a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea that exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a refuge, being a prayer. Jews would leave short term as they're awaiting the election in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. Here is one of the most important literary projects of the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish by Bible scholars of the day. And it was by Spanish and Portuguese Jews who had made their way to Italy, and there was very, very great sponsorship by two amazing Nasi and also Benvenida figures from Spain who used their. But anyway, on the front here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations, and after great difficulty they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam, this is a very small detail. Well, how Haggadah, which was based on printing of the Haggadah, which we featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a prophet before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom of Abraham Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Barara Bible, of the ship at sea, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them. But he transvalues that by putting the figure of disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has, that's when he reflects the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge, intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that we'll have the opportunity to history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude and hand this back to David, and I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there's no questions because you said it all. Thank you very much. And
ask questions, David. If no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
Maybe I will again act as the thumb that I gotta, asking simple questions for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 50s. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because Jews are al-Kitab, as the Arabs call it, and they really want the people of the manuscript, but are very easily hard to replace with the printing press, especially movable type consumers of written material. That developed, the Spaniards tried to, and you have a few major printing houses that are because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all people, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors, stuff like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have these mercantile connections where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean. Well, so there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Bale Jew, coming to Judaism, the Christian background, the secular background, for that time and place, and they're Orthodox, small Amsterdam Jews at the time was not from Israel. He published a theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive in the well and living in Colombia. Very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. Fascinating, beautiful thing, printing and action.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is anonymous attendee. Alone among only 1 hour between meat and milk.
Yeah, I think the one factor to that is probably the proximity of chocolate. Totally wrong. Right? Like once you've got such a big chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time, and when you get the expositors, especially for times the Shulchan Aruch, 15, 16, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period tied it to the process of digestion. How long does that actually take to digest meat so that you're not consuming meat and milk together, and especially together? That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit, and in Amsterdam, only in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there's justification on a historic basis. But excellent question. Anyways, I'm going to be thinking about that once I have much today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to both of you, and I really hope that will continue on the ball that we will. Thank you. And now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding
Thank you. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry's and a really special experience. We do our cruises, we're going all over the world. We always have that Jewish aspect of the education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part, you got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes this really, really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on. As you know, and people have been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Mouse experts in cruising from large ships. We moved over to the small ships because we of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now cruise later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody.
The results of a study that I recently talking about the early systematic Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare this study, which is absolutely fascinating. First of all, let's understand what early systems, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that? Settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up. The 6th to the 11th century, especially around start getting more concrete historic eventually the enduring questions in which history has been like, how exactly did we have gender? And there are different models of migration here. How to look at this map, which takes advantage of the research available with DNA stuff, which seems to be the most definitive and time study that I'll look at with you today. Is that most Ashkenazi all residents or moralities have their roots in the Middle East, the region of ancient Israel, Italian Vienna. So Congress, which I think politically there might be site of Israel, before they made their way not just massive immigration, but there's also a significant factor of Sephardic immigrants to these areas where you want to after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into their fresh start in America, so that's kind of like a win-win. The Ashkenazi Parliament, but the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Columbus family settled there, has always been industry, like I try to see where they're from. And Sometimes DNA results have indicated that support the DNA researchers definitely have historical or original patients. One of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in radio harvesting of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when they were massacred of Jews in that Crusade. And in fact, the DNA analysis was performed on these remains. Indigenous Puerto Jews, very well matched to contemporary Jews. And as you can see from the Natural History Museum, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces. Amazing face sample of the DNA evidence they collected. They're also able to reconstruct some of their injection and eye touching color, things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that crazy groups and ladders and red hair, all this shit to try to get in here legally. Like, oh, you're discouraging legal immigration in favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy. I understand the part of the problem, however, is that in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging out graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable in effect. In Israel, whenever there's no more American young minor find remains of some ancient cemetery, they melt as much as they can be inside it. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach you in college. Grandparents and their great-great grew up with the rest. They had to deal with that stuff. They escaped. And they came up with America. They have no tolerance for any bullshit. Is a science writer. There are things you can't say. Study that's first appearing in the procedure journal. And it gave us the result to go on. Let me show you that study. How it depicts results. The genetic history of basically speaking. First of all, well-done Jewish community. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Death, where German Jews show that the Ashkenazi found their death in the days of the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors, really prestigious all over the world, led by Waldman, putting together this amazing research about 100 major articles. And it's so fascinating to read. There's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient North Dakota. You can see that in the top picture, the city walls just go on the right, and in the bottom is the discovery of the remains. And once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, that it actually went to some of the here authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. Research was conducted on cops that were detached from the state of domain, so it was much more lenient with regard to accessing DNA. Also fascinating, which makes out the differences in enamel and data identify in fact it's some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. Absolutely fascinating research. But what I really want to focus on is this idea of founder event, something called the genetic model, which together gives us a much clearer picture of how Jews came to us. Please have a listen.
Ashkenazi Jews.
well-known
Specifically
magazines
about
in certain places.
Ashkenazi.
Appear to
Also
just
just
go for it.
research.
One of the things we did like
Category
pistol company, space magazines with
Herod,
he was quite a man.
Mayan, you have Helena, Audrey Ben,
This in Houston, so big.
lots and lots of
It's one of the best cities. Yeah, I really is.
later in life.
When I got there,
And there
took me
is
to
a
in
significant
California.
historical displacement
Um,
with the Roman Jewish
experience
starting Great War,
profiling and
6 to 7 war,
that's where I experienced most of the opening and
expanded
as
the
people
Bar Rebellion, so later, and there's already an existing Jewish diaspora living in these countries. So that's when you have a significant population moving into that part of the world. So beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians, then later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews expanded by their connection with other people. Of course, relationships, certainly some of them involve coercion of one form or another, involve relationship, of course, rape, but anyway, you definitely have a mixture of DNA during of late antiquity. Then you get to something which is called a factor event, and this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland in central Germany, and that is genetically calculated to be about 45 generations ago. You work with a number of about 25 years, which studies suggest that the founder event dates around the year 800, and that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the airport remains, it's very clear that the people who are buried in airport, individuals over there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of the genetic bottleneck has people who are born from Abraham, so about 1350, are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked by the airport remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this medieval. I don't know what this would look like if we were a family again 200 years from now or something. But this essentially describes a picture of how modern have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where and it's hard to calculate precisely because there's sometimes southern Italian influence and maybe northern Italian, but the authors of the study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the airport remains is somewhere between 15 and 45%, depending on the individual and how you measure the difference between southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So that's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian empire. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. But of course, there's a lot of other implications as for example, the Rothschild study was able to identify specific, illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like, for example, breast cancer, cystic fibrosis, things like that, and that may have implications for later cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, Khazarian influence in Ashkenazi Judaism, which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, very vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews aren't actually Jewish, some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, they've been accused of being communists, they've been accused of being capitalists, something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by the study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on the work that Jews in the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jews in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video. I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
It's wild to think that and people question why things are the way they are and why people are struggling in different parts of this country, different parts of society in this country. I came here to work. Better life. It isn't a matter of
Really excited about this because together with this, I'm a group of people that culture and planning to visit the Royal Valley. Now, we've got another source of the United States. A long time ago, we great things together. We should have a list of walls and parts north and east and somewhere between the years 11
there's protests going on for gentrification. So there's ice rink in LA. And people are that would be recorded. And that's happening in all well when people are basically Mexicans are really sick of all these areas, like really cool parts of Mexico and gentrification, which is wild. Are we to ask American deportations from Mexico? Because Americans short asking for shit. Now asking for it.
we have a version of it.
Really, yes. Now a lot of Americans in places like Tijuana and San Diego have encountered this in things are changing. Like, we're starting to live in Mexico. Where's your federal voter ID? You're an American. You just work in San Diego. Go back. That's exactly for visa extension.
Tell us exactly why he's traveling. References for the suggest that maybe it was part of the
Again, towards me at that border of San Diego. Tijuana, wanted the same. Cars, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. Yeah, when I used to work in San Diego, I used to stand up down there.
Specifically,
And goes, I meet a bunch of them came to the show from Mexico.
this
Yeah.
is pretty
And I said,
reliable.
well, did you just came over here for the show? Yeah, I drive around. Yeah,
India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but has heard about while he was traveling.
Mexico is poised to be about economic. Yeah. We don't fuck it up. So
Turns out in Tudela, which is in more than
that being pushed
way
to
from the Mediterranean coast,
but it is
and that's
poised to
meant
be
to
about
we have
resources.
basically associated with great
That's the same reason why we're
spiritual activity
targeted
that
so
happens
much with
in
these
the
things. Wow.
I mentioned some of the famous people who are fantastic
in Mexico next time.
commodities.
I don't think that's, I wouldn't want to go there. Now there's been this free flow back and forth. They just gotta make it so that cartel members can just come across or terrorists from other countries don't have an easy pathway. Is one of the flow of drugs coming up from Mexico is another issue. The organized crime elements in Mexico do horrific things to local populace and to each other when they fight each other. But also the United States historically foreign policy to Mexico and its responsibility for a lot of these things happening in Mexico is also key. What should the United States do about its responsibility in the past and some of its foreign policies in Mexico? They'd have to let Mexico be where it is right now, where it matters. I don't think just like that they haven't seen before. And they've seen a lot, and it divided up one cartel into two and more. I don't know. This is actually both countries are linked for blood, genetic culture. The two that Mexican food is better in the US than Mexico. Yeah, like to speak about those countries are big. This country, I travel
Organized by non-human programs to attest the Nazi treatment of
my own country,
and
and I travel when I can there as well.
unparalleled anywhere
I don't
else.
see the future without those other countries just like things up together. I don't see the future like that.
Right, by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a move that ultimately made it back in brutally suppressed Nazis. The end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back Nazi atrocities that perpetrated against the Jewish people of Amsterdam, Pacific, and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, its defense alone was a really great spot in Western Europe.
And also,
So let's try to set what exactly
point to so
Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shock in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service protections, which they Jews stood against this. There was street battles between the Dutch version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of the WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off the entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved the police with this kind of right? And then there was a major response to the 22nd and reported that almost all of them were killed. And I can tell you that there was the following day after this crescendo of violence, workers get spontaneous.
Also, like,
General
this
Here's
place where
a
the senior housing had, you just took her visa away
proclamation of the strike. See, they actually put the word strike 3 times with
So
an
what?
exclamation
Is this a win?
to really emphasize the
Wow.
importance of this. And it was
Yes, you're freaking me out.
the participation
Yeah,
was
there are people that are trying to figure it out. That question.
believed to be
I
the
just don't know
largest
what's going to happen.
public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews, in solidarity
On the
with
table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond.
the only thing
It's
that
everywhere
compared to it
right now.
is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting
By
the
the
Nazis.
United States.
This was something specifically
that.
directed by civilians at the Nazis in
Yeah.
protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures.
Subsequent
And
arrest
in
of
fact,
Mohammed
when you look at
and our plane
the end result, now murder, why?
Exposés going on over Mexico right now. A bunch of like documents and
About
political party have
trade
lavish
represents a unique moment in Amsterdam's history.
the cost of this stood out. If it isn't that
Every February 25th,
if it isn't that taking them out,
remember the moment
we can start out
ordered
there.
by the Dutch Marie Judaism.
I think that if I can be psychic like that,
He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps
that vision that
muscular.
they're going to go
He is
somewhere
a dog
with
whisperer, but
wearing.
you know, he's not like in the Soviet, and certainly not like the Nazi
I don't
heroic
think they're ready to
model,
go
like
to
this
somewhere and have
bulging pectorals and things like that, with his strong
shovels
hands.
or racks and
He's just
stuff.
a regular worker, and he's kind of looking up from his labor, especially in all that, just kind of like in a relaxed mode. And arms are slowly clenching,
Because they're all
as if he's coming around them. And
this
that
blind
dawning
showing them how to use this rocket
in
launcher.
and that's the occupation meant for the people of
Story,
Amsterdam,
they're like,
especially
just like that, do the same thing up in the CIA. It's like, and you're
his spirit.
just talking your ass, this conspiracy theory shit.
It's remarkable.
Years ago, I said
I'm
terrorist
looking forward to
designation,
visiting this
that
natural
direct action in Mexico.
Join us. And if not,
That side of conspiracy,
discover as I'm doing my
pretty
research
spot
on
on.
events.
You've been pretty spot on. And I appreciate you very much. I'm glad we did this. Lay on this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online. Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account of followers. After the podcast, I posted something about Chinese people being welded into their homes during COVID, and Instagram didn't like that, and they took down my account. Wow. So what is it now? It is Manifesto Radio Podcast it's at Manifesto Radio Podcast on Instagram and on YouTube. If you want to check me out, I have a podcast I talk to just people related to this. I post pictures daily and a bunch of reviews and stuff like that. It's basically an open blog of my travels. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people, journalists.
Thank you very much for joining me.
Just putting the word out there. I'm not in politics. I am not a reporter. I'm not a cartel reporter. I am shit. I'm still going through some shit. I'm trying to figure things out as an American. And I want the best for both countries. That's why I appreciate it.
So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for it's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of that cruise.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So now I get started right around this point.
So I did it when he was a time traveler. Remember when there was a dude that claimed to be there and he had it cut at the that was a good one. So he gave me an Aztec death, blew it on the very good at it, out of nowhere. Just like Rabbbi. We have another one. That's Luke County was this one. Yeah, that's a good one, right? That's a beautiful one. Let's not repeat it. I'm blowing it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's not a coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it. Like, hey, this was coincidence. Don't put this on me. Listen, man, people are blowing them whistles all over the world. Yeah, there's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people. I mean, we're directly responsible for those to become this viral, popular thing. Those people knew about them, but they became this international thing now. Like everybody talks about death whistles now. Well, I don't know. They're weird. The sound is creepy. Yeah, you know. Definitely. You heard dudes in the distance making that noise, and you knew that people were after you. It definitely keeps you up at night. Seeing people do rank with them, just screaming with randomly like middle of the night in the street. What is the origin of that? Like Aztec death whistles, and when did they start using them? Does anybody know? The Aztec is a modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes. Northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs, but I think those were around before them. So a lot of them, like shamanistic people, might have themselves with the spirit of an animal. So a lot of them, have jaguar sounds coming out. But some of the ones that scream, apparently, they're more about the screeching owls that were down there. People told me, native people down there told me that they're very much specific to the equalizer psychological. They can affect just a farmer. Yeah, they make them not sleep during these flower wars where they would is to blow those at night. Probably not Aztec, probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest. Yeah, a lot of bad Aztecs have like Aztec tattoos on their back and stuff like that, but that's what was inside. The Aztecs used to send tax on sword, and the soldiers came over like, hey, we're a tax collector. Let's feed you before we talk about anything. So we fed them. at the end of the meal, they run, well, you take care of people back with you. Where are they? You just ate them. They were just in. And those are the guy that the Spanish challenge. Against them, but they eat them. There's so many chapters of it that are very where the Mayans go. Like they found the Aztec pyramids, people lived in them. When those people eventually wound up living in them, they found them. Which they call them, but it's basically the gods. Is what the Aztec. Because it was abandoned when they went through. Yeah, it does have a very interesting course. But yeah, I think that these cities have been complete. And with the past, the city of the gods, they call them pyramids. So realistically, what those pyramids are for. When they made it their way to the valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes over there. So Mexico has an ancient history. People that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're already on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico, which is really crazy. Yeah. And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, especially in America, don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, they assumed once they were conquered, and there's a bunch of lost languages. Something interesting happened with them, and they're not done in Spanish or all perfect villains in history. I guess people, it's perfect if you kind of look at it from the outside perspective. And when you look at it, they were taking off their own conquest. They were conquested by the Moors. So they were getting free from that.
Miss Aquarius.
So they were already mixed in there.
Yes, ma'am. I know. I miss you too. How have you been? That's wonderful.
I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am.
You been okay?
Yes, ma'am. Just tired because my hours are messed up.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to sleep myself.
The term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and just one particular reference. Later there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly likely to be located. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how to get there. And this term, by the way, is
Okay, we got this.
record where a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenaz several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary.
Ooh, that was close.
As a way to try and explain rather than necessarily describing a historical fact.
Oh, getting there.
With current DNA research, which says in a scientific manner that actually bolsters how they moved from there. We start with Jews in ancient Israel right up until the first.
Oh, come on.
Loss in the devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century.
Nice strike.
66. That was
Yes,
crushed
thank
by
you. You got the brother.
Match her.
Series of battles that eventually
Ooh.
crushed in 70. When pockets of resistance lasted for a few more years. This was the great Roman Jewish war that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the People's Rebellion Actually, the first with forced
Come on.
people as slaves. According to Josephus, there were many thousands of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So
Get it.
this chart, you see you've got the
Yeah.
arrow on the left.
Got it, Rabbi. We gotta get this now, right? We gotta get this. Get it.
Jews in ancient Israel, and then
Yes.
in the second
There you
century,
go.
100,000 are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already there where while they're
Thank you, Mr. Furious.
they also
You and I will.
That's right.
the foundation of Ashkenazi around the world. They settled it. Some DNA indicates that about half of them come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the bits of DNA that a person gets from their mother, only women pass it down, means that the
There we go.
at any rate, these people were Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonus family, for example, made their way to the earth at this time, and it's confirmed by two major discoveries that were the DNA evidence that reveals that they were in fact descendants on these people. The English
What
city
about?
behind me, about a thrown down a well, and this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for a shopping mall, and they found this ancient coat that was this horrific discovery of all these jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to the bones that discovered that in fact they were very similar to modern day Jews, and that their DNA, natural, was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where
I got you.
suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data. The people working with the guidance and so they were the DNA in teeth.
You get it. With the stripes.
Yes, ma'am.
By DNA of those teeth because Judaism has a very high threshold of permissibility
Oh,
to disinter corpses or to rebury them.
right, Mr. Furious.
To separate
Made it count.
these 33
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. Yay, we won.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You guys want to play some more, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
And talk to you later.
Basically only bury each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges, pieces that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is a plague for breast cancer.
Alright, here we go. I don't really know who I want to take. Rasheed Rice, I think, has a suspension coming up. David Montgomery, I had him last year.
That perhaps Ashkenazi Jews who eventually would move more to the east. They would be, for various reasons,
Go with David Montgomery.
Western Europe, by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be
Montgomery.
in particular, they would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars. There is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century. That in fact, this argument goes that modern
he's okay.
Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews who were mixed with the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the first century, a massive movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations
in Mexico versus other parts of the world. There was a lot of brutality and ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of the Misty side. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take lives among the natives. They decided to give our titles to the people that helped fight the Aztecs and help with the conquest of what wasn't Mexico, it was just this valley at that time. And it gave birth to this culture, this indigenous culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird part of the Mexican culture because you ask anybody in Mexico about it, the evil Spanish came and a lot of us in Mexico have mixed a lot of the psychology of the culture in Mexico. There's a part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, "You're asking that in Spanish." Yeah, right. And you're probably an ancestor of those very people, so it's kind of you more than us. Yeah. We didn't go, and we're still here. Yes. Great. And then people ask where the fire was. They're there. You go down there, yeah, they're still, they look mine exactly like if you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which is Rabbbi, ask people to go and visit. It's beautiful. They have a whole mine exhibit there, and it's like startling how their culture was so advanced. So they look different. It's interesting. I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you do this? Like, how are you building these stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else. A lot of strong back. A lot of work. I think, there's no there was a lot of engineering. Yeah, like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. It's so good. And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, when you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, early 2000s. And you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then, yeah, the levels don't get lynched in the bottom. Yeah, if you manage to climb that thing, there's a watch guy able to go on the top, and a bunch of dogs always up. That's a weird thing about all pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hang out there. Oh, really? Yeah, like them. And this dog on top of it. And this one. Oh, there's also a little dog on some of the images. When you see that, like, that's so different. I mean, that is so bizarre. Yeah, a really good guide there. I went, and the guy was showing us the one area where they would take whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants, and it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted. Some of what they were able to have a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insane complex structures. And then the weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activities. Really, and a lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private parts, trying to which messed up perfect with some of the connections. When you look at the last couple of Mexico and see that big society yeah. Well, that's wrapped around this deck. See a lot of this probably come by that's a big part of what you know, a lot of which a lot of music are involved with some big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and they're like doing skull piles, commemorating whatever horror and depictions of them in places that they themselves made them just people on top of pyramids and pulling out their hearts. Well, that's like a bench. They were explaining that's why they would sacrifice people. It makes sense. Even the way that the art is depicted, you can't fake that. Most people think they're going through the web cage. No, they go through the diagram right down here. So that's why there's a lot of depictions of some of these gods, like which is the Olympian level of the Aztecs. Sometimes it's the dance spread out like this. You can see a split diagram at the bottom coming out underneath the rib cage as a signifier. That's what show that sculpture, that flat picture that is like a man is sitting on his hands and knees, but with his torso faced upward. That one, yeah, that was always explained to me. And again, a lot of these things that we have to interpret, because there are things out there that but I know blood was very essential, and it was like an essential thing for these cultures. It was one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermingled perfectly. You know, they were also talking about a god that moves skulls in the corner right next to your church. Yeah. Where the capital is right now, there's a big cathedral behind it. There's a temple in my yard, the major temple, and there's a lot of those skulls, because that's where they have the skull. Sorry if I butchered the word. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramids, on top of their central pyramid, kind of displaying all of the people that have gone. What was the story? What was the completion of Tenochtitlan, or one of the Aztec pyramids, where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves, or like whoever they had? I've heard like numbers. 50,000. I have no idea. Kind of figure out those numbers, right? But cookies and experiments had like a slaughterhouse. You know, it has this it's uncanny, and there's something about human talent that I've also smelled, and blood. It's distinct. We're monkeys, and we probably have some genetic memory of what the smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And then they describe the smell on some of these experiments when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Spanish peasants that boat were like what is going on? This group were what are you guys doing? How do you so much gold? You hear these about the city of gold and some of their ones who but they found the other things. You know, that wasn't their main central thing. They would kind of puzzle about why they were so gold and revealing. Yeah. But when Congress kind of like finally kind of subsided, and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what happened. The lords within the same culture became allies of the one. They were like, you're now the title owner, the leader of this area. Sacrificial stuff. Yeah, that's in the 16,000 human sacrificial. You can see where they was that channel to print out. I think this. Sure. Time, or just that kind of stuff. Just that what people would do for just pure entertainment, or ritual, or show, cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody, children. We're talking about AG1, and don't get me wrong, it's super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original H1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients. Choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll very people keep denying that that actually happened. Like Utopia before they came in, evil, which for sure they were when they came over here. It's just good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Like other than bows and arrows, that's all they made. They made teepees, bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. That was their fun time. And they would torture people in Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche for writing this book. And they would take people that they captured, they would cut nose off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, that's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, they were amazing. Keep one guy alive to watch him let him go. Yeah, go tell him. It's like, why let go? And also, like, if you think some of the horrors that are still happening down south, last night, one of these, also jamming, because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. It was the beginning down in Mexico, and it was it's more not a historically safe part of Mexico. That type of stuff doesn't happen. Things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. And the culture that we have, I don't know, like I don't think there's some sort of genetic memory. I bet there is. Makes sense. I think they should 6 every day found on the side of the road, the chilling message, one of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this? Because when I'm not mistaken, yeah, when Scotland had one place. They just don't play for the cartels. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first shows I did was cut somebody off the bridge. And one of the older guys that was with me, I was like called by his kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me he died. I'm like, what's kind looking bridge naked?
say about Spinoza.
Normal.
Also,
It's even cruel, yeah, because they have no body. They have no. There's a lot of comments with just the head, or not even that. Mexico very funny. It is the evolution of what is considered in Mexico. People get shot. People will get displayed in this horrific, and just go back to work. That's everywhere. And that's the scary part. I think for both of the people that live down there is how normal it has become. There's nothing. It's not about normal things. Here's how these things. And this is not in terms of America. Our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture. This is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of it was in the 90s when the phenomenon of this stance happened. This was on the border between Texas and the water there. He was they call him a Satanist, north of Rome. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Bible. And at some point, he, in his power, and he instructed some of the members of the gang to abduct an American because he was called where he would do some of these rituals. That's the first time Americans had a small glimpse of the underground brutality. Religious and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for the past 20, 30 years. So this has always been going on. And in a lot of ways out in Mexico, it's going on for a while. The cartel was when did the cartels really start gaining power? I think the 70s, 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations that are working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States. Was it originally cocaine? Marijuana? I think originally heroin actually was at the start. Where were they getting the heroin that they were? Because they were running out of shortage of morphine. So they needed to plan it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, oh, the growth is here. And we were in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and rich, somehow or another, connected to that. But we have to be over there to do something. And it's interesting. Because it has something. It is. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years. The PRI. And then through its democratic period, now we have other parties coming into play. And now we have a ruling party all over Mexico going for it. That's how they started. It was not against the policy. Mexico, three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's Mexico City. That's where all the general pronouns get issued into law that's what against women specifically, and feminicide is now using catalog under law. You use life to kill a woman, that's feminicide. Just wait. So that's where a lot of that politics comes from. That's all. People that kind of like politics that are woke that used to be, but now white is all over the country, and a lot of the policies they're bringing with them. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that had been going on for 20 years that I was part of for 12 of those years. They saw, if anything, they're all bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels and just keep the check behind it. They had realistically didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which were not corrupted, he thought they were not corrupted. Economics, we're gonna just cover this area and control. It's basically gremlins, you know. One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5, cut one head off, and it's a hydra. It's just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while, and this president is sort of with this plan of just leave it alone. And they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting. How'd that one? He has one of the most violent presidencies in his main. He criticizes Calvin, who started the drug war, over his handling of the administration. What we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are running. They have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel members. Parts of Mexico, all the political killings that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. Burgers. See if I murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Let's wake the governor. The thing that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring? Man, it's a different type of corruption. It's still politicians were assassinated through pre-campaign and campaign periods. This episode is brought to you by Visible. You in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one line wireless with unlimited data, powers included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features. and network management details, and it is a the cartels of this organization here. They're not involved in any of this political stuff. Something happened. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of in history from Mexico. He was arrested in Texas. He flew into a private airfield on interesting circumstances, and then handed himself over to authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing? So there's different stories around that. He's told his own stories actually. With his drivers and stuff like that are driving around, so he just speaks about it. He's older now. He goes, this is some leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that not really. The Sinaloa cartel is a federation, and a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, the one that's about 150 years, just never grabbed, never got. You would hear about him vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the incident where they rescued Luigi, one of the Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught him. Same thing happened. All the cartels were the same. A lot of died. Arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation within the United States with Luigi when he was finally in his custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in the hole, and he's not going to get out. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get
A lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands and Kosher Riverboat Cruise, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I had to share his life story with you. His name is Loco Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Turia. And the reason for the alias is specifically because from Portugal went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and became a very strong individual on many different planes. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews resulted in several generations of crypto Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationships to their Jewish identity. As we discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual and higher education or travel over businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these pastors maintained some Jewish identity, married among themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later in Antwerp, he was a founder of the community there. Very fascinating. So the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Hierro, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We also visited the Passion Coastal Riverboat Cruises as a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto family background. Is a woman named Abigail, crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name is Rabbbi. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. While By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members is a very common name associated with the Portuguese. He was a famous in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this. So Ramirez and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist was 18 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but mother died 5 years later, and local with a younger sister ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trade, including these bizarre animals called civet cats that can't read no plants. I kind of went down a little bit of looking at that particular aspect of the Portuguese history. Anyone named Maria da Pina, don't be confused by that name. Maria, you know, traditionally Christian name, actual name was Rabbbi, not ours. She was a crypto Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also regarded for his first court position, and he handled this very well. He made a great takeaway minion, which was all the time, and he managed to between the parent minion and the child minion and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions combined their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be part of the family. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now to one single communal organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. When he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was tried and executed, and is sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with local Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. The whole episode was recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse. He kept a scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on reruns, would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it's kind of like his personal school story. Why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Liverpool became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. So we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their own country. And in fact, in this case, Loco was knighted by the king of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Hidalgo de Casa Real, but he would still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castilla Blanco, who took the Latin name Amata, very famous Jewish doctor who was originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanas means in Latin lover of Portugal. Even though he could not return, still had great love for homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appreciated. As a knight. So Ramirez, he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay local Ramirez on time for his services because it would be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, this other side of it is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you a link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were three Jewish men who married three sisters, so three brothers-in-law to each other. One of the other brothers-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away. And he named his two brothers-in-law, Hugh and Loco, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Loco and his other brother-in-law taking care of his 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy, but none of the estate went to the three sisters, or two sisters, one of the girls away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization. Is how much called excommunication. And generally, this status quo lasted a very very wealthy. He ended up organizing for himself. Travelers report that even had all kinds of people coming for support, and they lived in tents openly during that part. It was fascinating. Eventually, he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam area. Fascinating story. Local Ramirez, David, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which is absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for
this as well, because why not? Of course. So, and then the way he was recruited is pretty interesting. He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you would look at this kid if you found him somewhere. He's a normal kid. He's 23 right now, I think, but looks like a kid. Uber driver crashes into somebody, accident, doesn't have enough extra for the insurance. So he's like, God, what am I going to do? You know, married, newly married. He goes on TikTok. And he sees an advertisement on TikTok. You need money? This is how much we pay you if you come work with us. It's a cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Of course. But specifically TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting methods. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this private page and go and do this. No, it's like, hey, you want to come work for the 4 letters and the way they call themselves? Yeah. Just call this number. So he called this number. And he was like told to meet somebody at a bus station. Because these people at the bus station, they put him in a car, they check them, give me your phones, give me like on the track, and they drive them to a place to get me trained, I guess. He said. And the cops stopped them, beat the shit out of all of them there, interview them, what are you doing? And after the beating of their life, they got a good test. And how you're going to go. So that was a rebels for, but these were former cops were all going to tell them. And the police, like, all of them, they inherited everybody, you know. So it's just a social crash. He gets driven to one. I remember the Al-Qaeda training camps where the guy was looking for these are military compounds that are in the Sierras and the mountains. There was a case recently where they thought they found graves that turned out to be actually training camps. There were dead people there, but they found all these sheep in Mexico. They were calling them Mexican Auschwitz. What they actually found is some processing space. Like you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoes and they leave them there because they can eat shit because they don't want to be trapped. So it was one of those processing places. You then end up in some of the training camps. There's rumors, and again, I've had eyes on it, but there are rumors of methods and technology. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. IEDs are very reminiscent of things that you would see in a family. That's one place where they were learning their trade craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombians in front are now back in Mexico showing the cartels on it, what they learned about drone warfare and the Ukrainian war. So this kid describes this training camp where it's the army. People marching around, people are in uniform, people are getting trained, and people being brought into this camp and like, hey, let's see if you're working. Kill some rape first. Yeah, this kid describes how that's the first kill is the non-armed strike. So they just tried to just see if you're capable. I think he was one of the guys that tried to Because it's, I mean, it's like the dog don't kill you there. You fucking whatever. It is like a strong to get up, to get money, to get every 15 days, bonus, a month to get quit. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected for protected fucking death in the hills. Some people get as selected to manage some of the drugstores. People can manage to just be lookouts. That they manage to create for themselves in this region. This new generation cartel is one of the largest and fastest growing cartel in Mexico. And it is now probably operating all over Mexico. And recruiting people on TikTok. Most of their revenue is through TikTok, yes. And openly, it's not, you don't have to search for it. It's there. It's the people smokers advertise on TikTok constantly. Well, they have many people here in Texas went through the border recently and with the newspaper like, hey, I just not like the newspaper like but they were in Mexico like 3 hours later before the newspaper and like this is so the best smuggler out there on the higher end or like that's like a safe crossing. This is on TikTok. It's in the open. Wild. People don't realize how big of a tool that's being utilized. Mexico is a tool of propaganda. That's what they'll talk shit to each other. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself a bit. And he managed to get one of their leaders and he told him like, hey, I know you're one leader. Leadership, but I guess don't come back. Don't also let them run. But not everybody gets that opportunity. So it's just somebody who liked him. He said he worked well in that organization. He got favor and eventually said, you know what, I have a wife and a kid to get back to. Is that their way? How long? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he ripped shit. Like most of what he went through was inside the border between all these Zacatecas where the mines are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border region of Mexico. So it's people always fighting over these regions. He came PTSD, and again, all these things are when he's a Mexican kid without health insurance. Like, how is he going to fight these things? I talked to him for a bit. He's like, oh, that makes sense. I was like, yeah. You drink a lot? Yeah, I know why. I used to drink a shit ton. Yeah. This actually proceeded sounds like PTSD. Sit down. But he's thousands traumatized individuals. But there's nothing for them out there. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they look for help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life without this fucking damage. He lost his family. And he fought so much to get back. It's one small story to drive to you. You go to all these schools, and they have a roundabout there, and all these schools, somebody's here with a missing or and it's covered in posters of missing people. There's like one of those zombie movies where they have all these people like that, where the missing people posters on like a zombie and how they happen. It's like that, except it's over 100,000 according to official numbers of Mexico as far as missing. Just gone. Other aspects of this war that people don't kind of like realize the numbers are skewed, because there's no confirmed dead person for a number of people murdered. There's a lot. And Mexico has become very good at getting bodies. The cultures and working with a tactical group out there. They showed me actually. I'm always learning from people. Different regions have different ways to respond. Some just burn them. Just throw fuel. Without igniting. And that's where they put the bomb. Basically, down to the essential essence. Down to Tijuana, that's where we have like cauldrons, diesel to dispose bodies. Yeah. It's not a real number. That has to be big. It is a place where you go into some towns and there's just a bunch of old men going on, or you'll see like these abandoned graves in some places. I talked to a lady who's working with all these. There's these organizations all over the country that now they're grassroots organizations that are basically just dedicated to finding clandestine bodies. Places. They don't family members. Is acquiring. That's. I told you that people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say it? He's like high concentrations of ash that test the presence of clandestine crematoriums. Bodies were disposed of there, not at the bottom. But yeah, burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. I mean, body disposal is something you do in a place where you're worried about the government catching you. But this is Guadalajara, so this is New Jersey, territory, not worried about body. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Like, here's some casings from this murder. Just throw them in the cell casings. This is evidence on your night. There's no such can't solve crimes. You're dead 90% of all. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah. You're not gonna do well. 90% of all murders. 90. I started immediately. So you have until that is you have no miles about Chapo's sons are cutting the deal. One of them apparently has begun alliance with the head of the Generation Guard. Everybody else they mentioned last time I was here, it was like this was 5 years ago. There were questions about if he was even alive or people thought he was alive as his whole figure because he's low key. Very low key, not flashy. Everything's militarized. He's very good at trade credit. But recently, he's very much alive. So a few times he was almost arrested recently, and the federal police apparently tipped off his security about it's the second time he was almost arrested. He's the biggest target right now. He recently learned through the media of Trump's authorizing military action in Latin America in general, the whole Venezuela, all the way up to Mexico. And you hear the rumblings of like, how is this military operation going to look like? Is this going to be an invasion? Are we going to see like a column of UN Marines striking out of Tijuana? Probably get spent some time in that's probably not going to be a good idea. Are we going to see like people, Delta Force guys showing up in Tijuana and going on a raid on their own without permission of the law? what's this gonna look like? I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. You realize that politics are compromised at high levels in Mexico. With the example of the recent Rothschild arrest of about this election, the federal forces are compromised. So who do you trust? As an American force that is trying to cut the stem of drugs into the country as facilities. This is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing. And who do you trust? Looking at flight tracker and tell somebody that I went to, and one of them sent me this suspicious American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles, and I posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online, and the press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, said like, oh, yeah, this is, we asked for this to fly over this agreement. It's not a military drone, we asked for it to fly over this agreement. Which I don't think he knows what the fuck's going on. I don't know. I don't think he knows why there's a drone flying off of a very specific part of Mexico. I don't know. I haven't seen what he did. Or I don't even want to reveal this drone. But there have been many times we see a drone just flying outside close to the border or over Mexico. Some days ago. What is it look like though? I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a member of the special operations. And I asked him like, hey, what is the military going to do if the U.S. says like we're going in without your approval? He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, you will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. And they're already integrated into the military in certain ways. It does. Yeah, because there's like anti-sentiment already. And also the closing of the borders, cartel ties and stuff like that was part of your party, but you haven't figured out how to get them out of office. Who are you going to trust in that realm? So the U.S. is responsible for this. I mean, their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at Mexico without going after the government because they wanted the same in a lot of places. And that was back then. And now it's even more clear as how tied they are. If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, yeah, what is going to happen to just the entire country? If what's happening in routes that are leading towards the border. It's operating in a very old-fashioned way. You know, they wouldn't shoot no guys in the corners. It was their politics. Don't shoot me. It was their politics for a long time. You surveillance cartel built on its organization. And they had a assassin.
Some Jewish history. A couple days ago, I came across a description of this.
They had an assassin basically
Saw
on the train.
reproduction of it in a black and white
Circle over one of the hotel.
So I did a little more research and was able to
And
pull it
this one
actually on the Bibliothèque
killed her
Nationale de
and
France
looked at his
website,
kids
which is
through the
blown
lava
away.
bridge
I gotta
and
share
sent
this
this
with you.
video
It's so fascinating.
to a little
This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named
shit that
Abraham
happened after
Kraft.
that.
I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular.
At some
Then
point
we're going to
that
look at the atlas and a little bit about his other Jewish just that.
You start getting
First of all, let's
say
get his
this
name
coming
right.
in
It is
four
kind of
guys who basically
he's known as much as called Liscus,
Fort
but
Bragg
actually Liscus was his given name and Abraham was his father's name. This is a particular way apparently that in the 14th century
four
many
nationals
Jews
go
of
to the
this
course a
region
lot, so they
when
went
they
to the
refer to
40 course,
these
and then
kind
they
of
go back to
double names
Mexico, and
based
then
on
that's how they get back to Mexico.
he also had a separate
Congratulations,
Hebrew
you're
name, Elisha,
remembering all
and
this
he
training.
used that in other contexts.
Coaching hard.
He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish-holding part of the
At some point,
Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387.
it went from
So although Abraham Kraft was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved. In fact, one might even say right after the first century of nuclear physics, astrophysics, and things like that. The few occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. There tends to be pretty much a threat going on scientifically throughout the world. Secondly, they're wellness services.
It's one thing.
They over Europe, and Asia in their
Generation cartel.
But with the combination of these medical skills, the wide-based pursuit for international commerce,
And they
and
said,
their long association with Scotland, it's not surprising
that's how
to
they
see Jews involved
in a lot of ways.
Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps and star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers were deeply involved in exploration of the nation, and
As
they're
far as
involved in
how
the
to
creation
set
of
up
navigation
organization, how to
systems
set
like
up all
this
these transnational
beautiful
routes, how
astrolabe, and
how
how
augment their
characters
capabilities,
and things like that, because
was first
in
seen, I think,
island
in Mexico.
of Mallorca,
You saw a drone dropping bombs in Mexico.
and as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute
But
to
they
thank
got with
our sponsors, who should really go through some of these amazing places. They were job going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going down
And
to
some of them
Europe,
got into that route,
France,
going up.
we've been to Venice,
And some of them were coming
traveled
back.
to Daniel, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the commissioned by John the First of Aragon. It most likely has a gift for Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well. It is studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel finds its absolute works on this. It's really a website called History, which I discovered just been with his fantastic articles on Jewish art history, so I'm going to show like a lot of the research I present to you comes from So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were
this trade.
onto like
All signal
hard, stiff boards and
and
fold it up.
it's
So
poised
it's
to
kind of
make
separated
the
like
puncture
this.
right
Map
through
that
its
I have
territory and
behind
go
me
up
shows
north
most
to
of the
the United
map.
States.
This is the actual geo. Things like that. After these are actual reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous. Unfortunately, we
Start to see
have to when we go to the bibliothèque
the last
sites,
quote
like
on the creed. That's what they
so
call it.
kind of like a
Nightmares of narrative having this
theological,
cartel
philosophical
now
type
having a clear
reference. Kind of
It's no
interesting.
while,
It
but
shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus and
so
angels.
high
To
night
kind of
understands.
translate
Yeah,
sort of
it's way
magic,
down. There's
not,
something you have to
not
figure out.
especially practical
Yeah,
navigate. On the other
there's
hand,
a bunch
you
of
have
ways they do
maps
it.
like this. They're
I saw
called
one where they were like, hey,
which are
grab
especially laid out with
a portfolio full of
latitude
copies of
and
ID.
longitude, and it
They're
looks
like,
a
oh, you
lot
look
more
like
like
this,
what we would call a map today.
And
But
then
by
they give you,
comparison, this is roughly
that's something
the
you can say,
contemporary
trunk
you have
from
on
us.
that. They're pretty small. It's just like names of places and rough.
It looks like it's that's all.
If you really know something
Fast
that
boats.
it became like an
That's a
encyclopedia.
bunch of
It
video
was
online.
not
Just
just
arrived on the
a
beach, just
reliable
dudes jumping
record
out.
of
Jordan
it also had
weight runners because they just want short trip.
zoological facts
You
about
think
the
you
world.
get on one
He
to
was also
Tijuana,
first, by the way, to
San Diego.
incorporate a
Yeah,
compass
some of them
for
are.
us, which
No,
of course is very
they'll
familiar
support
to
it
us now.
now. They'll do
Even
video
those of us
posts,
who
and if you are
GPS,
TDS,
which
shows
shows which
a
way
bunch
to
of
go.
Navy ships
So
now on the
that's
coast
what
there,
makes this
So,
book
like,
so amazingly different.
which is a cause for all
Beyond these kind of philosophical, theological maps, on the one hand, say it.
what
So
happened.
let's have a look at
This
this
is a lot
page.
that they don't see any
So
solutions
here
for them.
is a representation.
So it seems like the opposite where going towards the cartel.
Taking a
So
screenshot
what would happen
from
in
the
infiltrate?
website.
If
So
the
this
United
is the way
States
it
didn't
looks over
attack
there.
or something didn't happen, they just, I
You
think
can
it's
see
still
that
the way.
a couple
I
of
think we're already,
first of all,
involved.
you know, it
You know,
was
this-
not
this,
like our
this
modern
arrest
day
of
maps
Obama,
meant to be read
this,
sitting in one position.
this,
You would
this
literally
designation
either
that
turn
allows
the
a lot
map
of the
around,
safety,
or I think you
safety's
probably lay
off
it
the
out
type
on
of
the table
thing
and
gets
then
against
walk
against
around the
some of
table
these cartels.
to different
What's worrying
positions.
in the
Because
eyes
sometimes the material presents itself sideways, up and down, things like that. There's like support on that, but it also gives you a sense of like this living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which
but all of a sudden one of these
indicates the
factions just
presence
made
of
a deal now that they negotiate
as
with
we
them,
shall
and
see,
now all
there's
these
lots of
people across the border,
geographic
the families
features
across that border,
so
now
on.
the safety of the United
Sometimes
States.
political, you can see the island of Corsica, there's the
That
Boston
United
Center
States
there, which
deal
of course
is responsible for the
part of
death
the
of
whole
the
thing is a
special
part
operators that
of
were part of the rest.
special level of declaration and so on.
Of that
Here
loss.
you see, like,
Why
for
they
example,
die,
some
you know.
recent political and economic information holding the gold coin
Piles of bodies around them after both of
Ali,
the rest.
who made the Hajj to Mecca and
So
brought
there's
along
distrust on
so
all
much
sides.
gold from Africa that
Mexicans
actually
don't trust
depressed
the
the price
government
of
to
gold in
solve it
Egypt for a
because
decade. And so this
it's a deal
map
with
is
the
giving
president. What's her
the
deal?
information
Shame
about,
on them.
you know, what kind of metallurgical products are developed,
Very to the
who
left.
controls it,
A
who
few
does
guerrilla
what with
forces
it,
in Central
and how, you know,
America
there's a
come
little
out and said
history
that
there,
she's
but
one
also
of them,
economic
that she
and
was
so
one
on.
of the resistance fighters with them.
Wealth of information. Sometimes there are facts
Jewish.
like that big red
Everyone's kind of
swath
it is very
on
low.
the right there is actually the Red
Very
Sea,
low.
which the map maker is careful to point out actually red. Putting it here to be symbolic. This is the bottom of it. water making the regular water color
was our
while we're in the Middle East, which is represented here.
train this one.
I'm sure
Ran around.
mentioned
The guys on car and slide.
down into the
But he
Gaston
keeps
area.
talking
It's so right in the center, of
a
course.
big job on it as far as security.
It's
She immediately refers the
Christian
whole class on the
although there
There's the last of
are
the
many
page.
I
I recognize that.
Jewish locations.
She brought it into
But here
office.
you have fascinating representation of all of that. We have evidence that
There's a lot of Alaska
cartographers really never actually, but nevertheless he tried really hard to revive
Yes, history in Mexico.
of an elephant
She
that
comes from people that
represents
have
the
been involved in some
known
shit.
world all the way
But
out
he
to
himself
China.
has
This
not.
is long after Marco
There's
Polo
nothing hard
that
we
his
know of.
visit out east. So he's
And
relying
he has a super
principally
cop.
on travelogues, but
He's very
not
well
on
licensed.
navigational accounts.
Viewing
Actually, map out
seems to
that are
he has
associated
been
with Antichrist is in these pictures towards the bottom left. You can see
seizures,
Satan there
high-level
lives
politics.
in
Some of these
he is
this
discussing
is
with
the interesting part of the operations he's conducting all over there. So
so
he's
it
going
gets
after
kind of
like municipal
weird the further
presidents and
east you go.
some of the local governments that are basically
Well,
overwhelmed.
because
That they
discovered
it's cartels and all.
just
So they do these mass.
whole
They arrest the
history
mayor.
of
And
development
this is
of
when he
real
realizes
economy,
this is
culture,
the
and of
front
course
that he has to fight
navigation,
because
which led to
cartels
the
is just these
globalization
organizations out of the hill.
Now, I want to
They're
conclude by saying
inside.
one of the most fascinating
Politics.
about this
Think
individual
about Trump's
is that he is yet
Trump's
another
own
representation of
These
the
cartels are fighting for what you call as well.
Spanish golden age of
Trafficking.
Jewish
There was a family.
one of the really unusual
Avocado.
aspects of this period of
If you go to Chipotle or Reservoir, you're putting
period of
in the pockets of this generation cartel or the familia Michoacana.
Christians and
It's interesting that towards the end of
one of those aspects of looking west is
money exchange.
the notion that we see in
So that's
several
another
figures
side of it. That
of
people don't come
individual Spanish
So
that
they're not
but
just
they
because
won't
even if you shut off the drugs totally, there's secrets that can't afford to live here in the US.
Talmudic scholar who was also the chief general of the Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? It just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood, they are also not chairman of the Supreme Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But it's Spain did have that. And Abraham Fescus is one of these people because not only was he a big, also was a Jewish man.
Yes.
In particular, there's a Bible called the Far East, after the manuscript. That shows tremendous application of his talent to the book. Like, for example, it illustrates 30 carpet pages. This was an Arabic style of book illumination. In which an entire page is covered with massive incredible ornate decoration. Here, for example, the
Joseph Smith's ideas.
Quran,
Yeah.
which has
Also, like, I remember, like, when I talked about it on this podcast, Mormons or those that have like that. Well, didn't they go over there because they didn't want to mix up? They stuck around. They went back. He's back to Toronto. Yeah, because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto. Like, maybe I was in Canada recently. Like, wow, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep at it.
Okay, I hope you enjoy.
I think Mexico is honestly, Mexico is probably, if you could invest in any country worldwide, I would think Mexico would be it. Really.
As we actually, this is
The industrial plant, it had
not
a lot of the stuff that's native to China is but as a consumer base, it's growing exponentially. So how do you population all the time? Is that possible at this point in time? Is it so soaked into the culture? I think it is. I think we're pointing a tipping point where the Mexican culture as in general is like sick of this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on it because some of these popular singers that would sing cartel songs are now banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech. But population is pretty cool. They're letting it slide, so it means that they're kind of like ready to give up shit. It became an issue in America, right? When there was a popular singer that they wouldn't allow back in the country, and it's huge sold out arena shows. Yeah, they talked about how if you're going to attack these organizations, to attack like just like you attack Al Qaeda, you attack finances and a lot of these digital basically you're singers to undermine gain influence in the US or Singapore. They would pay them to sing about the so when this nation that's wrong job. Talk about it openly on the podcast in Mexico. That's another phenomenon that's currently happening. Since it was so normalized in Mexico, cartel YouTube. I'm going to talk about cartel stuff on YouTube and they end up getting when the Chapitos and the Mayos, those Mayos put a plate of spurs and pamphlets with pictures of all influencers that they knew were and they've been going after this. They recently killed one in his house. Talking about cartels. So TMZ cartel. Yeah, they the hacker to figure out the track the one that behind so Sunday, somebody's walking through a bathroom trying to open shut. And I get this is these are all signs that the pots actually make their way to the Adelia cartel, just the channel mass of mechanisms, which, you know, what you do with that energy, that momentum, how many people tell
had
that we're
been
not
exiled
and
from
there's
then
people fighting
where
out
they
there.
thought they would be safe
People in
for a
charge.
while. They were all forcibly mass baptized in their 1490 classes. That they had,
So
a
like,
strong
how
Jewish
can
identity because higher education is
for sale.
crypto treaties, finally, a lot of Polish refugees from the Magnitsky uprising of 1649. These would be
We're coming in from that side. Obviously, is responsible for loads of money.
economically allied
Let's talk
with the
about
Polish.
Operation Fast and Furious, which was and why we see it. So that was what the original name for it. It's pushing right into people. What happened? So Bush administration, it was more cheaper than Obama administration. It was Fast and Furious. I'm speaking of this. My participation in all this was I was in Mexico and I
That's our basic map of it.
the
Story that I can tell you
just imagine my 20s back then. Running around with guns and stuff like that. It's rusty and all. You start finding people with 50 caliber with scopes on them. Zero box.
Specialized in the field, and that scholarship is
You get the box with the key
scholars of the 20th century.
that says that result.
Partially because of the fact that the published work was war
You know,
in particular.
it's a weird
This
thing
video
to find
based on
this
research from the
crack house that we're at. And then
who was the author?
my friend said,
Now, he was the secretary of the Dutch main synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church
it was
Association.
kind of fabricated a Cold War to fight
Interfaith,
Russians and making Europe. They wanted to be protected by small.
He was a long-standing civil servant.
So
So
it
a lot of
starts
us barely
and just
as
the
second.
massive amount of firearms being delivered specifically that you know anything
Didn't
about
have a doctorate.
where all these things come from. In the US,
Published quite a
during
bit
the Bush administration,
studies.
they started an operation that was meant to track firearms being straw purchased in places like Arizona, other parts of the US, by individuals being gathered by cartel members, put to cars, and driven out of Mexico to supply cartel.
Third from the
ATF was involved in all this.
and here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year
Their plan or
1938.
theory was we're going to track these guys to Mexico.
The end of his life, however, was tragic.
But
He
I
was so
tracked
indebted
where
to
they
his many decades of service that
they got
most
movie tracked already. High level arrest me because of the guns that
But in
they
February
were just allowed to
1941, the Nazis, of course,
because that sounds like a bullshit cover.
established a
We're just tracking these guys. I mean, what do you do when you want to stay like if you're in another country?
the Nazi modus operandi
Guns and shit. Why would they want to
they
stabilize them?
take over
It's
the
such an
existing
immoral way
infrastructure
to need this to happen so
They
badly.
would
They
frequently
want to
have to
give them
murder
weapons to kill each
the
other.
president of the Jewish community,
I mean, it's back then it was a
primarily
single cartel
acting
trying to fight
administrative
full
role,
control
like
of the area
Floyd's.
over some people who were coming like Zeta and other organizations.
There are a lot of controversies
I don't know why would you send guns to a specific region? I'm not saying that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel.
wars
But that's what it looks like. Yeah.
Others, however,
Yeah, and this is the purpose of it. And this is, you know, a lot of the things that they were doing because it looked like a laundry list. Some of the stuff that they were bringing down, 50 count, white music, 50 count, started getting, we're so hot. But then still have our food alive. It's because people started doing armor.
found themselves in this
Position
position
where
where
the kids are 50 count. Right. And my American military,
that was
these ones are always making fun of the fact that none of these guys right have any sights on them.
leaders of
Sights on them. And, you know, a lot of the things that they were doing because it looked like a laundry list. Some of the stuff that they were doing because it looked like a laundry list. Some of the stuff that they were doing because it looked like a laundry list. And I don't know why But they can still work by the cops. Before they put them in front of. That makes sense. And it's expensive. You red dot on that. He's gonna have sights on the guns. He can shoot far. They can shoot well. Some of them not all of them. They got expensive. Of course, the guns are it's ridiculous. But everything gets turned off. Donations, of course. Makes sense. He started showing up in Mexico. A bunch of people started dying. And then 2 federal agents that were doing protection detail died down during the cartel shootout. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they're involved in a shootout in Mexico. They were doing a protection detail down there. Realized that Border Patrol agent assigned to this, Ryan Terry. He set up a foundation to his memory. They raised $1 for this foundation. And I did that only as a point to like be able to say, hey, yeah, I raised this money for this foundation to honor this whole police officer. Going was in Mexico that was killed by the fact that we don't know why Terry is, but do we know it's and opposition in Amsterdam that were killed by some of these guns that were allowed to walk that border, knowing by ATF officials, even though people with these gunshots were like, hey, are you sure? Like, there's literally 4 AKs, like, are you sure? They're under surveillance. We're tracking.
There is a lot more Russia.
And they were going to go down. So, if you had to imagine, no one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine what kind of a deal would be made where you would guarantee the shipment of weapons. Working on something, you know, there's a lot of so we're running around here in Paris, and freeway rate loss on the for people who haven't seen those episodes or talk about Rick Ross, the rapper, that's not his name. He named himself Rick Ross because Freeway Ricky was a legend. He was a legend in Los Angeles. He was the #1 cocaine dealer in Los Angeles, and he was getting it all from the CIA. And he was helping funding the contracts versus the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. And he had no idea. Yeah, because he had really, you know, not necessarily so major. Mexico to the US. And then he was the innovation and the parent of the cartel is he started using a single and expanded on him. So apparently the cartels were doing, there was a giant rare one out there, and then he kind of saw it and ignored it. And Caro Quintero was this plantation that killed him. Right. We actually went down to the when he was tortured and killed and talked to the locals there. And they were like, well, that's the end. But that was the end. That's what some of the people there say. They were like, passed away years back. A former Los Angeles narcotics on C-SPAN at a hearing, and during the hearing, said I personally witnessed the CIA selling drugs in Los Angeles. Everybody goes fucking crazy. It's a wild thing to say because this is like it was in the 90s. Do you remember? When you were around when Rupert was fired. No, Rupert was pre-agent. Wow. So River was on a couple of times.
But
I think it was a trailer.
in the 17th century,
Yeah, I get it.
there was
The end wasn't good, but there was a movie.
those who liked the innovative
Yeah, let's listen.
art history of
1996. Let's play some of this because it is crazy.
and there was
It's crazy violence, man.
and especially
I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you during the Deutsche emphatically,
of the Torah.
I will tell you during the Deutsche as a former Los Angeles narcotics executive that the agency had enough drugs throughout this country for a long time.
But this is like yes, that's right. This is like there you go.
These two camps
Look at that.
way out of hand, so much so that you're separate. And anyone trouble your pushback will be ejected from the synagogue. So that's the
Shout out to Ronnie now. We're getting control of the room.
after Rabbi leaves.
Went nuts when he said that. So he elaborates.
Pegasus and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations. CIA. In the late you tell the American people.
Stepped up,
Pull him out.
a very tragic story.
Find a trailer for that movie they did with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire just like a warehouse smoking cigarettes and talking the trailer for this because it's so nuts. You can find a trailer.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I doing my research and preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Bush,
We are all collectively responsible for what may be the greatest preventable Holocaust in the history of planet Earth. 30 years of experience as an investigative journalist, I've wrote major scandals going out to try and map the real as opposed to the way we were told. Our values look at the demographic and economic predictions. We have so good. 2006, we see an economic check right now. Check your mortgage carefully. We issued a whole series of warnings.
That's January 2005.
Right now, gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan, with the stock market. It's not that anybody paid off this pyramid scheme. The whole economy is a pyramid scheme.
Offshore habitations.
Of course, I've been called a conspiracy theorist, but I don't deal in conspiracy theory. I deal in conspiracy facts.
People getting together.
Industrialized civilization happened when oil prices spiked and nobody can afford to buy that oil, and everything just shut down.
Great cities that would become massive.
Unlike the Great Depression, we do not have infinite resources. Nothing grows forever. There's a cycle of birth, growth, and maturation. Cars don't run up, that stuff's getting delivered, but it stops working. This is all part of the collapse. You're in a cave in a bear tax. You don't have to be faster than the attitude. You only have to be faster than the slowest camel. John said, based on two race now, I recall the parachute thrown for God. You have to hope, not pray that there's a way out.
It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, as a result of their kind of tenuous situation in Central Europe, they look for these
You talk about the CIA
going out to
recently, in the past 10 years, the CIA documents have come out over the year.
got a great idea. Let's go with this. That's on totally different course.
And I let it happen.
But we could actually
And then you're worried about the barrel.
The Holocaust was a
Do you entrust the Mexican government to keep that border safe and tell you if anything goes through that border? Or you talk to the cartel that actually
so unlike France, which has like a great, declaration.
So I think there's backdoor channel communication. Communication of some sort.
Century examples.
How much of an influence it has on drug laws. Even sensible drug laws. Treat all drugs the same way we treat alcohol. Yeah, sensible alcohol is a drug. And we know that when we have a prohibition last years did nothing but prop up organized
struggled with
diversity, so alcohol is a very dangerous drug. You can kill yourself with it very easily. Find a bottle. Yep, or any store. And I had to lock myself in a fucking ranch. I did it in middle school. Just fucking wow on their tech.
But for now, let's just set the
life.
scene.
I think I'm always going to be. I think about it sometimes. But
Now turn to two thinkers. Now, a little bit about the proposal thought of Protestants in
I don't have the addiction gene, the physical addiction gene. I don't know why. But like, I chew on these nicotine pouches all the time. And when I vacation, I said, no nicotine, let's see what happens. For 5 days, I was fine. nothing. Coffee, I quit coffee. I quit coffee for 5 days. Like, no weirdness. And I think for me it was medication. When I got out of work, I had severity. I think the first time I was on the phone, we talked a little bit about it. And afterwards, like, gave me some people that you talk to, and we're going out and look out help. Eventually, it got sober. It's insane to me how alcohol gets treated versus all beer. So, what's one of the old ones that if you get off it too quick, it's very much at the research real close to it, like, hard, I start feeling shit. Oh, drinking get back on track. It's a slow drip. When I left the studio last time, you're still in LA. My marriage ended around that same time. I had a few things going on, and PTSD, and trying to figure things out. Drinking myself to sleep every third day because it was like going through a sleepless blood creamless night was unsustainable. So when my left was part, I had to like do something. I had a friend who owned a big mansion and a cabin.
Ironically considered a pioneer of technology.
I got there. I feel like a freeloader. So that's how you one house died from complications of alcoholism, trying to get scholarship.
So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, I was going to go with the Catholic
After being drinking following a period of abstinence, over and over again.
back to that kind of model, or we would generate more economic benefit.
It's like a weird conversation. That's like you avoid it. It's very specific.
Probably with some Jewish influence.
well,
Like the fields were very
you
jealous
know,
of the right
he
here, I
is,
think. This was one
I
of
don't know,
these
he's
major
an amazing guy.
The Jews proposed to
Yes, it is
hold the
insane
Asian
to
money
think
like they
about the
did
fact
what
that the
was
bottom of
Right. Dude, I need to make I'm gonna be sure.
this is fuel funding the cartel. And then also helping obviously
forced to go
that
to
was
a
like this.
mandatory service to take it. And they have to
But then one takes its place.
serve it
Somewhere in Mexico, people are growing poppy. Oh, so that was the source of it. The heroin was
also appears to be something
from growing
Christian. So they were
so the toxins, oh my gosh, industrial agriculture, drugs, led to fentanyl, features to
and until Booster would say that
also
if the new
Protestant parts like California led to
new rules,
some of these fields
we should
were no
accept these
longer
things. They make sense.
profitable.
Now, what did Protestants
Switch
think?
to
At this point, we don't have a really clear definition
one thing that people
of how
don't realize is that a lot of these things get tested out first in the market in Mexico. Mexico is truly drug market, and they're fought a lot.
bifurcated records. For example, when we
They
was
try this.
early on
Try
in
this.
his
Oh
work,
boy,
he
it's like
published
trial.
this
Mexico killed hard to catch.
He published a
It's not us.
it comes up with
It was a whole
document
He was just kind of down.
the Castle Advice
And you know, they're not all of it. Most of it is now coming from Mexico. I
begins
feel
by
like
saying
get
five
the
basic
shit
starting
fentanyl pills.
First of all,
coming from Mexico.
there's
A lot
only
of
one true religion.
but you also get fentanyl from
Government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other
there's a loophole that's finally
Second,
about exporting
Jews.
and so they're below $800 or something like that. They don't get confiscated. So I know more things in the United States that have fentanyl in them, and they serve
your table better be serving kosher food.
substances
Or
into the U.S.
I'm a Jew.
without any sort of cartel. There's also and the precursors to this stuff all come from China. Observation. you had cases of people,
Not at
cartel
all.
members getting
So basically, after these 5
because they can get their regular supply from China.
Luther lays out to refrain
But
from
the thing having
conflict.
those issues with the generation cartel.
Second, they're only allowed to study the
Because
Bible.
they
They are forbidden to study the
a lot of
Talmud.
folks on both sides of the country.
Thought that the
And also they've always had,
what makes Jews
I don't know,
as
this,
they are understood to be.
I don't want to say that the People's Republic of China purposely has been sending
synagogues,
turning
it
the
sounds
blind
like
eye to
they're
what
talking about
it's probably the case.
They can worship, but they can't
It's probably the case. Well, it seems like that would be a good move for it to stabilize the country. You know, but you get hundreds of thousands of people on this terrible drug.
Unless the
I mean, they're all over the illegal weed trade
license.
in the U.S. as well right now.
You know,
Hundreds of them I saw on the border crossing in
discuss these things.
single file. I was watching some video of some guy about Maine. Now in Maine, there's all these Chinese nationals living there, and they've taken over weed operations in Maine.
We saw
It's wild. When we talked about Vietnam, I think Mexico is so weird. Vietnam, in a lot of ways, because you see foreign influences in Mexico in different ways. The current administration is very close with Venezuela and Cuba, which are enemies of their things.
And then we'll get to the
Pretty friendly.
economics have 3
So
additional
that's what's
one.
in the country.
Jews must be
All of these
banned from
precursors and
finance,
supplies and all of these old Chinese chemists,
industry,
industrialists,
unless the state
individuals, a lot of the cartels were basically hiding their money through Chinese banking institutions. That's the way you hide money from the U.S.
provides the state.
You take it to money
Second,
over, he puts it in the Chinese banking institution, you go to Mexico, you have a shell company down there, or a real company down there. That's what that Chinese company. Now we have transferring from point to you can clearly see
those occupations
that
Those
the
things summed up by
largest intelligence organization in the world is China.
expel the Jews from Protestant lands.
The Chinese government, because everybody in China is part of the intelligence and it's basically so it's hard for me to believe that all these industrialists or actually fabric that they're common now. How can the Chinese government have these people to come that makes sense. There's so many countries just like involved in destabilizing other countries. So the age of the large organizations is probably coming to an end. See no more. Listen over to the is anymore. Just in control are Venezuelan gangs that are operationalized gangs. Italian mafia type deals that they have used to do. So now they're having to deal all. I mentioned this with you, and I helped this because people were actually working against that federally years ago. And then all of a sudden we hear these mentions of the president of Venezuela being placed on that. 15 minutes ago, it's basically now the head of the giant cartel, which is an interesting narrative that the U.S. is putting out there. It's real. I don't know. You see
actually went to
You see a lot of Venezuelan and other people
I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in big
knowledge. Structure. Command or directed. It's interesting that when we hear this mention of this is about food security.
overall
Mexico's
message here, this is the
industrial
one
plant is the most valuable resource
that they should be
in the
brought
U.S.
in
is an industrial plant. Right. Mexico.
Thankfully,
And Maduro,
rejected.
it's just the first time where there's been a gigantic bounty on a president of a South American country in our lifetime. I think I don't remember anybody else with that one of those. It's
Really liberal.
it's wild. It's wild. It's the president of a country. $50 million for his capture. They're trying to kill him. They're trying to.
The fascinating kind of renaissance man of money raised.
They try to imagine like for 50 mil,
17 years old.
like some bigger high level guys might snatch him up. Yeah. I don't know how that works as far as bounty on him, but he's working. He's a militia force all over the country. There was 5 years ago, a bunch of Americans were apparently hired by these private institutions. Go and try and liberate night vision on the coast. There you go. And there was a fisherman on the coast that were like, hey, what are these guys doing here? Put on media, like, oh, these guys are all being there. I think one of the papers took from it. So they put it all on. I try to organize this. One of the details, this is like a little bit out of my wheelhouse. I came from intelligence, just trying to orchestrate an embarrassing moment for the U.S. by paying these mercenaries from to try and liberate Venezuela. They just can't. I think that's something like that.
Anyways, the same kind.
There's a lot of gold coming out of that country. It has a lot of gold. There's a lot of shady things coming in and out of that country. And the country that is outside the scope of principally that kind of shady can happen. What is the official? Why they have a ballot in Maduro?
There's also used a similar kind of device. Since there's a Senate, these characters,
Mexican president says,
format about their respective
you don't have any evidence of that. There's a bunch of Venezuelan Jewish organizations in Mexico that you're fighting against. Yeah. They clearly have some flies versus Venezuela. Mexico. What is going on? Last time I was here, I said 5 years we're going to see some sort of direct military action. I didn't think he was going to do it after the first term, but the second one, he's going to term, and then we had to Trump didn't win the border state wide open.
Of course, Jewish Bible and
I've seen
people
that side of policy in the U.S. now all these like metros. Yeah. It's why it's the largest market in the United States. How many of them not gone? Whenever they catch something, that's going on. Some of that down. That you hear a lot about, that was very much masses of people and children moved up into the border.
Protestant takes over and dominates.
What? These kids like asleep.
Church reaction to this change.
Like Starbucks, she wakes up like, where are you getting?
Demographic change.
This is my interaction with change. My dad had questions.
Americans have been discovered.
They cried on, and they had some sort of organized effort on the U.S. side to
Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of where they need to be great. Maritime economy, commerce,
I don't know what happens on this side. I don't know what happens on this side. I know that as an immigrant myself, I know that this administration, specifically this court of prudence, and this history, just what's happening right now is general anxiety. That's felt across the country when people white collars get rid of X amount every day. You know, you just show up at Home Depot and you get some hard working guy with a family that just wants to do some roofing jobs. You know, do some flowers. Yeah, selling fruit. You know, and there's this pushback on campus. People have this crazy pushback. If someone's been here for 20 years, they work at a farm, they're good people, there's a hard right pushback. Like, fuck you. You got here illegally, get the fuck out. It's like, those are jobs Americans can do. It's like, well, first of all, my take on that is if you were using illegal labor, at the bottom line, what you're doing is not paying people what they should be paid. Conversation with this extremely wealthy guy cracked down on the whole racket because they need the records. It's a business model. You don't have to pay them. You don't have to pay them whatever there's something on the complaint.
The earliest documentation that we have
that's not good. You shouldn't have, they should find out first of all. Forget about whether or not someone's illegal or not. Like, what are you paying them? You should like a detailed record of how much everybody who works for you gets paid. If there's a bunch of people that work for you that aren't on record, what's going on? Why you have this enormous corporation that relies on illegal labor? That there are people coming up to the U.S.
So as I was doing this research, I came across the word
that's a problem if you don't work everywhere. It's almost impossible. I have good friends that immigrated to the United States and they have to prove that their job is something that can't be done by the American or that they're exceptional. Process. I had my wife who was since I was 16. And my daughter,
basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to
I didn't really understand the whole
and he published in a very prestigious journal. Study. Honorary servitor. That's another aspect of it. But he's serving manuscripts in the Royal Library of cities. It's very good. I mean, there are a lot of really interesting this, which is not exactly what we're studying, but
country shuts down, especially LA.
Hebrew seal.
California.
The one document, the neural archive, which is very nearby, and its date is 1378, approximately 1379. And look at obviously see. And then we counterclockwise. It's all also down there in the bottom. She translates as Jacob. Abbreviation taxes all this period. So like saying, some of the careers of the family. Figure out a way. Like if someone over here with their two, stop. His father's name. What is or something died. You want a job? I can't see. Oh my God! It's a really cool found out that he didn't have any. We're gonna look at one right now. It's just so amazing. This is something that was discovered in this perception that it's all construction in the orchard of the saying it's all criminals from your his diaper underneath small hole that's fucking insane. Renovated only about a foot and a half down. The graves in the direction. And here is a fair true statement. It's also true like numbers. Hospital building, and not having the resources to look at each individual case. The orchard is
one not having enough manpower and people, and also compassion. You just deal with it over and over and over again. You're like, enough. What's your story? That's not really your one. You know, but people, they get lied to it now so that they lose their humanity. Understand that?
Ray. Okay. Evan
How it deals with
one
Mexico.
stone.
Next week, this, whatever's happening right now, whatever
Regular
mass deportation called here,
speaks perhaps to
I think it was somewhere around 3 million people like this.
high enough that
How many of the Obama administration
are
over the entire 8 years?
but not so perfect
I think it was like 3
that
million people.
if there's a mistake,
And actually, why was he deported so quickly? Pressure. He probably had some sort of political pressure. I'm not sure. The thing I point at is that
according to the stone,
they try and point at people. Oh, but he's part of the Democratic Party. He can help us. Governor
honorific
no, he was the same party that supported Obama. Obama was doing all that.
so she's something like
3,307,000. So what is that total on the left?
typically
Collaborators and then the collaborators are
married to the vessel.
So those are just apprehensions, or what about deportation?
Never married.
5 million. Right. 5
This is amplified by what's happening later. Anyway, she is the daughter of
Wow. How many has Trump deported? Let's find that out.
and she died. Look at the stone.
It's about what they're doing exactly right here. You know, people get so caught up in, it's MAGA versus Democrats. Like, you're being played. You're getting fucked. No matter who's in office, the whole thing is a scam. It's these giant corporations who want to make your face. The whole thing has nothing to do with you.
So this makes a lot more sense.
Selling Paul.
The shot would be something
And they used to shot too.
died.
Yeah, there's some propaganda being going on online. I always think about this first. Like, you hear figure things out. I've seen more of the United States than most Americans. I think Iowa and Alaska. But I've been every other place. I was in Tennessee watching a bunch of dudes stand noise and snakes. Oh boy, you went to the snake handler place? Beautiful experience. Mexico, America's going to Mexico and watch fights. And when I was there, it was like, doing the same shit you gotta do with this shit. I grew up around snakes. I used to hunt them and sell the skin. Bakers and stuff like that. So I had a cheap time with snake handlers. I do a lot of Christian release government institutions privately, and I did a medical class out in Tennessee, and somebody there like, hey, you're like showing around, and one of those distilleries, like, I like to which normally these types of churches,
letters like the Catholic.
yeah. Why would you want to go there? Because it's a
says,
start getting pulled out and
very much.
I grew up around snakes, so I asked him what snake. Knowing one got whacked recently. Yeah, but they were still like handling just proving their face. Snakes. Well, if you're handling snakes all the time, they get accustomed to you handling anything. I think as long as you keep them fed and they don't feel like they're injured, yeah, I don't think they're gonna fuck you up. That's like when you encounter them in the wild. It's like they're just protecting themselves. They don't want to get you. Yeah, but there were some pictures of some bone. You need massive skin graft. It's like half your fucking muscle tissue in your leg. See if you can chill. Now, literally 6 months into the year, anyways, right? Over lap 1.49 million, they get 20 people to specific states. You can get a larger number for the census, so you get more congressional seats. This is a dark old Democrat, but listen, this is remember it before. I had a conversation with my parents about it. It's about congressional seats. It's like the census counts illegals, and not only that, they're trying to make it so that those people can vote. And if you can make it so that those people can vote, then all of a sudden you ship these people to a place. You give them EBT cards, you give them food stamps, you give them Medicaid money, you have money, and now who are you gonna vote for? You're gonna vote for the people who got your money, and the people who gave you the food stamps. Like, who are you gonna vote for? You're gonna vote for the people. That shit
Portugal at this time.
I think there's a little out of sure. And he got a kick out of the fact that in the middle of this camp, there was a
Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure at three purposes actually had to crack down.
But that was the funniest thing. Take the picture. All the guys
Spell
being struck over the basket illegally. Someone that make America great. They masked on. I have no idea. Somebody with a sense of humor. I have a picture of me in Shanghai. It's a bar. A picture of me. But they had a clear path. what they needed to do was make an acre lot going on the water,
at the time.
you know,
This is
just make a lot of them for the event on the water. They could. And somebody there was going to keep it down and then go.
what's happening. Why?
And that was their mindset that a lot of that. And then some of them were talking to us about the fact that they would get aid from America would come down and give us camps, tents,
That's the region in
and
Russian Empire. A huge wave of migration, not only of Southern
now, like I actually talked to
Europeans
them,
around the
I think they were Honduran. They just got off board.
war. You can see there's 1.7
Now they're like
Jews make their way.
idea is to
America,
go to Europe.
45,000 make their way
They have this
to
weird
Israel.
sense that
Smaller
somewhere
numbers
down there
in
that
South
Europe is
America,
taking
Australia.
they're trying to make their way to Mexico. So
Antwerp
from
is
Mexico,
one of the last sites
they're not
on
looking
the European
which is
continent before they
weird
make their way
change in
across the Atlantic.
narrative.
This coincided with the huge rise in
Yeah, that's right.
industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for.
But what is it about? Like, why?
Detailed work with
Why
Jeff
would
Cutting
someone
was a
organize
history
this? Why
of those
behind our
migrants.
decentralization or political means?
1,000 Jews made their way to West Europe.
You want some depopulation across the decline so that this one way backdoor is probably many factors, right?
Look at this chart here to see how the population
Destabilizations went just politically to get more congressional seats because of the way that he used the census, which I think Trump is trying to change. Is he changing that?
residents of
They said they weren't going to count illegals in the census anymore.
peak of the population.
I've heard that. Is that, I mean,
The tragedies of the Holocaust, of
you
course,
do that with
also
an executive order? Like, I don't know how you
in
would
some
do
ways there
that.
were some
So you have that, and then you have the truth
First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were
that people don't want to do.
citizens of the
Which is,
country.
I mean, I've been all over the country, and every time I go into a hotel,
Invasion, many of them realized that they were extremely
Buenos Dias,
exposed,
Buenos Dias. I was to the
more
Buenos
so
Dias,
than
yeah,
citizens
and I helped
in many of the other
80% of the time. Like,
countries.
Buenos Dias. Like, what
So,
kind of Mexico?
a large scale
Conversation.
the Jews
Kitchens.
like primarily to France.
Throughout New York
This
City.
combined,
However,
however,
told me about that. Best cooks. Right, so
slavery was
so Congress
so
which I think massive immigration.
by the end of the war,
Moving all these immigrants to all these areas where he wanted to take over,
we were able to
which is
afford
crazy. And then they get a fresh start in America. So it's kind of like,
many of them fled. Prior to the war, it definitely represents it. Ultimately, the mayor did by the 20th century about
Exactly like somebody that
never was a
or he was a captain.
highly
Yeah. The beauty of America is that it's a melting pot. That's supposed to be what's cool about it, but when it's
today very
sort
5,000
weaponized in this way. When people are trying to get in here legally, they're like, oh, you're discouraging legal immigration. favor of illegal immigration, which is really easy in America. Guess what? I want to keep it in America. That's why I came up here. Going to Kentucky and experiencing that America. Yeah, cool. Listen, there's no more American people in Cuban Americans. Those motherfuckers are hardcore America. You know why? Because they know what the fuck communism looks like. This isn't just like some theoretical shit they teach you in college. Like their grandparents and their great-grandparents grew up oppressed. Like they had to deal with that stuff. They escaped and they came over to America. They have no tolerance for any bullshit. It's political, violent, verbally, they can't use a female. Those people have to go on.
As I was doing my research for the
Like a whole thing.
of course, but I'm involved in the zoo scheme. Germany
Some of the things that
living
leaders
in Amsterdam.
you know, so they gotta have this vision of being the best where it's like,
It's especially fascinating because
the
leadership was refused.
yeah, like
Sharp canvas, yeah. And the Nazis would say who's second in charge,
super
who's
polite.
third in charge. Sometimes
Sometimes
they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regard to the function of the race, because after all, the members of the accomplices in that
which makes it
but that's not going to look like we definitely have some movement riders like Warsaw, we left it
you don't get the privilege to defend yourself in a country where you can't trust the cops. 90% of the murder and assault. And look at all these
So
fucking
some of
camps
those
going around.
leaders were actually doing everything in
They
their
have
power
helicopters.
to try and
They're
save
cool.
Jews.
You
One of
can't
those
have a
examples
22 caliber pistol.
of the resistance of Amsterdam. Siskin was a fairly nondescript individual who was born in 1906
This is a
in
place where
Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory.
But then
In
once you got to Las
1938,
Vegas, California,
sensing
going
the
through my
distinct
process.
anti-Semitism
People started showing up.
Nazis
I
had
know each other.
inspired,
Train
and
like
his
weird
wife,
California wine
and
guns.
later
And
their
like
own,
wealth of
fled
magazines
Germany
and
and
certain
were
places and stuff
infiltrated
like
the
that.
United States. They ended up in
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam when the war broke out. And at that time was that he was manager of the Rothschild
Magazines with
in
lower
Amsterdam,
capacity.
collection
10 round
for Jews
magazine.
in the
Like
Nazi
what?
deportation camps to Westerbork,
Zero.
which was a
Some of
transit
those
camp.
are retarded. But like
Siskin
that's
relied
it's just
on his
illusion.
strong
They're doing
human
something to
management
combat
skills
drug
to maintain
violence or
very
gang
good
violence or
relations
gun
with the
violence.
Nazis
It's all
in
illusion.
Amsterdam, while
It's
secretly
all like
plotting
politics.
against the
But
foil
it
their
is.
plans to
It is.
visit
It is.
the Jews
I mean,
of the region.
when
He worked together with
asked about my
economist
American
named Felix
experience,
Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, to make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jew woman named Henrietta Nichols, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby Jewish college. The college was run by Johann von Cruz. And from there, they would take away whatever means they could. Small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this wonderful network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch. Unfortunately, Siskin himself and his family would not survive the war. Like like many members of the Union, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just the last on this. So in 1944, Susanna had his wife and his daughter reported to Western North. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous officers. He had no influence whatsoever. They were later deported to Rathschild, and notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944. However, he survived. They were killed immediately. Sister himself would actually die in the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance of the Red. After the war, of course, his family
sites of ice. In the sites of
a bridge was constructed nearby.
So that's
as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 years.
It's the general anxiety of not feeling at home, which is dark. It's dark. Yeah, it's dark. Yeah, that's a problem. These fucking brains. But also makes the rest of us feel awful. Like people that write to send some kid who was born here or born in Mexico but came over here when he was 2. Can't speak Spanish at all. Some kid in LA that just doesn't have paperwork. And all of a sudden he's in Mexico. Like that is fucking dark. That's crazy. And that makes everybody else feel like, well, this isn't a good country. That's not a good thing to do. That's a bad thing. That's an immoral thing to do. That's a thing that you do when you don't care. This is supposed to be the shining light of the world. Like I talk to everybody. Like I'm having a good conversation with anybody. I haven't seen anybody that
Hello, fellow citizens. It's called in our groups of
I think I'm in a situation where I'm
show
talking
you
to
about
patient
what
visually. You know, I
I go to and work on the lecture
what's it
on the
like?
economy of
What's it look like?
which is basically the 17th century.
Like,
Joseph Henson de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, was considered a 1650 into one of those right made and he did amazing phenomenal research specifically in his literary work and his analysis of the so before we back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with opening up the free markets as a result of the culture of Americas and also the parties to have a look at this map.
I think this is part of the plan. I don't know if there's a plan or not. It kind of makes sense. Part of the whole agenda is to create so maybe not.
Likely not
But it's what makes me wonder.
again find ways to be very active in
It really is just fucking dark.
significant for the settlement of Jews.
I don't know. I see this. I
Particularly
see
if you're news in Amsterdam said
infrastructure is very dilapidated. Parts of the country.
economics
Not the U.S.
out of the not to allow them in. So
different.
forced to allow this
So yeah, I can see why people have this.
and of course for us what is very important is Africa, which would be very significant. And the diamond trade which runs away through Belgium and Amsterdam. So all of this new economic activity is happening is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European international exchange was established in Antwerp, too far away from Amsterdam. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews. And in fact, when Amsterdam stock exchange in 1974, about 13% His father was a victim of the Inquisition camp, Isaac and so Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition.
I see American
In Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he could find his way back to openly practicing. Many Jews, descendants of Jews, forced to converted in 1391. A series of position, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middleburg. And there he ultimately accepted his Jewish identity and his without fear. He was also an extremely charitable individual, 1,000 children, and quite a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual with a lot of writing, not only of letters that he had published, but also of several books. One of his most extensive proverbs is a book called Certain de Constituciones,
that's happening while we're people
but obviously the English title was Confusion, and it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. The fascinating work, it has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. They're very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer and has all kinds of anecdotes and very pungent descriptions, like Knapsack and so on. I think it's really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give it to you first. The first rule of speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea, as more of like a how to maintain friendships with your brother and things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say basically, everything's broken down. You don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for it. Second rule, accept both your profits and your risks. Don't, in the awful kind of feel, oh, I should have bought that when it was cheap or things like that. I should have sold it. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than everything. Financial analysis. The third rule, I wasn't sure exactly what Goblin Treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncle, isolated United States, which I know diamonds, the next pebble, the profits that you earn, they're like, well, obviously, I don't think that also, how does all this free flow so-called dollars, right? Very, very important rule. So fourth rule, he who wishes to become rich from this game, terrorists from other countries don't have money, easy pathway, patience. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stocks. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't put that on you're not going to be joining us. The boat was closed for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos. Research.
And some of the tour policies in Mexico, they'd have the letting Mexico to be where it is right now. It's worth my own. I don't know. I don't think full on no attack like Afghanistan and Iraq would be the answer because we see where it's sending just drones down there and exploding the people. Because we also see what that happens when you get the head of one snake. You just abducted the head of two cartel and brought him to Texas. national security. That's what we're talking about going on.
In particular, the Portuguese Jews who led the acquisition and were looking for Peter's story was not shown here. We're going to keep that. No, but I really
Come out of that country if you start fucking plotting. Targeted strikes in certain parts of that country. There's no way. So if you want to talk about it, that kind of thing, migration is your issue. You're going the wrong way.
their relationship with their
And also about at what point do some of these criminal organizations outside of the Senate become freedom fighters? Right.
actually make it will mills and water drills
They start targeting
able to
Americans.
expand the water elsewhere. And the CFA, they were also prepared to overlook minor differences that affected U.S. government. For example,
I've spoken to members of Congress, and I've spoken to members of the Washington a few times. I've spoken to people that are in charge of things, and they have notions. Some of them, but some of them are clearly,
good morning, fellow
they took that, get that world invested in finding out,
experience.
really diving deep and getting an understanding of it. How do they know what they know? They're doing the right thing by I've seen people who are part of this conflict, and they're asking the right people, but some of them are verified, spoke to the local officials there, they told us that they're doing this, and they're doing their job now. Get on my head, I used to work for them, and I can tell you that those boxes, those guys are probably empty. They're just there, like, produce
Otherwise, starving children.
and also, like, that
Dramatic representation of it here.
that seizure,
Ahmad,
you're on payroll for this organization.
gather.
And also the governor of this place where this seizure, he just
Charitable
took
fund
it away because the housing market fuel smuggling. So, like, is this a win?
Separate set of ideas.
Wow. But yeah, I'm sorry, but there are people that are trying to figure it out in the government. There are people that are asking the right questions. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what's going to happen with information, but everything's clear.
Yes, but
Everything is on the table as far as military options in Mexico and beyond. In South America right now.
It is highly unlikely
There is an interest by the United States in some of that. That's clear.
Christianity because they were forced in earlier
What that's
generations
going to look like is it already happened with the
Christian
abduction of some sort of the rest of the West
earlier.
on a
And with
plane.
their
It's
experience,
pretty kind of weird service.
never have
The United States,
consciously
the United States political operator over Mexico in some way, shape, or form. I know that there's a bunch of other political like documents and members of their political party having lavish lifestyles outside of the country and they can grab and that goes on. The president of Mexico says the CIA probably is taking all those pictures as a counter operation to what they're doing.
church. Very much so
So I
like the
think whatever's happening is it's already in motion.
it would be absurd to say that they wanted to
I guess
adopt,
my point is
the
the cost of this is
let's
if
look
it's
at
if it is an
have of elegance as a second-century text.
where it's not taking into consideration the outcome of fallout or something like
A book called The Physiologos,
abducting
and
another
talks
giant
about how Samuel was
down
trying
there
to
or taking him out.
taking a
I think
series
the
of
biggest target
about
they
animals
have is
and then applying Christian meanings and what
I think that's
Christian
if I could be a psychic right now
were adapted in the Middle
and I
Ages
said they was going to plan some sort of direct action operation, I think that would be
book. Look at the Pelican, and then
them the vision that they're going to go somewhere and everybody's going to be wearing or
the idea. I mean, the
vest on.
Pelican, rather than letting it
And those who are actually police officers,
there you go.
members of
And
the military,
the
that engaged in firefighting with them, called backup from
are very
the
obvious,
military, and then that was
especially
involved
with
in
the
the national
actual
in
ritual of
a fight with
so back to our question. Why does the
because they're all involved.
adopt this?
Some of them are.
They're
Again,
really looking back
TV
at
stories that makes people
the or together, like they
supply
did with the Phoenix.
and
And they're talking
showing
about
them how
how
to use those rocket launchers
Jewish
that are
value
getting Ukraine.
providing charitable funds
These
to
stories
those
are like
in need
just like
something
that, dude,
that
saying,
is
you know, that the CIA is involved in nothing. It's
something
like,
that
yeah,
is valued very highly.
you're just talking about your ass, conspiracy theory shit.
Unfortunately,
5 years ago, I said,
not a
terrorist
lot in the
designation
70s
and direct
during
action
golden age,
Mexico
especially with
against
global trade, they pioneered in that way.
I mean,
And
on that side of the
think about
conspiracy. Anyway, even for I've been following you. Great to hear you lay all this stuff out. Tell everybody how they can find you online. Last time I was here, they deleted my Instagram account of over 500,000 followers. After the podcast, I posted something about Chinese people being welded into their office.
that's why the image of the
Instagram
Pelican
didn't like
is
that.
especially
And
popular.
they
There are many
took out
other
my
details of the series that
account.
why they
Wow.
so
So what is it now? It is Manifesto Radio Podcast. It's at
just so
Manifesto
fascinating.
Radio Podcast on Instagram and on YouTube. If you want to check me out, I have a small podcast I got to. I'm constantly traveling, talking to people.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment. We walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The two guys learning stuff on me, and they.
Some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when there was a dude that claimed to work there? Yeah, check that out. Yeah, that was a good one. I was glad. Yeah, that's why I'm up there. Because he was, you know, a lot of the subject covered. He was the original professional. Amazing shot. Time travel. It's called Cohen, and that was future up here. Kidnapped by Bigfoot, no matter what. Art was like interesting. He was open to So last time I saw you, gave me an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air, and COVID caused the pandemic. It was very bad. Out of nowhere. I just like grabbed it. We have another one. It's a story.
And you can see the public star David kind of
Brian Callen's favorite. That's a good one, right? That is a beautiful one. I probably I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's not coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it, like, hey, it was kind of coincidence at the start of this pandemic. People had some mad people getting blown up whistles all over the world. Yeah, there's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that's seen by millions of people. I mean, we're directly responsible for those to become this viral popular thing. Like, people knew about them, but they became this international thing now. Like everybody talks about more importantly, I don't know. They're weird. The sound is creepy. Exactly. You know, here's a weird ghost. Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance always knew the day before after you. But I heard that, like, oh, fuck, you can tell me you
started in Amsterdam.
seemed to be right with a major just screaming them
And then we
and
went
ran
all the way
in the
down
middle of
through
the night
now
street.
zones to
Touring around. What is the origin of that? Like,
very big
as the
foundations
death whistles, like, when did they start?
Great
Using
experience
the flags
with
and everything,
Mount
people
Airy,
keep finding them.
then we rode the ship
The
down
Aztec
to
is
the
a
medieval
modern word
village of
for
Ghent,
Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that came out from
very
northern
important. And then we made our way up
America
to
down
this
there.
little place called
And they
Middlebury.
brought with them a lot of
Nearby
customs, and I think those were around
theater
before
would be
them.
very important because that's the home
You know, a lot of the
of
native
Ross,
animals.
who is
So
one of
they
the
did
major
a lot of it
players.
was like shamanistic.
Then after the trip, we went
themselves,
to Rotterdam,
Maryland animals.
where we actually saw it. It was pretty bizarre. We constructed a Noah's Ark, and then shortly after it, we saw rainbow, which was
They're more about this
anyway,
reaching out.
that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam to a shuttle airport that we played.
They've been,
So let's focus in
told
on
me about
Middlebury.
native people down there. Told me
An
that
old map of the
they're
city,
very much
and you can see
specific
where
to
it's like
their
a main
psychological.
road around
They
this
can
really
affect
old court,
just to
and
fuck with people.
towards the bottom by the letter
They
H,
can
there
say
is something
these
that says, hey,
flower wars or
Israel, if it's a character, a Jewish character, there is this
they had this agreement where they would go and
the
try
entrance
and capture
is on the restaurant to the
people
right,
bring back the
but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue.
you know,
He had what they call a Dutch after house behind. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Frank and her family did during Holocaust, and he gave that space to become a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue, an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating.
probably not Aztec, probably some other tribe that did
synagogue and things like that.
initial conquest.
And we have a pretty good idea of the
Aztec
plans.
tattoos on
We
the
have a
back
good
and stuff
modern
like that. I got the losing
You
side
see a heron trap, the entrance is
the Spanish came and allied them.
there's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a place it's just south there.
Tax collectors out
Just
there that
north
would
of
have
there is
really
that
one of
square
them to come
building
back
with the
according to one story.
kind of roof.
And
That
the
is
soldiers
the
came
same
over like, hey,
as
we're the tax
You see,
collector.
the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when
Before we
the
talk about it,
photograph was
fed
taken.
them
It's in the foreground here.
and at the end of the
We have some photographs in the beginning of the 20th century that shows that
where are they?
the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place.
And those are the guy that the
This is
Spanish allied went to
towards the, you'll see those
fight
distinct
against the
windows
Mexican.
featured in
Jesus.
the reconstruction synagogue as well. Unfortunately,
History of
in the
Mexico is so
context of
strange.
World War II,
It's so
the
long and
entire town,
There's so many chapters of it that are
Jews, they were
very
deported to
confusing
death camps.
because
And
like
the synagogue was
Lions
occupied by
go,
the Nazis.
like
Then the
when they
Allies
found the Aztec
reconquered
pyramids,
the
people
region in
when
the
they
context of fighting
when
a British
they
border
were
land
eventually
on
wound
the
up living in them.
and destroyed
They
it.
found them. It's the Teotihuacan,
Destroyed group.
which
By the
they
time
call
the conflict was over,
it's basically
the
the gods. He's what the Aztecs
shells of
because
walls
it
and
doesn't
course
sort of
time this was
they were
erected
coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting.
consecrated ground.
But yeah, the city was abandoned completely. And when
The
they
elements
passed
had their way, and
the city of the gods,
basically by
they
the
called
time
it
you got to
pyramid
the
of the
late
sun.
20th century, there was nothing left
What
except
those
for
pyramids are for.
and this is the way it would have stayed. Were it not
When
for
they
the
made their way to the valley of Mexico,
shown
there were
here
already a
with
bunch of
David
tribal
Lawrence
there.
and Pushable Focus
People
in his remarkable Theater, which is just
So
a few
Mexico has
kilometers
ancient
away
history.
from Middleburg.
People that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new
Anyway, he's
on
not
the
Jewish,
scene as far as
but
history.
he's
It's really in America. You don't even understand. The reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spanish.
local
It's not
community
the
organization to support
Mexican native language was Spanish. No, it's the language they spoke. I guess.
We we invited the Holocaust and
So they were already mixed
person
in there. Their family
joined us on the story of
but
Martin
you kind of
Luther
look at the way that the conflict took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world. There was a lot of brutality. There's a lot of ignorance, a lot of religion. There's also did a lot of cool things. In the end, I think Mexico went the route of this time. We decided to mix, like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. We decided to give honorary titles to the people that helped fight the helped wasn't Mexico, just this valley, and gave birth to this culture.
Shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is right.
That
And
has
a local
something
non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it.
There's a whole
He
part of
rebuilt
our
it
history
and had a
ourselves.
track
It's essential. Like we say, the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president, are sending the king of Spain letters to apologize.
They raised money to buy a Torah
Waters from Spain or spot. You're asking that in Spanish. You're probably an ancestor of those very people. So it's kind of you and us. Yeah, we didn't even go and they were scared. Right. And they went with them higher. You go down there to the other side, they look like exactly like paintings. If you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which is Rabbbi, as people to go and visit
as a young girl.
living it's like a story of how it's so advanced, so detailed, so detail-oriented,
As a Christian,
and they,
children afterwards,
them just being gone or disappearing as a mystery, but then you go down there
and they occasionally look call in to make a
they
video.
look very
Story was
it's interesting. You know, I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, you just I mean, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before there was anything like this anywhere else. A lot of work there. I think, you know, there's no doubt there that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. And like this isn't just like a one-time project. You got it right the first time. Like how are you guys so good? And like when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, but when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, 2000, and you were allowed to walk up that. But they'll fucking put down. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then they'll get lynched at the bottom. And yeah, if you manage to climb that thing, there's a watch guy all the way on the top, and a bunch of dogs. That's a weird thing about here. I don't know why dogs like hanging out up there. Oh, really? Yeah. The Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's all dogs. Yeah, but it's wild dogs. But I mean, when you see some of these pyramids like that, like, that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. So bizarre. We had a really good guide there, and I went, and the guy was showing us this one area would take whatever psychedelic plants they had, like some ceremony. Understood what they were doing and why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with complex structures. And the weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and going down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics they actually took more of self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activities. A lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling up reward swords through their private parts, trying to I don't know, visions. So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that you transcend, which matched up perfectly with some of the in Mexico. Kind of like they matched in a lot of ways. When the Catholics around, the Mexicans were venerating a mother goddess, and a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the prison facility is. And they sort of rituals. What's going on? They're called coming out of that area. Going on there, so that's wrapped around his neck. Which a lot of people in Mexico it's like propaganda, denial, and then you go stolen skull piles and commemorating whatever form the art is depicted. You can't fake that. Most people think it's there's a lot of coming out that's where they go. Show that sculpture, that flat sculpture. It's like a man. It looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees. Imagine that a lot of these things that you have to interpret, because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know that blood was very essential, and it was like an essential thing for these cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came into the country, that came into this area, just intermittently, they also talking about God and those where the capital of Mexico is right now, the big cathedral behind it. There's the major temple of the African. There's a lot of types of symbolism around skulls, because that's where they would have the big skulls. Sorry to butcher the word. They would have ceramics and skulls on top of their pyramids, on top of their central pyramid. Display people that have gone. The story was the completion of Tenochtitlan, or one of the Aztec pyramids, where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had. I've heard like numbers of 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers, right? But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors, the smell that some of these pyramids had. You're into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse. This dark smell. It's like uncanny. And there's something about human talent and also smell and blood that is very yeah. These Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like Australian when these others yeah, we had water coming into it. A super sisters complex just this completely different than Europe. Yeah. So they came over here and were like, what is going on here? This blue world, what are you guys doing? How do you some gold? Well, there was some gold. I mean, you hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold there. But they found the other things. That wasn't their main central things. It was kind of puzzled about why they were so interested in some of the gold that they had. But when conflicts kind of like finally kind of subsided and when they won, they you're now title leadership sacrificial stuff. Yeah, that's in the 60,000 UN sacrifice, just pure entertainment or ritual or because everyone's going to die. So it's cool. Official form in front of children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on the spectacle. Yeah. This part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients in your body. Love a routine. Is it nice to switch up a little? Well, here we go. 18 years of the original AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now they're subscribed today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or if you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AGD3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drink.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle, and I'm sure they don't sacrifice people, throwing their bodies off the side. People keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S. where Native Americans were like peaceful. It was like a utopia before they came in. And but that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. People were bad and evil, which for sure they were. And they came over here and this is people that were just living on land in harmony. In fact, they were killing each other. Not only that, that was their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches, all the fuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. They made bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing, go to a nearby nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah, that was their fun time. They loved to, and they would torture people in the most horrific. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, right in this spot, they would take people that they captured, their arms and legs off while they were alive, so they would hold them down, legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking hell. Like, you got that's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, they would basically want to die alive to watch them let them go. Yeah, go tell them psychological repair of operations is over. Everybody else gets butchered. One guy they let go. No, we're out of here. No. Like, if you think about it, some of the horrors are still happening. It was the beginning. It's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, where this stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there, quickly. The culture that we have down there, I don't know, like I believe there's some sort of genetic memory. I bet it does make sense. 6 severed heads on the side of the road, chilling message while Mexico City. And what outdoor Mexico is this region, I'm not mistaken. Yeah, what else going on? And what means actually plays. It's beautiful, but this is took me there at the wrong time. I just don't work for the cartels, I guess. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago. One of the first jobs I did, and one of the older guys that was with me, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, they're being kind. He wasn't acting. He was so normal. It seemed cruel. Because they have no body there. Yeah. There's a lot of conflicts with just it has to be to where hanging someone from at least you find the body. It is the evolution of what is considered normal in Mexico. People get shot by the dozens. People get displayed in this horrific world, and people just go back to where it is. That's every day. And that's the scary part. It's also the people who live down there is how normal life has become. It's not a normal thing to hear some of these things. And this is not, in terms of and phenomenon of this guy got stats on happened. This was in the Bird Success one. Social engineering and folk management basically what he did. And at some point he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the torture that has been going on there for many but it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years. Brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while. But when did the cartels really start gaining power? I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first, a lot of this stuff. I think where were they getting? They were lifting for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans. They were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed where they kind of started like, well, the world is here. And they were still getting ideas, like, that's something that that's where you start seeing the picture. So 40s, 50s, 60s, 50s, wow. It's like Vietnam itself is connected there. Yeah, because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in the whole area of Vietnam. And there was a trafficking area. Yeah, and coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another. And they over there to stop communism or something. And it's interesting what you bring up Vietnam because it has something to do with the elements of it, mind you, Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has legalized Singapore for the BRI, and then it went through its period, and now we have other parties coming in, and now we have a pretty old Mexico called Rabbbi, who is, this is the party of That's how they started. Hugs not bullets policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super effective. Hugs not bullets. But this is coming off Mexico's liberals too, I guess. Yes, we do. I think Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke comes from. The capital of Mexico, that's Mexico City. That's where all the general pronouns get issued into law. That's violence against women, specifically, and feminicide is now a leading catalog under law. You can kill a dude who's violent, kill a woman. That's feminicide, which is way so that's where a lot of that politics comes from. And northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where I guess Rabbi's are. That's where all the people, hardworking people, people that kind of like go the other side of politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now what has all over this country? A lot of the policy they're bringing with them years. If anything, all they're all bringing is fight to fight the cartels and just keeping the GDP out there. Realistically, he didn't have a clue what he was about to cut off. Even if you just put the military out, which we're not neutralize a lot of the things going on around it. You can eliminate this guy's gone. This guy's gone. Come out for a while, and this president comes in with this sort of with this plan of like, we'll just leave it alone, and they'll stop. Violence will stop because we'll stop fighting. How'd that work? He has one of the his report over his handler. He held matches from death during his administration. When we saw in his administration was the politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really hard about it. Now cartels are like candidates running for office. The mayor of the city and the police chief of the city, they're all cartel members, and the police force, they're all cartel members in parts of Mexico. Oh boy, political killings that happen. Don't have to, because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate, so I don't want your candidate. So it was so insane. It was like 30 plus murders. Did you find out how many murders there was? That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues, right? Let's make the mayor our guy, right? Let's elect the governor. So we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different? And those people get in with what kind of laws, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain America, largely tailored greens get whacked, AOCs get whacked. Like, that would be fucking crazy. This type of coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one line wireless with unlimited data, powered by $25 a month flat. Wait, sees what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent. So Visible, well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management here. They're not openly involved in political stuff and all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of one of the biggest cartels in history from Mexico, the Lions. He was arrested in Texas. We flew into a private airplane, interesting circumstances, and then he handed himself over to the authorities. He was arrested there. That kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing to fly in? So there's that he's told his own story. He's actually talked about this with his drivers and stuff like that, or driving around. So he just speaks about it. He was a ghost. This is Miles Samana was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that it was Chapo Guzman. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel was a federation, and a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed by this figure, the Miles Samana, who in 50 years never grabbed, come hear about him vaguely. And so everybody that guy's an Syrian Greeks, or they invaded the bigger guy in that organization.
And then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then beat them. And there was this miracle with
2 years ago,
oil and 8 days, and
we already had this operation. Same thing happened. All the Rothschild was born in the
I'd
same
like to
field.
take you through a
And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States.
the Maccabean revolt. It might be a little different.
The conversation will be happening with
First
the
of
United
all,
States
we
would
should
be
understand that the
while he was finally in U.S. custody.
at its root,
And
essentially
no
a
telling
civil
whose money is
war.
at home. And he's not going to get it out of home.
Describes a fissure
His sons
between
probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a hotel, they probably need to cut a
how
deal.
they felt they should relate to
And I
the world
think,
around them.
and the theory
This is a result
that
of
deal will probably
political
be
situation
hanging over
with
the head
Israel
of their fellow
under
lives about
a Greek law that is Hellenistic dominance.
some U.S. law enforcement for more than 2 decades was taken into custody after Rabbbi played the Texas Guzman's son. Guzman Lopez pleaded not guilty to federal trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zamora said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. by Guzman Lopez, slaughtered
Those
thousands
two
of
empires that are
So
especially important for
this
us
is the
are the Seleucid
shady stuff
Empire,
that happened.
which is in the
And
Yellow
then
and
Maya
occupies much of
gets
Central
brought into
Asia,
a meeting
and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt.
by
The reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called Iron
really
because
into the drug.
much
He's
of
not
their
one
they
of my
become
brother
Syria,
he's right now.
but they were fundamentally
So at some point,
Greek
that's a deal.
orientation. The
And if this
original
deal is
leaders in
going to get
particular
this guy
all
on a
of
plane,
Greek descent, and they
fly
were
over,
all
we're going to make a deal.
But when
That's
you
the
look
story.
more closely at where Israel is
He has
right here,
he
you'll
has a
see
line
that
coming
on
to
this
me
map they have
between
heavily
the
related
governors,
as both
which is
yellow
no
and
problem.
purple.
The governors
Because
will always
it
be
was
the
that
blue
border
line
line
above.
the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt handed back and forth for much of the time. And only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean work occurs. The version of the story that you probably when you were a child had a very important role in this map. Antiochus Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the second century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epiphanes. In Latin, he used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and clothes for regular people, and then he would reveal himself being, in fact, the emperor himself, and then he would ask to have poured on him and everyone else. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a brewing controversy in Israel. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of intervention. Population began because the highest office that is located in Israel was the office of the high priest on hand. And the tradition was favorite.
Elias Amon is one that
Many traditional aspects of the practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked the revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves. Those Jews who had sense in the West accommodation element of value on the one hand,
there was an expectation that meant gloves off and action pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see, they took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel, and Sinaloa has been on fire ever since. It is open warfare between the last remaining sons of Ochapo Guzman. These war zone on the streets. You can find some of that Sinaloa video chain because it is shocking. When this war between these two factions, Sinaloa so well resolved. They didn't want to go out because the cars were going to get jacked and put in the middle of the street.
really important sources of
environment around criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that have Louis Vuitton stores.
Be a little bit cautious about this
exotic car,
amazing event
exotic cars being
was
sold,
actually achieving
stolen
political and
dealerships, and
spiritual
all the
independence
bands that
from
played live music at their places and all these
there are a lot of questions
exotic seafood
we
places.
spend a lot more time discovering. Why is there no traffic
How are
to
they
go
going to
there?
sustain
The
this
holiday of
economy?
Hanukkah like this,
It's
to the holiday of
Mexican government comes out,
Hanukkah
President
makes a few pages really in page and
comes
it
out
is in the context specifically of how we light the menorah. That's one of the biggest factors discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? Historical source to some of this. Another very important source, but a very different one to use, is Blake Joseph, who is kind of the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the Rabbis of Islam.
But you have this situation now where she's waiting in the U.S. for
a very
business
dramatic episode,
Give me some fun.
and he joined the Roman. He wrote the great comments and primarily as a
shooting up the luxury houses,
extra on everything Jewish for the first teachers, the general who was responsible for destroying.
These guys are using ear protection.
Later, the Roman wrote about how it is.
You can probably sneak up on all those guys. But they're basically shooting all the luxury apartments that they know were owned by.
And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death
With no hearing protection.
I'll just give you a couple of comments about his biography. There are some
A lot of them have severe hearing loss.
he's writing only in Greek, which is the language of educated people. He was born in the world of the first century, so he's writing kind of as a captive celebrity at the same time, officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has the surname Flavius that is added to his name Josephus.
And he interviewed like
So
cartel
we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him. But for now, let's rely on the fact that thematic study. Josephus relies very heavily on this book.
the generation cartel. This militarized cartel.
This is an amazing account which is only existed in Greek. Probable Hebrew original has been
When we went down there, he introduced us as a kid who was freshly
of
off.
the actual Maccabean battle, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow-by-blow
Tank
version of
warfare.
the
against those values.
probably
You
involved
see
in
they're
the
firing at his house.
from the Jewish text. Now,
They're
this
weak.
has
They're
made
low.
it into the
Tanks, if you
Bible
get
of
your
many
trucks to load up here,
Christians, in particular
probably
the
get shredded the
Catholic
next
Bible,
minute. The
but
tank
it
out
was
the
not
door.
made into
They're
the
making
Hebrew
these
Bible. Now, this book, I think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow,
they are,
this is a totally amazing story.
they're pretty old.
But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization
That's how
process
it's like a
to
fucking
determine which books made
what
the
they do is
cut
they make these
and which books did not, they elected to pass on the book of Maccabees. Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture. The Pharisees were not especially enthusiastic about everything that Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of critical things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in every day. Jewish Bibles do not nevertheless, the book of Maccabees is absolutely fascinating. There are
Why I laughed about ear question about ear protection is I was
the Maccabean Wars were absolutely, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabi.
You'll see this in
Was
different, they're fighting
military
C caliber and
10,000 troops
10-foot distance.
simply could not be engaged in a straightforward
The drones are now involved in this
and
as
so he
well.
pioneered a lot of
Because
fascinating
why
guerrilla
not? Of
tactics
course.
in order to
So
defeat his enemy. But let's look at the beginnings of
the
the
way
war.
he was recruited pretty
As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should be
found him somewhere.
and in a called Modian,
20,
Hellenistic, and ordered in
crashes into
accordance
somebody
with
and asks him
that
to pay
the local population should sacrifice a pig to a great god. A family led by Yahu with his son to the earth, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which was a big act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the Facebook idolatry.
Of course.
This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Yahu
It's not like
fled to the
you have to
hills,
access
quite
this private
literally,
page
they
and go on this. No, it's like,
and
hey,
they
what do they call themselves?
on the Syrians and more
So he
significantly
called this
on
number.
Jews
And it was
who
like,
supported internal conflict here that made it conflict.
because
The
these people at the
Syrian
bus
Greeks
station,
were not brought
they
in
put him in
big
a car,
numbers until
they
they
checked them, like,
discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them,
and
and
then
then
they drive
increasingly
to
large
a
groups
place
of
where they
real
could be trained, I guess,
soldiers
is what
were
he said.
brought in.
And then
This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be incredibly able.
don't tell him anything. Don't tell
He
him anything.
acquired a reputation for
And I really
ferocity,
got to think of their
brilliant
life.
strategic use of the terrain.
It's now
At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword, and he used it perfectly for the rest of his
these are places where
At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his small ragtag
I
band
remember seeing
by
the alligator
force
training
marching
camp
his
for the guy
own soldiers
and stuff
to
like that.
attack
These
the because I was looking for not to be, they set the big fire so that when the news guy was looking for the return, they found that they were outnumbered after they were exhausted, and the entire
What they actually found is processing
remarkable strategy.
like you go there and
One
strip out
of
your
the
clothes, your shoes,
most
leave them there.
dramatic battles, however, was the battle that involved war elephants. Absolutely terrifying. You can imagine what it must be
He
like.
described
They would put some kind of
active
fortified
duty military personnel
station
trained in
where
the
more than a
Mexican
person
military
sitting
personnel
on the
trained in the
elephant and then attack them on
former
the
special
back.
operators
So
from
one
Colombia,
of the oldest brothers, Alazar,
some former special operators from Mexico,
correctly
some
as
from
it happened,
Americans. Well,
that
there's
Joseph
rumors
himself
and again,
might be in
on top
other
the bad eye, but there are rumors
stabbing.
She
did particularly grab
that's one place where
the
they were learning their trade.
Europeans who are describing this as
Colombians are Colombian operators.
they don't know what it actually looks like. They sort of imagine
Ukrainian
some
right
kind
now
of
learning about drone
force
technology.
maybe. And
Some of those from Mexico that went to fight
here's
the
another
Ukrainian
one,
front
which
are now
also
back in
has
Mexico
the
showing the cartels of it,
element of
what they
some
learned
kind of
about drone
force-like
warfare during
perspective.
war.
It's exactly like a horse because
So this kid
apparently our
describes this training. It's the art.
but we have last photo that it has kind of like a sort of cat like tiger-like look. This one is truly original. It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect. And
So
it's just back to the good stuff.
He's one of the guys that tried to
Sorry for that sort of
every 15 every 15 days, and the bonus at the end of the month you get equipment. You get selected for certain activities. He was selected from. Some people get managed and just be lookouts. But
at this point, you might be wondering what about this region? So this is the part that usually gets first billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, they're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. They're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the local-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship.
People don't
Which
realize
is shown here in
Mexico is
the
into what's propaganda.
piece of Roman monumental art, spoils from the temple,
Favor one of their leaders, and he told
here
him
you
why
can
they
see
can
left, there's a sign, presumably,
I think he said something about 6 or 8 months.
and then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews. None of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle which you get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21 to be precise. Baraita or Baraita is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature, and the oral written down as what was not included in the important collection of teachings that was together in the early 3rd century by Rabbbi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the
Talk about the Trump.
there are other elements and other early sources, such as when we left Chinese, which is a school fast days that lists not really fasting per se, and mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. Hanukkah one of those days. Another early source is need for some kind of kindling rights, presumably because of the Kabbalah memorial is actually not well predict. And what is interesting, however, is that the time and now is close to the date of which Kislev, that's the first night of Hanukkah, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defilement of the temple, the rededication of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that miracles are all fascinating, and there's a lot written on it, but my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably, the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing.
Hopefully, they will want to see if they can burn in this part of the country called Wheeler, which is on the east side of the country. They will heat up fuel drums with diesel inside them. And diesel can get really hot without igniting. And that's what
The story does not end with the dedication of the temple.
there's
One of the many things I have to admit for this very brief presentation is the fact that you don't have to be earlier supporters who held conceded in its highest books. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and stuff. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. Some of the Maccabees describe an amazing story about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. Maccabees Syria from paying tribute. That is
these organizations all over the country that now they're grassroots organizations that are
They really
basically
get
just
that
dedicated to
going
fighting
after
clandestine.
We're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, that's interesting picture, which I think
that's the one I told there.
this is dated 1918. It's kind of artistic
Concentrations
representation
of mass, just the presence of climate.
similarities between Judah and Maccabee.
Yeah.
And
So they're just
who, in the context
what I can. But so this is all our
so
answers.
that time,
Generally, great out for
mandate,
the
verses that are actors are so
there's no
fascinating.
forensic
In
services.
Hanukkah, there was a phrase, in Hebrew would be, it's like,
Cases of this murder.
and there will come for Zion,
So you can't solve it. You're
issue
dead.
in about 20 or 30 years,
You're not going to do well.
will feel overwhelmingly
90% of
about
murders.
and the British in particular because of the harsh divination mandate and the dissatisfaction with the British after the white paper and so on. But
Chapo's sons
fighting
are
in
cutting the
this
deal.
book is
The new generation comes from
it's really not Antiochus has died.
Last time I was here, it was like
Succession
5
conflict, so
years
who's
ago.
going to
There
kill
were
them after
questions
him?
about if he
And
was
so
even
in
alive.
general, this is,
People
you know what?
thought he was like being kept
Let's
alive.
go, let's have a do-over.
Figure, because he's
I say we go back to status quo. Obviously,
very low-key now, like he's not
Antiochus
flashy.
has
He's militarized.
overstepped his boundaries and has banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know that messed up your temple, you really didn't like it. How about we just go back to the way it was? And says no way. Zealous for the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious vows, ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another brother named Alphonse, who was actually much more amenable to the cathedral than Menelaus, who was and they were prepared to manage with the Greeks in revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further.
The state of Mexico in circles, and they posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online, and the press briefing happened almost immediately, and the head of public safety in Mexico, who said like, "Oh, yeah, this is for this drone to fly over this area."
Now it's a messy history that I've described so far,
This is not
but the book of the Maccabees did make it obviously aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some secrets, but they hardly ever looked at the book of Mexico. Much more than an hazy idea of going through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, as I showed you in the medieval and were fascinated with it, and especially when we get to the era of the breakup of the church, the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is a new Christian interest in the Maccabee, because for Christians, he represents correctly a symbol of fighting for religious freedom. Protestants and Catholics strike out
without
their
approval of the Mexican
on the
government,
value
will
of
turn
freedom
criminal
of religion.
organizations into
We
freedom
see in
fighters.
the 17th century already several
And they're already
poems,
integrated
plays,
into the military in
hearings
certain ways
that
because some of them
celebrate
are
Yehuda Maccabees in particular. You see none other than Handel himself, even composing music, an author to go with the Yehuda Maccabee story.
It
See
seems like
Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English,
yeah, because there's
composing
like
a
anti-US
live
sentiment
act,
already.
tragedy
And also
dedicated to it.
the
That's
closing of the
absolutely
borders.
fascinating because
It's
he
perfect.
is seen
I mean,
as a
Trump
figure
is
responding to
divisive,
religious freedom.
and
He
in
is also
Mexico,
seen
he
in the
has
20th century
turned into
Bible
this
and Jews as a figure of national
this is
revival,
the enemy.
as the idea stateless peoples of then many begin to see him as standing up out the Jews and of course other Jews as well. I'll look at this example. This is by a Swiss boxer,
That's why
and the title is Who Doesn't Obey Us, of course. Ein Kind des Glaube
where
und
you gonna run that?
a small people, this is a
Mexico
subtitle,
has pressed
a
the whole
small people
the U.S. is
fight
responsible
for
for this,
faith and homeland.
and they're kind of wiping
Which
their
I
hands
think is
with
a
it.
pretty good
And
précis
the
of what
U.S.
Yehuda
is
Maccabee
just
stood for,
pointing their finger
that
at
we can see
high-level
written
government,
in
which is something that I did 5 years ago. I spoke about this, got a lot of shit for it. I said, there's no way of going after Mexico without going after the government. The same in a lot of places. And it was back then, and now it's even more clear how tied they are. Nothing happens if the United States doesn't do anything. How much bigger can the cartels get? What is going to happen to just the entire country?
moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of
If you have a
customs that have become indelibly
that's when you have a
associated
lot
with
of conflicts.
You'll see really only Jewish family, I have to say, Hanukkah was a depression.
You saw a change in this.
So all my friends were totally psyched about Christmas,
The brutality
Santa
aspect of how
Claus,
this shit changed in
presents,
Mexico. There was
and
a
I was just bummed out
members
every
of
year.
Lozano Felix
Really
cartel, I think one cartel, were in a direct conflict with elements of
and
Chapo.
right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown. A lumber truck driving through town must have chopped off a small piece of a pine tree, and I found it must have been about 4 or
They had
5
an assassin
tall,
basically
and I dragged it all the way home, and I begged my parents to let me set it up. And so my mother had mercy on me, and so she let me set it up. And the next morning I came out,
abducted his
all
kids
the
into
windows
the
were
mall
and it
and
was
sent that
dried
video
out.
to a what a bomb.
I feel terrible about
And
it.
I
So
think
I have like a big
happened after that.
Hanukkah
But I think
it was so hard for me
at some
to
point,
all the other kids got these massive presents.
that happened,
And I got
you start getting that element of Seth that's coming in, who were former special operator guys who basically end up being sort of a cartel, which a lot of them were brag and trained.
and sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was
Some of
like
them went through the
chocolate coins.
Rebreak
Like
course. Foreign nationals go through that course a lot, so they
I gotta
went
tell
to
you,
the Rebreak course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, like, oh, congratulations, I'm here.
here's the historical reality. It's not a thing.
Come train hard, guys.
It is a relatively new innovation in
So-
Jewish practice.
which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff in computer. And here,
Shocking to some of you, right? Like the third dimension showing every single thing, for example, that suggests 18th century that charity is so small that there is a custom young people going door to door collecting charity for the
dad was
Other
one
sources
organization that
reference
brought his
a
kid.
custom of
My
children
brother
into
that
the
kind of like
first
dominated
Jewish
Mexico.
kings.
It started off as a
Coins
set
that
of
we have
doors
historically,
by the
and there are a lot of them actually
in all these codes. And they said, like, well, we
but
can do this for ourselves.
otherwise,
Well,
I have
so
to say
that's
there
how
is
they
really
a
no
lot of way.
explicit
So this
reference to
organization
Hanukkah
has
Gel
taken
in the
textbook
Halachic
learning
literature.
process
So
of all
I
these other cartels.
in particular,
Foundation,
educational
foundation.
much more
As far as
say
education,
in
how it's
America,
transnational.
have this phenomenon where as the Christian world moves, the Jewish Christians don't have a very
Drone
deep
warfare
tradition of
was
gift
first
giving
seen,
on
I think,
Christmas.
in Mexico.
There is a
You
small
start to
tradition
saw
of
drones dropping bombs and
some
shit like that in
countries,
Mexico
but
before
not
Ukraine
that
got
deep. But in the
But they got
very
like
commercial enterprise who call the United States of America, you know,
they
it
were on
became
Mexican
quite a bit
nationals
of a
fighting
thing.
for their foreign
So
services,
therefore, you
their
have the
foreign
presence,
brigades.
therefore you have Hanukkah Gel.
And some of them have gone into that route, going operate. And some of them are coming back.
Hanukkah Gel becomes sort of
You start seeing this
the larger.
sudden sophistication into being bomblets dropped from these commercial drones and the explosives on them more probably mining explosive. Start seeing these bomblets made. They're more reminiscent of Colombian explosives or IRA era explosives. And now you're seeing coordinated drone attacks on military forces in Mexico. I think they recently got a somehow sometime that army official they got him with a drone. I think they killed him. They almost killed him.
Okay, I can't get into too much more trouble
We
since I already
operate as scouts, so we can't get close to these drones or this guy. So now you're seeing drone cartels fight against other cartel drones, so now cartel guys with these futuristic drone, anti-drone guns. You're seeing those things. They look like space guns. They just put it on the hands of cartel guy where it's like sand.
the Gatling is because
What the fuck is going on with these people?
says the
So
legend
you start seeing all this
the
augmentation
Gatling
capability.
when the Greek soldiers walked by,
This
they
history
were playing when in reality they were
lessons
actually
behind all
studying
this training and all this
the idea
and it is posed to
Dreidel,
make Pancho
which is an
right from
iconic
his territory go up north
that is
to
labeled
the
with
United
these
States.
four letters,
There are
which
whole
reads
segments of
Gadol Hayat.
that
There
are actually
was a great miracle there.
controlled and or a city that is controlled by
It's
the
not from
generation
that
cartel
way, it's
that's on
in
the border. That's not the case
there was a
now.
great miracle that occurred. Is unfortunately, if you're a big fan of the Dreidel and gambling with the Dreidel,
The last remaining sons of Chapo was one that are free.
source,
Archibald was the strongest
it
one.
actually comes
And
from
his
the
faction
medieval
was jumping
history,
to
back to
that
the
they call
400s.
themselves.
The German letters
This
are
past year
actually identical.
announced that they
That
had
the
recent
letters are
alliance
German
with the cartels, the generation cartel.
Paul
So
Gun,
that was a cohesive force that they had sort
the
of
lines
ties
at the
and
end, you get nothing.
and a part of the border that they
H,
already
you get
inherited
half,
from
the
the dad.
lines up with G.
So a nightmare scenario having this cartel
Yes,
now having a clear doorway into the United States.
does that sound familiar?
Pretty close. Yeah, it's way down. There's some crosses over It's really expensive. It's really expensive. Yeah, yeah.
This
And they'll give you paper.
time,
That's how
that's
it crosses.
another
That's all. That's very expensive. That's how it crosses.
time is
get on one at Diablo or San Diego, it's not that far. You know, and then they'll swarm it now. They'll do many of those boats. And then if you can see on the coast, there's a bunch of our Navy ships now on the coast there. So like, which is a cause for alarm for a lot of places. Mexico was intervention by the United States with fear. They also fear what happened. This is allowed to continue. And they don't see any solutions from the government. So it seems like the opposite. It seems like it's going more towards the cartel. So what would happen if the United States didn't infiltrate? If the United States didn't attack, if something didn't happen, I think they stepped away. I think we're already involved. You know, this arrest of this designation that allows safety safety's off type thing. Terrorists, you don't negotiate with terrorists. It's like a thing. But all of a sudden, one of these factions says, "No, now let's negotiate." And now all these people are crossing that border. The family members are about the safety of the United States. The dude that the United States made a deal with is responsible for the death of a few of our special operators that were a part of the arrest. One of them tell their men of that loss and why they died, you know. And also the piles of bodies that were around both of the rescues. So there's distrust on all sides. Mexicans don't trust the government to solve it because if it's a deal with your president, what's her deal? Shame on them. Very well, very to the left. A few guerrilla forces in Central America have come out and said that she's one of her, that she was one of the resistance fighters with them. That Jewish, that's kind of odd. It is very left from Mexico. Very loved by large segments of the population. What is her about? She's loved. What's about her policies? Her relationships. I think she's feeding on a lot of the love that they have for Apple. Apple was our Trump. That's the best way to describe it. The populist guy, trained to swamp, like all these other guys, all the conservatives, gone, gonna win this, he won by a landslide. But he keeps talking about, he kept talking about conservative, previous parties, but all the minor parties, all these other politicians just switching sides and joining his party. G-Mom came in with a big job on as far as security. She immediately reversed the whole process of the last year. I mean, there's one last on it. She brought in two people. Into office. He comes from he's been in circles of people involved in some shit, but he himself has not. There's nothing on him that we know of, you know. And it's good to see in the super cop, as we call him. He's very organized. Because he talked to a few people that were directly with him. It seems to be like a thing that's willing to go to tap. And he's receiving all the pressure from the United States. Like, what are you doing? He has been heading up operations against some of these organizations for sitting along. And you've seen record breaking fentanyl seizures. Interesting part of the operations he's conducting over Mexico is he's going after like municipal presidents and some of the local governments that are basically all around realizing that where's the cartel? The cartel's big. Local governments are telling them. So these mass swarm operations, some of these
smaller
they risk the mayor, this is these organizations on the hill
there is a very significant role
infiltrate
going
their
to be the next
politics.
senator.
And
Ultimately, the
think about
space
Trump's
is
own.
invited to take
Trump's
that
own
role, and he returns
These
to
cartels
work
are
in
fighting
year
for
7.
much coal
He
as well.
has the
Fuel
command
trafficking.
over to
And
his
there's a
son,
fan of
Andres,
avocado.
also very
Avocado.
able
If you go to Chipotle or Extraordinary, you're putting money in the pockets of this legitimate cartel or the familia Chicana. And it's
each other, but when they
It's
do,
interesting
they're
that
actually
catches
attacked.
puts in a lot of people in the United States that are involved
By
in
the
taking
time people arrive, there are
illegally siphoned fuel
25,000
from
rebels
Mexico
in the city.
by some of these organizations, putting it on a ship and flying and doing a lot of magic with the paperwork and then
That's where you can see how the battle goes.
the U.S.
First,
and money
the
exchange.
invasion of the forces reached
So it's
the
another
wall
side of it that
in
people
the
don't kind
summer
of
of the year
realize.
70.
One of
They
the
entered the northern part of the city.
Look at this, Mexico already seizing nearly 4 million gallons of stolen fuel.
That led them
APUs.
into
This has been going on for years. So the drugs. So they're still making millions. Low key, Mexico was becoming first world. That's like they afford to live. Like expectations out of Mexico. So compounds Mexico. Yeah, they there's 1800s. Yeah, Mitt Romney's be president of the United States. Wild. And Mitt Romney's town is part of those massive encampments of Florida people. Yeah, protecting Joseph Smith's ideas. Yeah, great. Also, like, I remember, like, when I talked about it on this podcast, from the U.S. corrected me and said that those guys weren't real wrong. Okay. And I'm like, I don't. Well, didn't they go over there because they didn't want to get rid of polygamy? I think they should have stuck around. It's coming back. But he's back in Toronto. Oh, cool. Because of Islam. Because so many Muslims have moved to Toronto, they made polygamy legal again. That was in Canada recently. It's like, wow, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, good job, guys. Keep at it. I think Mexico is on. Mexico is probably invest in any country in the world right now. I think Mexico would be the industrial plant that a lot of the stuff that is in China is compared to Mexico.
The land of Israel.
I think we're at a point that Mexican culture in general is like sick of this, want this shit anymore. We're seeing attacks on freedom of expression in Mexico in a way because some of these popular singers that would sing cartel songs are now banned from performing live. So that's like an attack on freedom of speech. But
you know, when you actually get into the history of
population is pretty cool.
other
It's alright. So it means that they're kind of like waiting to keep pushing America, right? When there was a popular singer that they would allow back in the country against these huge
guard,
they talked about
how
how
they felt they should relate to the
if you're going to attack these organizations, you have to attack
political situation.
these are like attack Al Qaeda, you attack the finances and a lot of these people, a lot of these organizations are basically doing
mentioned in the previous
paid
video,
to think about the
the
next
Greeks
So
were
when this
a guest
designation
of
came
the
down,
Jews long
it was
before
clear that
they
some of these
became
guys were occupying
occupying power.
the service
Let's just try
designation
and
came down
understand
from
a little
the
bit
U.S.
of
government.
that.
Some
So here, if you have a look at this
shop
map, you'll see
Wow.
that
Another
after
phenomenon is
Alexander
that the
died,
U.S. is actually
his empire was divided
this
among
guy.
his successors.
4 million.
Those two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in Yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the
Musicians
Ptolemaic
drug
Empire,
cartel
which is
exploits the
based
song
in
Shot Dead in parking lot in
Now,
Mexico.
the reason why
This is yesterday.
the empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what was based in Syria. But they were
Used to hang out in El Chapo Guzman, talk about it podcast in Mexico.
they were also participating in larger
That's another phenomenon that's currently
When you
happening.
look more closely at where Israel is located right here,
Since it was so normalized in Mexico, just a
cleverly
bunch of
labeled
YouTubers started popping up like, I'm a cartel YouTuber, I'm going to talk about cartel stuff.
it was at the borderland
And
the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt
when the Chapitos and the started fighting over Sinaloa, those Mayos
back and
started
forth for
playing
much
up
of the time.
and started
And only after the year
dispersing
200
pamphlets
was it fairly firmly
with
in the hands
pictures of
of
all
the
the
Syrian
influencers that
and that's
they knew were helping out the Chapitos faction, or they were
the version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role in this Antiochus the Fourth, Epiphanes as the leader of the Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, let's say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for a madman. In fact, he had Epiphanes means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was also on his back as Epiphanes, which in Latin would be translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and go to the bathhouses and, just try and hang out with the regular people. And then he would revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. So he had a very troubled childhood, which I talked about in the previous lecture. So anyway, what is he specifically doing, messing with religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires are very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. Your God, my God, or you more appropriately,
just
you
like
have your many gods like that.
out there, which
And
is no
that's
way
typical response of the Seleucids and the ancestor dynasties to Judaism in general because it was just another one of these weird Eastern faiths where we have to bother with it. But there was a ruling
there's people providing out there, people in
The
charge,
thing is,
the people
Antiochus
selling the shop, the people in finance, the people that are running the shell company, the people that are running the actual company, and the
favor
cartels
of
all
increasing their commitment
So
to
like,
Hellenistic
okay, look at
values
this.
and
Early
increasing their
estimates from
tolerance
2001 and 2017 range from
which is something that
45,000 to 60,000.
looked at. Very strong. Now, Antiochus
For sale.
military losses, and on one hand, and the traditional favorite, someone named Titus, who died
coming in from that side.
First with Jason,
Obviously, what happened is, so administration, and there was one receiver that Obama administration. In there, I'm not going to speak of this. I was in Mexico and a bunch of my friends. We started to see, just imagine my 20s back then, and shootouts and people running around with guns and stuff like that. It's like AR-15s, AK-47, some of them rusty old, raincoat rifles from China. Just weird. Then all of a sudden you start finding people with 50 caliber Barrett rifles with scopes on them. Zeroed in. Things to find on this big crack alley that we're at. My friends got killed. FN-57 pistols that come, the new round that comes out. It was kind of fabricated in order to fight Russians invading Europe. They wanted to penetrate their body. Small pistols, small guns that might have been engaged. So we start to take them forward. They just a massive amount toward specific things. Groups in the area working that was meant to try to find beings in places like Arizona, other parts of by individuals being gathered by cartel members, parts of Detroit, not Mexico, supply the cartel. ATF was involved in all this, very involved in all this.
Led by
Their plan or theory was we're going to track these guys without notice.
and rather than
Nothing got tracked, or at least we don't know of anything that got really tracked or any high-level arrest made because they were just allowed to. What do you think's really going on? Because that's how
this sparked
we're just tracking these guys.
genuine
What do you do when you want to destabilize a region in another country?
of Netanyahu, and he
People
led
got it. Why would they want to stabilize them?
and from there
It's a
they
moral way that
small
they
attacks
needed this to happen so bad.
Syrian Greek forces
Give each other.
on Jews who supported him.
It's back then it was a single
That made it
cartel
a
fight,
local conflict.
control of the area
Syrian Greeks
over some
were
people
not
that were
brought
coming
in
in like
big
these
numbers
and other
until
organizations.
discovered that the
I don't
local
know why
Jewish
would
authorities
you send
could
guns
not
to
handle
a
them,
specific
and then
region? I'm not
increasingly
saying
large
that the U.S. purposely armed a single cartel in Mexico, but that's what it kind of looks like.
towards Netanyahu himself
That's what
passed
looks
away
like. That's
early on in the conflict.
This is the purpose of it, and this is what we saw, because some of the stuff that they were bringing out, 50 cal, why do you think 50 calibers? It's because people started doing armor. They need a way to get into armor. So
Another
50 calibers.
very important battle
And Americans, especially some of my American military and police friends, are always making fun of the fact that none of these big ass rifles have any sights on them. Sights on them. But they can still order the conflict, put them in front of the picture. That makes sense. Protection detail died down there in cartel shoot. I'm not too sure on the details of this, but they're doing the protection detail down there. One of them was a border patrol agent assigned to this. Ryan Terry. He set up a foundation. They set up a foundation. I ran first with this foundation. And I did that. I raised this money for this foundation to honor the law. Police officer. That was in Mexico. It was killed by a crowd. Gave it to the cartels. To bring attention to the fact that What is taking this group a lot of it. Feel by some of these guys that were allowed to walk through the door. He's got chapter like 8. Are you sure? Like there's they don't know what else they got. Are you sure? Yeah, they sort of imagine they weren't there on their
horse.
They're trying.
They've got some kind of a funny nose.
But they were starting to go down.
Big horse.
So
obviously, this is
no one's saying this is true, but if you had to imagine for what purpose? Destabilize, support
I think it has like a
faction.
like
That's the question. Why now? Like, what was it?
This one
Was it influence? Were they working on something? You know, there's a lot of we're in the wrong course, but the last
we're back
about
to it looks a little bit like a doctor. Here's kind of
and one of the people that mentioned it where he showed them how drugs and things do countries. Well, that man married his my sister, and that's taught him lots of
We're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about
some of the CIA
conflict
several
years ago.
Oh my God! Well, you know,
Yehuda was able
I've had
to
Freeway
take back
Rick Ross on the podcast
take
multiple
back
times.
the
And
temple
for people who
ground.
haven't seen those episodes or heard me talk
All
about Ricky,
of
Ricky
the
is
inspired
the real
idolatry
Rick
and
Ross.
restore it
Like
back
Rick Ross,
to
the rapper,
its original
that's not his name.
as a
He named himself Rick Ross because Freeway Ricky was a
by the way,
Contra situation pops up again.
little more than 200 years later, and
Mexico to the US, the first one.
Stephen
I
Klein
think
at
came
the
through
University has done
a
some
year ago.
chemical
Once
analysis of paint flex and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared in Roman Jews and Latin.
We actually went down to the Jalisco where he was tortured and killed and talked to them. And they were like, but then the CIA have like, what? That's what some of the people there say. And I've never seen the video of Michael Burke, who's a friend of mine who passed away years back.
At any rate,
He was a former Los Angeles narcotics officer on C-SPAN
clear description
during I personally witnessed the CIA drugs in Los Angeles. It is a wild thing because it's just like she was in the 90s. Were you around when Bruno was was pre-Jamie? Wow, yeah, sometimes. And then he took his whole life one time and he pressed it. I don't doubt it. His life. He was living pretty. I think he was in a trailer.
But that is essentially
It's great. This is all live on C-SPAN.
South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, emphatically,
Into the mic, sir. This mic's
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics and dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
It was great. He goes into detail. Look, these are all LA people. They're like, fucking thank you. But this is like, CIA is up there too. Yes. This is like conspiracy theory. This never happened. But there you go. Look at the husband of the CIA. That guy's got a human skin suit on. That's a date. Literally talking about proper talks from that guy. Yeah.
So, what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating, and there's a lot of experience on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing from a historical perspective is this incredible military
Shout out to Juanita for getting control of the room. Because everybody went nuts when he said that. So he elaborates.
religious persecution. Quite arguably, the
Because he went nuts. There's a day that he talks to the director.
known as Amadeus, Pegasus, and Watchtower. I have Watchtower documents heavily redacted by the agency. I was personally exposed to CIA operations and recruited by CIA personnel who attempted to recruit me in the late 70s. The agency run operations in the country. I have been trying this out for 18 years, and I have the evidence. My question to you is very specific, sir.
and with
In
tremendous
the course of the
self-sacrifice,
IT threat hits his work, across evidence of severe criminal activity, and it's classified. Will you use that classification to hide the criminal activity, or will you tell the American people the truth?
He's like, should I handle this? Look at that. Could be the bomb in his hand right there. He's like, I don't know. That guy in the back with his fingers touching his face. He's there to throw him out or something. I don't know about those hands. That guy's on Bill Gates' hands.
And what happened is, we realized soon that fighting in this low person over whether or not the template is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. There are succession, like here's how to do it.
Leopard scarf.
I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Wolfus has overstepped his boundaries and has banned the traditional practices of typically observing the Shabbat. And I know you meant that your temple is used in like a how about you just go back to the way it was
Jamie,
before?
find the trailer for that
For
movie
all
you did
this.
with him. So they were interviewing him. I forget what the entire premise of this thing was. They were interviewing him for something.
Zealous
And it was so intense, they decided to do an entire movie of just Michael Rupert sitting in a chair in like a warehouse, smoking cigarettes and talking about the collapse of the global economy. Collapse. Play the trailer for this, because it's so nuts. You can find a trailer for Collapse.
It wasn't really worth it to keep fighting this series.
This is Michael.
What they really wanted
We are
was
elected responsible
as
for
long
what
as they agreed to do what they wanted, then have a
my
ritual.
30-year
Okay,
experience
so
as
we
an
have to take
investigative
action from
journalist.
somebody.
Through
What's
scandals,
the big deal?
going out to try and map how the world really worked as opposed to the way we were told to work.
So the majority of people, although they were
Deadly accurate
incensed
when
at the
economic
idea
conditions
of offering
so
them religious values,
In 2006,
such religious
get on
values
a
were
jet
let
right
them
now.
go.
Check
They
your
went back to
mortgage
federal
carefully. We
funding.
issued a
They
whole
were prepared
series
to
of
abandon
warnings.
I would say about the political
That's
fallout
January
of that.
2005. What's going to happen is taking place right now. Gold prices, Pakistan, Afghanistan,
Other
stock it's not. Of course I've been. I don't feel conspiracy theory. I do discuss a lot of civilization. Cars don't, mail stops getting delivered. Don't rely on law enforcement stuff. This is all part of it. Sitting there freaking out. Mexico's UFO, or it's almost like Mexico's Bigfoot and CIA. Like, they're up in, recently, in the past 10 years, a bunch of CIA documents have come out of Mexican presidents being by the CIA. Like a whole Cold War where like CIA is big on paper. So Mexico has this vision of CIA and this responsibility for some of the things going on down there. It's very different perception of responsibility. It's probably more accurate. Correct. It was shocking to me when we were there at Kiki coming in at that house where he was kept and I think tortured and finally killed. That the people around there that have lived there when it happened, some of them would call that the CIA house. So that was a weird thing to see. Maybe looking at or seeing that happened. But maybe just being
This is also from Rome, or popularly Crystal.
the United States dealing with Mexico and then you're worried about things going through the water like a barrel. Dehumanizing the government to keep that water safe if anything goes through that water. Or you talk to cartels that actually
The night of world class. This refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish-owned stores
so I think
in
there's
cities
always
throughout
been a backdoor
Crystal
channel
not just
communication
remarkable
going on,
for
direct
many
communication going on of some sort.
It represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population. Clearly, hundreds of smaller throughout Germany and Oslo.
Because
And
sensible
it
drug
represents
laws
a
like
dramatic
treat
escalation in
all
terms
drugs
of
the same way we
the
treat alcohol.
violence of the
Yeah,
attacks.
that's what because alcohol is a
The
drug,
precise
and
number of
we had a
killed
prohibition
is not
last
certain,
war.
but
How many
it
years?
most
13
likely
years
is
this
in
country
a triple
was on
property,
my way
which
to
perhaps the most
becoming alcohol sober.
prominent feature
So
of Kristallnacht
alcohol
is
is
the
a
destruction
very
of synagogues,
dangerous drug.
nearly
Kill yourself
300
with it very
synagogues
easily.
burned to the
Buy
ground.
a bomb and kill you. Yep.
There's also a massive collection
I
of
had to
Jews
lock
for
myself
the
in a fucking ranch. I did it in
concentration
school.
camp
Just
system
fucking
that have been
attended.
going throughout the 1930s,
And
and this
my whole life,
represents actually a time
I'm always
that
going to
Jews
be, I
actually
think about it.
seized
And
for
every time,
simply being
but
Jewish
I've been
in
sober
the
for about
Nazi
4 years now.
Empire.
Congratulations. Thank you. That's awesome.
26,000 Jews were rounded
But
up of
I
Kristallnacht
don't have
and
a
a chilling
physical
message
addiction gene.
to
I don't
the
know why.
wider Jewish
But like,
population that
you've
they
been
were
like chewing pouches all the time. And when I'm on vacation, then I said, no nicotine, let's see what happens. For 5 days, I was
Let's take a
fine.
minute and go
Nothing.
through
Coffee is something
the
with coffee.
events
I got a
that
coffee
led up
for
to
5 days, but
Kristallnacht, and
no
specifically
weirdness.
the
And I think
pretext
for
that
me,
the
it
Nazis
was
used
medication.
to justify
When
this
I got
organized
out of work,
statewide program. It's very
I
clear
had
from archival
I had loads of
documentation
PTSD the first time I was
that
on the podcast.
this
We talked a little bit about
long
it,
in the
and then
making,
afterwards,
and
like,
that
gave these things
there
to
were
people that you talk to,
plans
like,
laid in place
going out
simply
and out
waiting
and
for
out.
some kind of
Eventually, I
pretext
got
to
sober.
justify a
It's
wide-scale
insane to me how different
it
alcohol
happened
is versus
the date of a pretext close to the anniversary of the beer hall bridge that we discussed earlier, it is happened to fall very nicely into the global track of the major propaganda. But tonight, pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old Herschel Grinchman, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinchman had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had both the citizenship. Those had left the country a few years earlier, English origin, who are living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them from Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Rothschild, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at the time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Rothschild, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchman made his way to the embassy and finding himself unable to protect himself, he instead shot Aaron von Roth, shown here, murdered von Roth specifically with the intent to make a statement against Germany for maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this on a personal level. He would fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of God, but nevertheless, he did it quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they treated his son. Goebbels, however, seized on this with a tremendous pleasure because it represented an opportunity to finally place massive looting throughout
Eventually, I started speaking
made
about
to look as if it
it.
was
I
heinous
started
and
writing about it.
principal engine of destruction. The Sturm of Halle, also known as the 1934 in the Night of Long Knives of this particular Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country. The city, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and decimating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in home invasions where
specifically opened up a bunch of doors to this. That's what I do to train people.
the final number is not estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to around 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in these widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. They have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in the series, but this is the first time simply for the fact that this set a major precedent for Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of elective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchman's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that it pay some $500 million to pay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that reached them on their city, but also as a punitive damages for the murder of their consorts. Incidentally, there's a story of being caught and arrested. The Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. Deftly maneuvered past that, Iraq had nothing to do with his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's quarrel that he was engaged in a relationship with Iraq, and he killed him as a result of that. The Nazis, of course, were flummoxed son in a show trial if he was going to call out a German official as a homosexual. So therefore, the show trial ultimately was dropped. So it disappears, and his fate is largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You see an absolute horrific thing. The float itself has the title Der Judenfresser, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews, or the Jew. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor of this kind of monstrous thing. And here there are people who can climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper to mimic Jews in an extraordinary fashion. Step up and they actually enter into the mouth of Bobby. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from a 14th century church wall in Europe that shows something called a hellhound. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners, you can see a bearded figure just second from the right, is about a Jew wearing a youth with distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century short leather jacket. And there are also some church figures in there as well, various sinners who were forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's what the German town there were Jews who were walking into their Judenfresser, the hell mouth. In fact, that is Mexico, right? It's because the cartel is out there too. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. The New York Times reported immediately on November 11th, it smashed the four Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels called a halt. Really, very orchestrated kind of activity. Tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging to visas into various countries. So it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic context, but more because of the transnational disorder it is involved. Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous, and I suppose elsewhere they were and secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will accept that there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what action they take. This plays very heavily into the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class, when we get to the actual beginning of the World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first
continuously has been sending fentanyl or has been turning the blind eye. I told this phenomenon as a way to fund with the U.S. It's probably the case, though. Yeah, it's probably the case. Well,
First millennium, right? The 0 is up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the 2nd century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. At the First Roman War that began in the 6th and extended, but scholars count to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War. Which is it's certainly not a war, it's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival, and that will basically take us our schedule for today. Also going to look at the positive side of what I've described. The Jews lost, kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we were defeated in each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we was one was the battle of the mind, the interpretation of the Mishnah. So survival over the next centuries, and in fact millennia. I would like to bear in mind some of the thought of this phenomenal Salo Whitmire Baron, regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century, intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant work. And disregard us against what's been called the lachrymose school of the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination that's very common in the model for Jewish history. If you want to identity, they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to civilization despite oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see other ends of our to offer you some caution about the model that we will be using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium of Flavianum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here, because whereas this period Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was working on archival documents. Now he's actually a person, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in this history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we Great archaeological finds, most notably but tunnels. Here's one who's exploring some of the Bar tunnels, which are now open to rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them. It was sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Osha River boat cruise. Something fun this summer. Yeah, okay. Anyway, that's okay. And one of the, an example of the amazing documents we get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babata archive. Famous woman whose name was Babata, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that say so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod, and we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at the but what about over the centuries, political life in Israel after the death of this king? And he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other two brothers, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, Archelaus, the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right, the regions of Judea and Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part. And to the north, Herod Philip took Galantis and Decapolis. These are the three divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with his division, and so all three of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem into violence that was actually taking place on the temple ground. The Roman soldier, curator Sabinus, will speak what a procurator is in the moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Completely destroyed. It was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. Let's not forget, Jews have been dutifully sing the half shekel tax that they've been mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, will be contributing this shekel, which is the amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive ones will take is they say that you still have to contribute this shekel, this Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see the consequences for the Jews afterwards. There are, while the three three kings are in Rome, there are two others who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to this. Imagine that the entire is descending into political chaos. Who is the governor of Syria? Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria. Comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France, to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher Riverboat cruises. Okay, so now let's think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The traders were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built, specifically with all kinds of beautiful deep water ports, things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example, Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman gods, lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as it was spelled in America. For authority, the procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have in the period, when Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair, which is how we get the expression in English. Here he is, you can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the there he is. Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews, or Jews' first shul flag history. All right, I thought that was fine, but I didn't make it up now. So, okay, so it's interesting though. Really, it clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that the other stories have some history as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled in among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems but what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues, they really had lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, considered, mutilation of the human form, all kinds of, and of course we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave space to what they wanted to do. As long as we came up with, in our taxes or tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then they were fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. Exceptional. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated 4 years too late. He actually believed he was, and after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered a Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later, important city in this period of time. Jews demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in Yavne, and so he said, that's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want to plant it in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stone, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, prefects were saying, please, the Jews won't do. What's the point of this? He's just going to make a lot of trouble and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. Ended up being shipped somewhere else, fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples were exempted from attending on. I'm not even sure if we can say that many modern European countries, they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted. I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes under that. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I'm a dean at an amazing college, college. We have a anti-Semitism right on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feast. That's fine. You're doing a sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous effort to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, but they were very sensitive in general not to what they were with military banners that had an eagle on it and things like that. The instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge and which procurator was in power at the time, by and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things, because Jews at the time, the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images, and the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippus. They're actually both named Herod Agrippus, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippus or even Agrippa. Agrippus the first, this is a coin minted by Agrippus the first in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see that this is actually a puta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currency in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime. It seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously in the Tractate Kiddushin, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left it says in Greek Basileus, king, and there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. On the right are sheaves that are symbolic of plenty, of and so on. So Agrippus, an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. He quite often with raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the host city in order to learn the values of Rome, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was really named. And at one time, he was so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually played suicide. However, he fell in with the emperor. He makes his way to Israel, and he becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the verse, you may not appoint a foreigner over you. And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and and as he's come, the entire nation said to him, fear not, you are brother, you are our brother. In the Torah, the passage, he was not as he was not so sharp. Jerusalem, he was really straight, narrow, like the rabbis showed up for documentary, he did everything. So he was great going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which was in Jerusalem. But outside of Israel, he had no problem with trans. So a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. This is amazing, a portrait from 1875, Nikolai Rothschild, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, where Paul is put on trial and taken to Christianity before King Agrippa. So his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian. Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets. We're of the Roman generals. It's absolutely astonishing that he can simply be allied with the Romans. But that is the fact where he put himself on the spectrum. He had a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. The queen is right next to Agrippa's on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he had some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippa's, not successfully, but nevertheless correspondence does period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with a fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture, and they coalesce into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Kanoim. In Josephus, he tends to call them not Zealots, because again, remember, he's writing for an audience of hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking, put together significant followings. There's Judas of Jamala, there's John of Discala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt, who is known simply as the Egyptian, he claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. Seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response, and so accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried, and these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews to oppose their radical views. Their modus operandi, as recorded by Josephus, is they would, the Sicarii would dress like, regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people milling about, and then they would did this, how is that possible? And then they would blend. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, and they're going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with the local procurator, particularly talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used when I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and set, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they for 17 talents. Cassius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and simply the rabble, but an individual. Litter of 66. He's very upset. They fight back. They're to mandate his will. They actually retreat to Sicily, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. The accounts provided Josephus and Roman historians with the accounts provided in the Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great depth, I want to be able to cover the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there are two people with very similar names and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relatives. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa. But by accident, he says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. But invite me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna bury the house of the wedding. And Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" And Bar Kamsa says, "Can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. Look, don't kick me out. Wow. You know what? Says, "I don't care." Says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me." I don't care. The rabbis, the Talmud, being there and not intervening. You should be Mavater, you should compromise. Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he sets up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submit the defiled animal to be sacrificed. They are discussing what we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. Don't sacrifice it, then the Roman emperor is even more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we sacrifice it, then of course we're in Jewish law and we're honoring an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this blemish sacrifice was discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberation of the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, you always read a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah. You have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's just making a point of saying, you know what? This government we're not going to pray for. And so this is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus, Sestius Gallus, he brings down perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem, but for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack, and they completely destroy the region. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated. Because he went there with 6,000 soldiers, and this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have even the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that region was extremely useful in the future war that was going to ensue. Because they were unarmed. The Jews didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they was the front line. So Josephus marches up there. Although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause, because he really likes the Romans. Cestius Gallus, a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley, and the most important area of attack. And he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. At the Battle of Mata, or Yotzbat, where Josephus was active, they besiege he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think they have no problems, they have lots of supplies inside Yotzbat, they have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. Soak some of their injury in the precious water they have left, and hang dripping wet laundry on here. We're wasting it by washing our clothes, and in order to convince us, and many other such devices Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But Yotzbat is forced to fall, Asians might, and Josephus finds himself with 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in a suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw will kill everyone else? It's a hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then he'll kill himself. And of course, he's the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing, right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself to Vespasian. and that Vespasian puts them in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to think on his feet, he Vespasian as emperor of us, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? He says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero has, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. If I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Yokotata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tishba. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them. It's a really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build the siege and them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the roads, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. Like now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try to weaken their rival Jewish zealot group, to actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. And we've already spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it's really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed. Big massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of Av. So that represents the end of the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather an amazing dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yodfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is tremendous amount of political made a feet. We should recall that although it was a long war, for 8 years, it was still putting out and indicating a tremendous amount of difficulty war to a close. And other great university that has very low anti-Semitism rate in the city. He did some phenomenal work where it looks like the Roman garish. I think I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the shulchan, the table used in the temple, the sakra, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have like sotrot, the long trumpet, which is meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 2 Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was the general, and on the right you see Judea Capta, Judea is captured, and usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region, and on the left you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish representing all in Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose. Clearly very cool. This version here, where she is bound, she acts like tied behind her back, quite a bit more submissive state and looks even more on this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seem to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. Okay, so that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish war. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba, which is incredibly important. We'll do it very quickly, though, so we can cover it. There are repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. Thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, said 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number, even if it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still rested. The Jews are still anxious. There is a flare-up in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris come close to each other, specifically in the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by its Talmudic term, Mechoza, which is across, it's a suburb. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization is in this region here, not the heartland, but where the Talmud is to be written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority, they are, of course, pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later, they will become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Quito. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs there's a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not cost war in the larger sense. It's more like a, so to speak, a police actions using American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite significant. This is a coin Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, the truth is, they took retrojochum, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argue that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot of letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of some decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on Catholic.
They have notions.
And the revision was now. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back and began to fight. And it could very, very well be that these were in place after the revolt as well. And this tremendous battle ensued. They were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans and to extirpate the Gotham movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave that's called the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. The water you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the cave litters I mentioned earlier, not only things about the war, but also phenomenal Babaka archive. I got to just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. And apparently, judging children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels, they were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this whose name was Babaka, who had kept her a cache of her most precious documents. Now you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home with you, probably your passport, maybe your deed certificate. That's exactly what Babaka took with her. Important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contract, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents gives you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman just on the surface. And what I told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate. These documents are written in other. They say that well, they're like the letters, right? I can barely read what lawyer writes, anyways, right? Because it's all boilerplate legal text. But there are phenomenal things that scholars are still poring over that were about the archives to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hatova Meti was composed in memory of the Hruge Beitar, the Jews who were killed in one last great battle shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at the time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had family who were among the zealots, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have themselves appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including I believe it was his nephew, and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead, and they proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to be nevertheless suffered, was taken out of the city in a coffin. Well, he got out of the city, and he said, listen, you know, this is going to happen, but there's a story there in the top, but I won't go into detail. But essentially, Vespasian gives him three wishes. Says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing. What do you want from me? And the first one, which is sages, let me have a little section where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing, makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I would love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. These are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, it indicates it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's one of the biggest sections. But it's like marriage and divorce and things like that. And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably put this on the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages. So damages are like, you know, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died, the blood poisoning, and you know, all these things, who pays for what. And then the last 2 sections deal with a
The last time I saw
Because
it,
when it would be codified into a text,
Brian
it
Callen
actually
was
took identity. However, there's always a saving, there's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul events scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up this series, God willing, with Spain and Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th.
Modern word for Mexica, which were from northern America down there. A lot of customs, but I think those were around. A lot of it emulated animals. So a lot of it was like shamanistic. People trying to imbue themselves with the spirit of an animal. So a lot of jaguars sound kind but some of the ones with the scream, apparently they're more about the squeegee owls that live down there. They've been like people told me that they're very much specifically kind of utilized for psychological effect, just for not sleeping during these flower wars. They would have, I think, the classical tokens, even where they would go and try and capture to sacrifice. In a way they entirely is to blow those at night where they were capped or a place where they were about to attack. So they would sleep with those. Just people can be really devious. And know how to mess with your head. Yeah. Back when the Hika, people glorified a lot of people from Mexico. Everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec. Probably some other tribe that lose that initial conquest. Yeah, I love that attitude. So like Aztec tattoos on the back and stuff like that. But that's what's inside there. The Spanish came and allied themselves. Everybody hated the Aztec. Including like the Plaza Texans who were apparently badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to that land. Apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, where's our tax collector? Let's feed you. Before we talk about it, fed them pozole. And at the end, the cover liberation. Where are they? Those are the guys that the Spanish allied with fighting against the Mexican. Jesus. The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing. Because, like, where the Mayans go, like, when they found the Aztec pyramids, people were even living in them. When the people eventually wound up living in them, is that they found them. Teotihuacan, which they call it's basically city of the gods, is what the Aztecs called them because they expanded when they moved through, which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs, in essence, were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, the city was abandoned completely, and when they passed through the city of the gods, they call the pyramids the sun of what those pyramids are for. And when they made it their way to the valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes over there, and people of old. So Mexico has ancient history. They want to assume that we Catholics are ancient history don't know anything about history that people when it comes to Mexico, which is really crazy. Yeah. And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even especially America don't even the reason why
personal arrogance, and
perfect
pride
villains in
in quality.
It's perfect if you kind of look at it from Bernard Cortez is very much because of this story, but with no way the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world. There's a lot of brutality. There's nonsense on both sides. The Aztecs also did a lot of things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of this decided. We decided to fix. Like the Spanish decided to take lives among the natives. They decided to give honorary titles to people that helped fight the Aztecs and help with the conquest of what was Mexico. This is Valley at that time. And gave birth to this culture. Some things culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird culture because anybody in Mexico, I went to Mexico school, so I got a lot of this from how the evil Spanish came and wiped out all of the native people, mostly when in reality, a lot of us in Mexico are mixed blood. Most of us have mixed blood. There's a lot of Spanish. So we were very much taught to hate ourselves.